Vamos falar da fronteira entre México e Estados Unidos da América.
MS-13 is tied to this recent shooting that took place on a subway platform in Queens. Police arrested a 26-year-old man who they said is an MS-13 member after he fatally shot an alleged rival gang member. ICE later confirmed the shooter is undocumented.
Well, undocumented. É illegal. Não é documentar. Mas a lógica então é uma pessoa que rouba é alguém que rouba é simplesmente possuidor de objeto não autorizado, não é? Não documentado, não é imigrante sem documentos, é imigrante ilegal que atravessou ilegalmente a fronteira.
President Trump mentioned the incident in his third annual State of the Union address.
An MS-13 gang member was taken into custody for a fatal shooting on a subway platform in New York City. But until we secure our border, they're going to keep streaming right back in. Year after year, countless Americans are murdered by criminal, illegal aliens. I've gotten to know many wonderful angel moms and dads and families. No one should ever have to suffer the horrible heartache that they have had to endure.
Experts say MS-13 is most commonly found in Long Island, the Washington, D.C. area, and Los Angeles. MS-13's roots trace back to Los Angeles in the 1970s, when it was founded by Salvadoran refugees. 2 decades later, the gang became so violent that Clinton's administration tried to break it up through deportation. 1,332 MS-13 members were deported in 2018.
Não são imigrantes sem documentos, são imigrantes legais. Estão legalmente. Não é só apenas não terem. Então, quando uma pessoa rouba um carro, essa lógica, então, quem rouba um carro é não autorizado possuidor de veículo. Por essa lógica. Não é só. Existem pessoas que se falam têm documentos atrasados ou desatualizados, mas não é isso. Isto aqui são ilegais. Atravessam ilegalmente a fronteira dos Estados Unidos da América. Fogo. É tão difícil perceber isso.
For 6- and 7-figure professionals. Find your perfect job and get paid what you're worth. CareerResumeConsulting.com. Whether you're making 6 figures or not, stay tuned. Turn to the almost but not quite a country of Mexico, the fully digested version of all the garbage they've been feeding the United States since Democrats figured out how to get black people to vote for their own owners. But the best part about this particular fail is that this dull-eyed carbohydrate murderer just mainstream media.
Very dramatic on the border. He said he's not closing the border, he's doing something else.
It will be a statement having to do with the border and having to do with people illegally coming over the border.
Migrants from entering the country. Administration officials and advocates familiar with the proposal told Politico he was referring to asylum changes.
This is a small hardened bead of feces and hemorrhoid blood diseasedly clinging to the gnarled hairs of the hole, sometimes erroneously referred to as the mainstream media. As you just saw and heard, and we're just gonna do a quick rewind here because it's hilarious. This confused-looking balloon at least began with the president in his own words, announcing Politico he
the Undersecretary of
pay for and will never get built. But recuerdes, this isn't just some cookie-cutter American president Mexico is dealing with. This is Donald Trump. And this means that Mexico isn't just going to pay for the wall, they're going to suddenly and terrifyingly have to pay for the wall, or their entire country will finally lose its precarious balance on the sphincter of doom and slip irretrievably into the shithole it has always wanted to be, at which point they'll be paying so much in tariffs that they'll pay for the wall anyway. This is what's known in Mexico as a perder situation, but there's not really much you can do when people this good at losing decide to really put their minds to it. Which is probably why Vicente Fox was so scared he tried to overcompensate for his baby carrot, and definitely why President Donald Trump looks like he's going to do exactly what he's going to do. And Mexico's
all right, everyone.
So you've built a 6 to 7 figure income, a super awesome dunk on Trump, only now, thanks to their myopic, unmatchable levels of stupid, they've essentially paid their own money to produce their own segment that punches their own faces with their own fists. But from where I'm sitting, it was worth it.
I will build a great, great wall, and I will have Mexico pay for that wall. Mark my words. A lot of politicians have said, oh, they're not going to pay. They never read the art of the deal. We lose. We have a trade imbalance with
Mr.
Mexico.
Trump, hold on a second.
John, of $50 billion.
We're at 60.
I said, you're not going to do it. And everybody told me, everybody, this is like the wall. Believe me, we're going to build a wall. Mexico's going to pay for it.
They don't
Rachel
get it, 'cause I'm
Maddow.
a business guy. That's what I do.
It's going to be built. It's going to be paid for by Canada, by the way. It's going to be paid for. Maybe I'll get Canada paid. Going to be paid for by Mexico. The politicians are sharper and shrewder than our politicians. You know, I went to an Ivy League school. I was a good student. Mexico, in some form, and there are many different forms, will reimburse us, whether it's a tax or whether it's a payment. Probably less likely that it's a payment. There will be a payment. It will be in a form, perhaps a complicated form. We're working on a tax reform bill that will reduce our trade deficits, increase American exports, and will generate revenue from Mexico that will pay for the wall if we decide to go that route. We're thinking about building the wall as a solar wall, so it creates energy and pays for itself. What we save on that just with Mexico will pay for the wall many times over. I view that as absolutely Mexico is paying for the wall. And when I said Mexico will pay for the wall in front of thousands
See this, the scale of this and the slope of this. This is at the foot of the Cristo Rey Mountain in really the Rocky Mountains start right across the valley.
In a very illustrative and willful series of misunderstandings and projected outrage, the mainstream media, Democrat politicians, and leftist celebrities are incredibly upset by remarks made by President Donald Trump during a conversation with Fresno County Sheriff Margaret Mims at the California Sanctuary State Roundtable on May 16th, 2018. So, this is what Fresno County Sheriff Margaret Mims said. I give this to you not just for context, but for basic reality as a whole. She said, sheriffs in California are now in an untenable position when it comes to trying to figure out. Now, we have state law, we have federal laws, and here we are stuck in the middle. Sheriffs, especially because most of us run our county jails. When there became a legal challenge to the 48-hour holds for ICE, it was very frustrating for us. So what I did is I invited ICE to put their offices in my jail so they're able to do their work. We didn't have the staffing to be able to help figure out who they wanted to talk to or didn't. I said, come on in, work with our people to keep our community safe. 2 weeks later, Mr. President, Kate Steinle was murdered. Now, talking about criminals here so far. Sheriff Margaret Mims went on to say, now, I wasn't the only sheriff to do that. Sheriff Youngblood did, Sheriff Christensen, and it was perfect because we didn't have to take our time with our staff to do anything. ICE was in there doing their work in a safe, controlled environment. And then the initiatives started happening. The Trust Act, the Truth Act, and finally SB 54, the Values Act. And that is causing us all kinds of turmoil. So here we are, stuck in the middle, trying to decide. We have federal law, we have state law, and that's why I welcomed Attorney General Sessions' lawsuit, because that will provide us the clarity that we need and direction that we need. What do we do? Because here we are. And I appreciated Mr. Homan and ICE. We had a great relationship. We still do. But now ICE is the only law enforcement agency that cannot use our databases to find the bad guys. They cannot come in and talk to people in our jail unless they reach a certain threshold. They can't do all kinds of things that other law enforcement agencies can do, and it's really put us in a very bad position. President Donald Trump said, it's a disgrace, okay? It's a disgrace. And she said, it's a disgrace. She agreed. He then said, and we're suing on that, and we're working hard, and I think it will all come together because people want it to come together. It's so ridiculous. The concept that we're even talking about is ridiculous. We'll take care of it, Margaret. We'll win. Now, Margaret Mims then said, thank you. There could be an MS-13 member I know about. If they don't reach a certain threshold, I cannot tell ICE about it. MS-13, a hideously violent and brutal drug and other criminal organizational gang group. I mean, this is the worst of the worst in many ways. So here we are talking about MS-13. If they don't reach a certain threshold, I cannot tell ICE about it. Donald Trump says, we have people coming into the country or trying to come in, and we're stopping a lot of them, but we're taking people out of the country. You wouldn't believe how bad these people are. These aren't people, these are animals. And we're taking them out of the country at a level and at a rate that's never happened before. And because of the weak laws, they come in fast. We get them, we release them, we get them again, we bring them out. It's crazy. The dumbest laws, as I said before, the dumbest laws on immigration in the world. So we're going to take care of it, Margaret. We'll get it done. So, in the context of the conversation, it's clear to anybody without an agenda that they're talking about a violent group of criminals in the MS-13 gang umbrella. And this is who he's talking about. You wouldn't believe how bad these people are. He's just telling him about an MS-13 gang member, so that's who he's talking about. So let's find out how the mainstream media reacted to this not difficult to figure out context. Well, some feign ignorance and claim that it is uncertain who President Donald Trump is referring to as animals. The commander-in-chief has used the same terminology to describe MS-13 on multiple occasions, right? So if there's doubt, people say, well, maybe he's not talking about MS-13. Okay, well, you'd look it up before. So the Washington Post on July 28, 2017 said, and I quote, in stark language, Trump said, MS-13 members have stabbed, raped, and murdered young people and transformed peaceful parks and beautiful quiet neighborhoods into blood-stained killing fields. He added, they're animals. We cannot tolerate as a society the spilling of innocent, young, wonderful, vibrant people. Now, MS-13, animals. That's the context. Obviously a complete insult to animals who don't generally torture for drug money and profits, but he's referred to MS-13 gang members as animals in the past. So, the narrative, the rolling, pulled pin grenade of liberal faux outrage. The New York Times said, Trump lashed out at undocumented immigrants during a White House meeting calling those trying to breach the country's borders animals. CBS News. These aren't people, these are animals. President Trump used the harsh rhetoric to describe some undocumented immigrants during a California sanctuary state roundtable. So let's say we're talking about all men. And then we're talking about a subsection of men who are rapists. And you say, those men are terrible. Those men are animals. Those men are brutal criminals. Are you saying that all, let's assume you're not a leftist indoctrinated, like all men are rapists kind of person. If you're talking about men as a whole, and then you talk about a subsection of men who are rapists, and you say those men are animals, are you saying all men are animals? Of course not. It's not even complicated. See, the mainstream media really upset that you might collectively judge a group. See, you're only allowed to call all men rapists. You're only allowed to call all white racists. You're only allowed to call all Trump supporters deplorables and Nazis and alt-right members. And you're only ever allowed to refer to all NRA members as terrorists. But by golly, this is just terrible. ABC News said, President Trump refers to some who cross the border illegally as animals, not people. You wouldn't believe how bad these people are. The president was holding a roundtable discussion with California elected officials who oppose the state's sanctuary law. Actually, it's a law that allows you to avoid the law, so it's not a law at all. It's an excuse from a law. It's not obeying the law. It's saying the laws don't apply. I'm still waiting for the sanctuary cities to exist for those who don't want to pay income tax. Is that happening any moment? Well, it's really not. And while it's technically true that he was referring to a subset of criminal aliens, that's kind of important. You know, yesterday, someone was stabbed to death by a few people at a county fair. And if you say the people who stabbed someone at a county fair are murderers, some stabbed someone to death at a county fair, they're murderers, the mainstream media will doubtless then say, you're calling everyone at the county fair a murderer. You're calling a subset of innocent people who went to the county fair murder. I mean, this is like having some crazy bitter ex who willfully misinterprets absolutely everything that you say. And the funny thing is, too, I'm betting the people who write this stuff don't live in the neighborhoods where MS-13 is a force. For those who don't know, MS-13 preys a lot on the poor people and preys a lot on other immigrants because they tend to be kind of in Hispanic neighborhoods. They're not in any of the neighborhoods where these writers are secure. Oddly enough, there's also an MS-13 member nicknamed Animal who recently killed a 15-year-old in Massachusetts, and the lawyer says he should be serving a 30-year prison sentence. CNN said, we're taking people out of the country. You wouldn't believe how bad these people are. These aren't people, these are animals. During a meeting with public officials who oppose California's sanctuary policies, President Trump criticized U.S. immigration laws. Yes, he did. And he was referring to MS-13 members. USA Today, Trump ramps up rhetoric on undocumented immigrants. These aren't people, these are animals. Bloomberg, Trump calls people who cross border illegally animals. And it's like, yes, when they're people who cross the border and they're MS-13 members. That second category is kind of important. NPR, during roundtable, Trump calls some unauthorized immigrants animals. Now I've got that Gowan song stuck in my head. C-SPAN, President Trump during California #Sanctuary Cities Roundtable. These aren't people, these are animals. The Daily Beast, Trump on some deported immigrants. These aren't people, these are animals. Think Progress, Trump did call non-criminal immigrants animals. No, he didn't. And by the way, he's not talking about immigrants. The whole point of sanctuary cities is that you're not a legal immigrant. That's the whole point. Otherwise, you don't have anything to have sanctuary from. You are a criminal alien who has entered the United States illegally, and that's why you need sanctuary. So, there's no... I can't spend the rest of my life like a broken record repeating basic facts to idiots. HuffPost said Trump refers to immigrants as animals again. No. That's not even remotely close. I mean, even by Huffington Post standards, that's pretty bad. I mean, these Newspeak Olympics are really... He's not referring to immigrants. He's referring to MS-13 illegal immigrants. The MS-13 is the key part. They're not referring to immigrants as a whole. I mean, you know, his wife's an immigrant, right? I mean, but illegal immigrant. It's a little bit different, just as a whole. PBS said, in speech slamming California's immigration policies, Trump calls some unauthorized border crossers animals. I'm sorry. Unauthorized border crossers? Criminal aliens. And not only are they coming into the country illegally, but they're also signing up often to try and get access to vote. They're signing up for welfare, so they're basically pillaging and taking money from the taxpayer through the power and force of the government by coming across the border. But this unauthorized border crossers? I mean, do you call someone who rapes a virgin an unauthorized hymen crosser? No, that's a rapist. This is not a shoplifter, it's an undocumented shopper, not a tax evader, just an undocumented taxpayer. And it's like, man, these Newspeak Olympics are just getting... And CNN, this is CNN as well, right? Because CNN is just really hates any kind of dehumanization of people as a whole. One CNN headline has said, white supremacists by default, how ordinary people made Charlottesville possible. And that piece asserts that, and I quote, the tragedy that took place in Charlottesville this month could not have occurred without the tacit acceptance of millions of ordinary law-abiding Americans who helped create such a racially explosive climate. So the subset of Nazis, tiny subset of Nazis in the Charlottesville protest, and the protest was in general about the removal of historical monuments, which is a perfectly valid thing to protest if you care about your history. The tiny subset of really far-right people in that are somehow representative of ordinary people, millions of people all over the place, no matter what, because, dehumanizing entire groups is really terrible. Washington Post, in reference to animals, Trump evokes an ugly history of dehumanization. Vox wrote, Trump on deported immigrants. They're not people, they're animals. See? And I mean, it's like an IQ test. And it's not even a tough IQ test because immigrants don't get deported in the context of this because immigrants are there legally. It's the difference between renting a house and squatting or illegally occupying a house. Now, if you rent the house, as long as you obey the laws and you pay your rent, you get to stay in the house. That's kind of the way it works. If you're squatting there illegally, confusing the two is, well, it's just a piece of rhetoric. Fox went on to say whether President Trump was referring to MS-13 gang members or all deportees is unclear, but he didn't exactly hasten to clarify. Right. Of course he didn't hasten to clarify, because why on earth would you want to play this game where you explain yourself to people who are willfully misunderstanding you? Democracy Now! President Trump calls undocumented immigrants animals. There is no such thing as an undocumented immigrant. If you come into a country legally, then you are an immigrant. If you come into a country illegally, you are a criminal alien. There's no such thing as an undocumented. It's a contradiction in terms and an insult to the people who come in legally. The Root wrote, Trump called undocumented immigrants animals, and that's exactly what he meant, because I can read minds. House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi emerged from her vat of formaldehyde to say, some of us who are attracted to the political arena, to government and public service, believe that we are all God's children. There is a spark of divinity among every person on earth, and we all have to recognize that as we respect the dignity and worth of every person, so when the President of the United States says about undocumented immigrants, these aren't people, these are animals, you have to wonder, does he not believe in the spark of divinity, the dignity and worth of every person? Every day that you think you've seen it all, along comes another manifestation of why their policies are so inhumane. And the violin swelled in the background, and she wiped away a tear of rampant sophistic sentimentality. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, I'm not even going to say which party these guys are all affiliated with. I think we know. When all of our great-great-grandparents came to America, they weren't animals, and these people aren't either. Wait, so Chuck, your great-great-grandparents who came to America legally? So you are now comparing your great-great-grandparents to MS-13 gang members. Man, that is one tough granny. Yeah, you go get her dentures and you rub her feet and you massage that oil into her bunions, or she will decapitate you. Man, oh man. Representative Keith Ellison said, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time, said Maya Angelou. He didn't actually refer to Maya Angelou as a former prostitute and noted pimp. He went on to say, how many times does Trump have to tell us that he considers some people to be animals or from shithole countries before we mobilize, organize, and vote him and people who think like him out? Now we'll get to the details of all that before. Senator Dianne Feinstein said, immigrants are not animals. The president's statement was deeply offensive and racist. Immigrants are our family and friends, and they make significant contributions to our country. I think you actually misspoke when you meant to say Democrat voting base. But wait a minute. If he's saying, even if he did say immigrants are animals, why is that racist necessarily? Are you saying that all immigrants are non-whites? Are you saying that there's no such thing as a white immigrant? I mean, just use these words. Let's just throw the racist thing and see if it sticks. It's sad. Just terrible. And it's funny too, right? Representative Keith Ellison, right? When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Well, okay, somebody crosses your border, crosses into your country illegally. Guess what? They're telling you who they are, which is someone with a direct willingness to break the laws of your country, to fasten themselves like a plague of vampiric locusts onto the financial jugular of your closest taxpayer and bleed the country dry of resources. In general. There are exceptions, of course. Not that anybody will listen to that. Why do even explain it myself. You guys know. You guys know what I'm talking about. Oh, sorry. Representative Adam Schiff said, murderers, rapists, and animals, this is how the president views undocumented immigrants. These degrading words are also how despots around the world dehumanize those they persecute. The only protection? A vigilant citizenry and the rule of law. Well, see, here's the thing, Adam, that if it's illegal to do something, the government is going to use force to get you to comply, and they will escalate the use of that force until you comply or die. That's what laws are. I mean, you're kind of a lawmaker. I think you'd know that by now. It's not persecution if something is illegal in a country, and entering into America without documentation is illegal. Without a legally positive reason for being there, without acceptance, without going through customs, it's illegal. I don't know. Persecuting people for disobeying the law. I mean, yes, let's say someone doesn't pay his taxes. He's then going to be charged with tax evasion. Is that persecution? I don't know. The rule of law. The rule of law. Oh, don't you love it when Democrats start talking about the rule of law? You know, like with the Clintons and... Okay, Senator Jeff Merkley said, you can disagree about immigration policies, but it's dangerous and unconscionable to call human beings animals, as Donald Trump did yesterday. This president has a horrific pattern of inflaming hate and dehumanizing minorities. We must all stand up against this bigotry. Oh, come on! Democrats talking to other people about inflaming hate? Let me tell you why people don't like immigration. A lot of people don't like immigration in the West. Because Democrats or the left as a whole bring in a lot of immigrants from other cultures, and then what they say to those immigrants is, white people are hateful racists and you should hate them. And that's really the major problem, is not just the importation of people from other countries and cultures and continents, but inflaming them with anti-white, anti-conservative hatred. That is the major issue. It's not the immigration, it's the weaponization of immigrants against whites and other people who are native to the country. I mean, that is horrendous. And that is the problem. So when the left talks about inflaming hatred, I mean, that's exactly what they're doing, is they're inflaming hatred by willfully mischaracterizing Donald Trump and what he said. California Lieutenant Governor and gubernatorial candidate Gavin Newsom said, today the President of the United States referred to immigrants as animals. Intentionally dehumanizing an entire group of people is something that slave owners and Nazis did. It's the kind of hateful rhetoric that leads to hate crimes and genocides. Yeah, that's not dehumanizing at all. Not dehumanizing at all. To lie, he wasn't referring to immigrants. He wasn't referring to illegal immigrants. He was referring to a subset of illegal immigrants known as MS-13, who are brutal and vicious gang members who rape and torture and murder pretty much at will in certain areas of America. So that is, so he's intentionally dehumanizing. You're dehumanizing Trump right there. And also, when we're talking about slaves and Jews being persecuted by Nazis, do you really want to create a category which includes MS-13, tattooed, blood-soaked, murderous gang members, MS-13, criminal gang members, slaves, and Jews? Is that the little trinity that you want to make up here so that you can win this pathetic little rhetorical battle? Mexico's foreign minister, Luis Videgaray, said President Trump referred to some immigrants, perhaps he had criminal gangs in mind, I don't know, as animals, not as persons. In the opinion of the Mexican government, this is absolutely unacceptable, and we are going to formally communicate this to the U.S. State Department today. So this says that the foreign minister doesn't have any idea that people who cross into America illegally are not immigrants, but criminal aliens. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing that the Mexican government seems to be finally upset about criminal gangs, which seem to pretty much run Mexican society. Former Mexican president, this is amazing. This guy is like literally the horrifying gift that keeps on giving. Vicente Fox Quesada said, Donald Trump, you've got to get your shit together. Migrants are people who have left everything behind, not by choice, to pursue a better life. You must show compassion and humanity. Your golden head and a fucking wall won't stop these people's dreams and hopes. Yeah, there's your compassion and humanity. So the former Mexican president seems to be saying that that the people are fleeing Mexico because it's a crap hole country. They've got to leave everything behind and try and make it to America, because the country that I was in charge of is such a horror show that they're leaving everything behind. They're just running like sailors sprinting off the deck of the Morais Celeste. They've got to get out of this country that I ran into the gutter. Where's your humanity? Hey man, where's your humanity that you didn't create a crap hole country that people have to leave everything behind and flee? Lawrence O'Donnell managed to bat back the internal brain hammering to say, Trump, these aren't people, these are animals. No one would condemn these words more than Jesus Christ. Christians who don't condemn these words don't understand their own religion. Well, let's have a little conversation, Larry, you and I, one day, about Jesus Christ, the money changers, the whips, and the Federal Reserve. Just by the by. New York Times reporter Maggie Haberman. Stop taking calls from her, Donald. She said, seriously asking, what possible context is there that makes Trump, their animals comment from yesterday, more nuanced? MS-13! I don't know. Let's say you were talking about Nazis in 1943. Yeah, the people who were running concentration camps were animals. What context could possibly make that more nuanced? Nazis, 1943, concentration. Okay. All right. Cenk Uygur said, 1. Trump was not clearly referring to MS-13 when he referred to undocumented immigrants as animals. 2. Administration constantly lumping in all immigrants with MS-13 is even more deeply racist. 3. The fascism is worse than the racism. This is how you dehumanize people. I don't know, did he end up acknowledging the Armenian genocide, which could end up having some dehumanizing aspects when you look at it? Millions of Christians killed by Turkish Muslims. Just a wonder, a thought, if dehumanization is so important. And this thing about where you lump in all the immigrants with all the illegal immigrants with the psychotic and evil gang members. That's racist. Are you saying that all immigrants are somehow in the moral category of equivalency with MS-13 members? Everyone has to understand and admit that MS-13 was being talked about right before this comment. So you're saying all immigrants and all criminal aliens are equivalent, and they're all equivalent to MS-13 because that's who he was referring to. Now that's racist. The Guardian reporter Hannah Jane Parkinson said, Trump just verbatim referred to some immigrants as animals. These aren't people, these are animals. Fuck everyone who voted for him and everyone who continues to appease him. CNN pundit Keith Boykin said, Trump referring to human beings as animals is the same dehumanization tactic used by slave traders and slave owners to justify the oppression of black people for hundreds of years. You know what's interesting? Just by the by. The people on the left who refer to dehumanization and slaughters and murders and genocides and so on, do you know what they never talk about? They never talk about communism in Russia. They never talk about Lenin. They never talk about Stalin. They never talk about those people. They never talk about the fact that outside of war, the communist government in Russia killed 20 million of their own people. 1/8 of the entire Russian population, because they were class enemies. You see, class enemies, they never talk about the dehumanization that accompanies class enemies. The kulaks and the bourgeoisie and the reactionaries and the counter-revolutionaries, all the class enemies who were slaughtered by the millions. You never hear the left talking about that. Why? It was a big, big number. We're not even talking about what happened in Chairman Mao's hellscape of China. Never talk about it. You'll see it as we go on. NBC director Ken Olin said, today Trump called illegal immigrants animals And like every loathsome thing this man does, it's not only vile, it's projection. Cornered and terrified, he's viciously lashing out like a feral beast to try and save himself. What an ugly human being he is. And he's going down. So calling someone, like calling violent criminal gang members animals, that's terrible. Calling someone a feral beast and an ugly human, that's not dehumanizing at all. I mean, I don't know, do these people even, is there a third eye? Is there an observing ego that actually looks at what they type and say? And is there any feedback? Allure self-writer Lauren Rankin said, immigrants are animals. Developing nations are shitholes. Muslims are terrorists. Women are fat pigs, and you can grab them by the pussy. But white supremacists are good people. Rhetoric is not an accident. It's a tool of oppression. Actually kind of agree with you there. Let's just run through these. Immigrants are animals? Nope. Was talking about a subset of criminal aliens who are gang members. Developing nations are shitholes? Nah, he may have referred to Haiti as a shithole, but they do eat cookies made out of the earth. Muslims are terrorists? Nope. He said that a lot of terrorists are Muslims. Women are fat pigs? Nope. Never said that about all women. Have you seen his wife? And you can grab them by the pussy? No, he said that some women will let famous men grab them by the pussy. See Schneiderman. So, white supremacists are good people? He never said white supremacists are good people. He said that in Charlottesville, there were some people who were down there protesting the destruction of their monuments and their history, and some people down there were good people, which is a very clear fact. Of course, he would never refer to white supremacists as good people. Yeah, rhetoric is not an accident. It's a tool of oppression. I absolutely agree with that statement. George Takai, I'm not going to imitate him. It's too gross. He said, these aren't people, these are animals. Trump speaking in California about undocumented immigrants. And there you have it. What lies beneath Trump's horrific agenda is the same dehumanizing mentality that has enabled war and genocide. Vote this November to say, no, this cannot stand. This mind reading, like peel the mask off, we're going to see what's underneath. And this weird, it's like they say, white people are just lashing out because they're terrified of losing their power. And Donald Trump is a cornered animal and he's lashing out. And it's like, none of these are arguments. It's just like a weird, I can pass through someone's eyeballs in the little airships of my imagination and peer into the hellscape of their internal motivations with no proof or no evidence. I can just guess their emotional state and their emotional reactions. And that's going to be my rebuttal. Mind reading, still not an argument. Kathy Griffin, moral paradigm that she is. Moral paragon, probably a better way of putting it. I guess both. She said, how the fuck isn't this a breaking news story? The president of the United States calling immigrants animals. He's acting like it's just the criminals, but he really means all immigrants. I am fucking disgusted. But he really means. Thank you, Kathy Newman. Lobster. So what you're saying is, not what you're saying, but what I want you to say, because I'm insane. Got it. Conan O'Brien's psychic Andy Richter said, I'm not going to all caps this in my voice, but he said, yes, he is a dehumanizing bigot monster. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but the moment you call someone a bigot monster, you've just dehumanized them. Like it's the three words, two with hyphens are right next to each other. Dehumanizing bigot monster. Dehumanizing is bad. You're a bigot monster. I don't understand how these people function. Why? He's in the media. He's in entertainment and doesn't really have to function. So, Andy Richter said, yes, he is a dehumanizing bigot monster, but also he has no idea what he's talking about. Him talking about laws is like a chimp talking about brain surgery. Please, someone stop this. I agree. Stop this, because ridiculous analogies, also not an argument. Author and Harvard PhD candidate Clint Smith said, before enslavement, Africans were called apes. Before the Holocaust, Jewish people were called rats. Before the Rwandan genocide, Tutsis were called cockroaches. Calling undocumented people animals, as the president just did, is gravely serious. It's not just an offensive word. See, here again. You never hear that before being starved to death and murdered en masse, Ukrainian farmers were called kulaks. Like, you never hear that. You never hear that before being slaughtered in indiscriminate show trials, people who were competing with Stalin for political power were called counter-revolutionaries or reactionary. You never hear any of the stuff. You never hear about Cambodian killing fields. You never hear about North Korea. You never hear about North Vietnam. You never hear any of this from the left. Tells you all you need to know. California Congressman Eric Swalwell said, if you are a decent person and were in a meeting where real Donald Trump called immigrants animals, you will denounce him now. Otherwise, what makes you any different? Schneiderman? Farrakhan? Anyway. Jesuit priest James Martin said, to be clear, even members of MS-13 are not animals. Every human being has dignity, even the worst criminals, even murderers. The main danger of the animal language is that it begins with criminals and then it is applied to entire classes of people, i.e. migrants, Tutsi, Jews. See, again, you never hear about the class enemies slaughtered by communists and socialists because, well, I think we kind of know. And again, are we put in this category where you put the Tutsis, the Jews, and the migrants in the same category as MS-13? And the other thing, too, like you're a priest, so you got to say glowing things about the soul and so on. Donald Trump is not a priest. He actually has to deal with the real world and consequences and criminality and people being slaughtered in the streets. So, yeah, he won't say a lot about theology. Why don't you shut the hell up about legality? Because it's not your wheelhouse, even remotely. Anna Navarro said, Trump, re-immigrants, Mexicans, rapists and criminals. Haitians have AIDS. Latin countries, shitholes. Africans live in huts. Judge Curiel unqualified because he is Mexican. So unfathomable people assumed he was referring to immigrants when he supposedly called MS-13 animals. Well, we'll get to that in a sec. But, I mean, no, he didn't say Judge Curiel was unqualified because he's Mexican. He said he was unqualified because he was pro-immigration for Mexico and wanted more open borders than was kind of the norm. And anyway. Reason Magazine's Matt Welch said, context is always important, but I don't want U.S. presidents in my lifetime calling any category of humans animals. Yes! Context is important. It kind of fucking is, Matt. Context is important, which means he was just talking with the sheriff about MS-13. So context is kind of important. And again, I would love to know where these people live. Do they live in neighborhoods where you have to deal with MS-13 on a regular basis? Do their children go to neighborhoods, schools where they have to deal with coercive, difficult, violent problems of this nature? Do they even go to schools where there are a lot of illegal immigrants in the school or legal immigrants from Mexico or the Third World? I'd just like to know, because if it's anything like the British people, as Paul Joseph Watson points out, you know, the people who want to open the borders, they live in the most protected, gated, whitest communities known to mankind. So, you know, it's not an argument. I'm just kind of curious. Think Progress founder Judd Legum said, the right is claiming Trump's comments about animals are being taken out of context. What context? The context of repeatedly immigrant bashing and exploiting xenophobia seems to be relevant here. Trump makes no effort to limit his comments to gang members. It's like me saying that the Bible is an atheist document because it says there is no God, because I've got my thumb over the part of the text which says the fool in his heart has said there is no God. There is no God. God's an atheist. Mind blown. Oh, it's sad. Oh, this Trump derangement syndrome. It's sad and it's illustrative because this is what they have to do to bash the guy, because they have a tough time, right? I mean, he seems to be succeeding in North Korea. Unemployment is going down. You know, there's tax cuts. There's, you know, jobs are going up, and it's tough. You know, now they've got to jump on language, and I don't know. White House Press Secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Can I tell you, she's actually really good at her job. It's not a fun job. I'd pretty much show up with a flamethrower, but that's why I don't have that job, and that's why they keep me confined in the glacial bubble of this studio. So, White House Press Secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders baked a pie and said on May 16, 2018, the president was very clearly referring to MS-13 gang members who enter the country illegally and whose deportations are hamstrung by our laws. This is one of the most vicious and deadly gangs that operates by the motto of rape, control, and kill. If the media and liberals want to defend MS-13, they're more than welcome to. Actually, I've also heard that the MS-13 motto is Mata, Roba, Viola, Controla. Kill, steal, rape, control. Either way, it's not what you want to see on a dating profile. Again, unless you want to date someone like Schneiderman. And the funny thing is, too, right? Remember the guy earlier was saying, Maya Angelou says, well, people tell you right away who they are. Yep, okay. Rape, control, and kill. They're kind of telling you who they are right away. Should we listen? Yeah, I think we should. Press Secretary Sanders went on to say, frankly, I don't think the term that the president used was strong enough. MS-13 has done heinous acts. It took an animal to stab a man 100 times and decapitate him and rip his heart out. It took an animal to beat a woman, they were sex trafficking, with a bat 28 times, indenting part of her body. And it took an animal to kidnap, drug, and rape a 14-year-old Houston girl. And again, kind of an insult to animals. Okay, dolphins are kind of rapey, but in general, animals don't do that kind of stuff. Certainly don't torture for money, of course, right? She went on to say, frankly, I think that the term animal doesn't go far enough. And I think that the president should continue to use his platform and everything he can do under the law to stop these types of horrible, horrible, disgusting people. Pretty sure she's referring to MS-13, not the media. Pretty sure. Actually, I'm completely sure. President Donald Trump, May 17, 2018, said, well, it has nothing to do with this meeting. I'm referring, and you know I'm referring to the MS-13 gangs that are coming in. I was talking about the MS-13. Also, if you look further onto the tape, you will see that. I'm actually surprised you're asking this question. Most people got it right, but I'm saying the MS-13. We need strong immigration laws. We have the weakest laws in the entire world. We have laws that are laughed at on immigration. So when the MS-13 comes in, when the other gang members come into our country, I refer to them as animals, and guess what? I always will. So, just to, for those who, we've got a whole presentation on this, untruth about Donald Trump, but, Donald Trump said, this is back when he was announcing, he said, when Mexico sends its people, they're not sending the best, they're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crimes, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people. But I speak to border guards, and they're telling us what we're getting, right? So he said, yeah, a lot of problems coming across the border. And some are good people, he says. New York Times, Trump's claimed that illegal Mexican immigrants are rapists. Huffington Post, he called Latino immigrants criminals and rapists. Washington, when he's talking about Mexico sending their people, I don't know, I can't read the guy's mind, but certainly Mexico benefits from illegal immigrants coming across into America because illegal immigrants get a lot of benefits and so on, and they send a lot of that money back to Mexico, where the Mexican government gets income, gets money coming into the country without having to provide services because they're being mostly forcibly paid for by the U.S. taxpayer. So, Washington Post said he referred to Mexicans as rapists. No. See, he's talking about illegal immigrants. See, here's a clue as to what he's talking about. But I speak to border guards, and they're telling us what we're getting. Border guards. See, he didn't say, I speak to immigration officials. He didn't say, I speak to customs officers. I didn't speak to people at airports. Border guards. So he's talking about illegal immigrants, not all Mexicans, and not even all of the illegal immigrants. Anyway, you understand. Time magazine. Trump's comment that Mexican immigrants are rapists. Associated Press, Trump called Mexican immigrants rapists and criminals. LA Times, describing Mexican immigrants as rapists. CBS News, Trump defends calling Mexican immigrants rapists. See, no, you got it all wrong. According to the left, white males are all rapists, but not MS-13 gang members. So regarding immigration and rape, Trump had specifically referenced a Fusion article stating that according to directors of migrant shelters, a staggering 80% of Central American girls and women crossing Mexico en route to the United States are raped along the way. 80%. And he referenced the study. It was very clear. It's well documented. You can disagree with the study, but he was referring to that study, and he wasn't saying that all Mexicans. Anyway, yeah, it's not all Mexicans. You understand. And yes, if 80% of Central American girls and women crossing Mexico en route to the U.S. are being raped along the way, guess what? That's a big problem, and you're bringing those problems into the United States. Comparatively, the non-profit organization Amnesty International has previously estimated that number at 60%, and I quote, "Women and girl migrants, especially those without legal status traveling in remote areas or on trains, are at heightened risk of sexual violence at the hands of criminal gangs, people traffickers, other migrants, or corrupt officials." This is from the 2010 Amnesty International report. So, I mean, yeah, this is nothing new. This is just the dividing and dehumanizing and setting groups against each other and so on. So, I mean, it is amazing. Just look at this last week or two, right? The Democrats on the left have sided with North Korea. They've sided with Hamas terrorists, and now they're siding with MS-13. And people wonder why Trump won, and people wonder why there's probably not going to be much of a rout of the Republicans in November 2018. And then they say, I wonder why Trump supporters don't trust us. I wonder why America doesn't trust us. Well, because leftists, because Democrats, as Maya Angelou said, when people introduce themselves to you for the first time, they're telling you exactly who they are.
MS-13 is tied to this recent shooting that took place on a subway platform in Queens. Police arrested a 26-year-old man who they said is an MS-13 member after he fatally shot an alleged rival gang member. ICE later confirmed the shooter is undocumented. President Trump mentioned the incident in his third annual State of the Union address.
An MS-13 gang member was taken into custody for a fatal shooting on a subway platform in New York City. But until we secure our border, they're going to keep streaming right back in. Year after year, countless Americans are murdered by criminal, illegal aliens. I've gotten to know many wonderful angel moms and dads and families. No one should ever have to suffer the horrible heartache that they have had to endure.
Experts say MS-13 is most commonly found in Long Island, the Washington, D.C. area, and Los Angeles. MS-13's roots trace back to Los Angeles in the 1970s, when it was founded by Salvadoran refugees. 2 decades later, the gang became so violent that Clinton's administration tried to break it up through deportation. 1,332 MS-13 members were deported in 2018.
Rachel Maddow cried on TV. Surely this means we must erase the borders. There's an audio tape of a kid crying. Let's just get rid of laws. Give me a break. If you really think the left cares about the children and not the raw lust for power, then you're an idiot. They don't care about children being separated from their parents. As soon as Trump passed an executive order stopping that exact thing, they said it wasn't good enough. Aren't you just sick of these phonies constantly trying to claim the moral high ground? Oh yeah, you really care about the children while simultaneously advocating the kidnap and rape of a child, while simultaneously encouraging people to target the children of Border Patrol agents, while simultaneously threatening Donald Trump Jr.'s 4-year-old daughter. Yeah, you really care about the children, don't you? This guy, he really cares about the children. He cares about the children so much, he called up a Republican congressman's office and threatened to kill his children. Oh, you care about the children. You care so much, you're literally trying to end a program that protects these children from sex trafficking. You care about the children so much, you're incentivizing them to make dangerous, daunting journeys where they risk rape and death. 80% of Central American girls are raped, attempting to reach the US. That's what you're incentivizing. That's how much you care about the children. 10,000 of the 12,000 children are sent by their parents. Their parents chose to separate from them long before they reached America. Don't care about that, do you? Oh, but you care about the children being kept in detention cages, except when Obama did it for years, then you didn't give a shit.
And we're just going to show you a few pictures of some of those scenes where these people are being held.
That looks very unorganized.
Reminds me a lot of concentration camps, honestly.
It looks more like a concentration camp to me, the way the kids are being held. Are those handcuffs?
I've worked in education and migration for 2 decades now, and this is fucking bullshit.
What if I told you that those photos are from 2014 when Obama was president?
Yeah, when families were being separated under Obama, didn't care about that, did you?
They were all there in 2014 under President Obama. And my question to you, Senator Baldwin, is did you speak up against them then?
You know, on this issue that, you know,
No, she didn't, because there was no political power to be gained from your fake outrage. Just like you didn't give a shit about Obama drone striking kids all over the world. Oh, but now you've suddenly developed a conscience. Now a Republican's in office. Gee, what a coincidence. But you really care about the children. That's why you were so outraged when Hillary Clinton said the children needed to be sent back.
In southern Mexico, they should be sent back now. Well, they should be sent back. Just because your child gets across the border, that doesn't mean the child gets to stay.
No, that's right. You said absolutely fuck all about it. Just like you said fuck all when Obama said the same thing.
Our message absolutely is don't send your children unaccompanied on trains or through a bunch of smugglers. Do not send your children to the borders. If they do make it, they'll get sent back. More importantly, they may not make it.
Oh, but you really care about the children. You care so much about the children. You demand MS-13 gang members be treated humanely. Animals that routinely massacre children. You care so much. The left really cares about families being separated. I mean, it's not like they sat back for decades and watched families in America fall apart while divorce skyrocketed and broken homes became the norm, is it? Time magazine cares so much about the children, except when it comes to Americans having children, in which case they tell them not to at every available opportunity. And no, this isn't a Nazi policy, you utter simpleton. An Obama-era Ninth Circuit Court decision isn't comparable to one of the biggest mass murderers in human history, you utter clowns. The Nazis separated children from their parents so they could murder them. Pretending that is anything akin to this is an insult to actual Holocaust victims, so shut the fuck up. It's funny, isn't it, how this has played out? It was the Ninth Circuit that ruled it was inhumane to keep kids with their parents. But now the left is saying it's inhumane to separate kids from their parents. So the only solution is to release the parents. Catch and release. Which will coincidentally create the very open border insanity that the left wanted all along, while importing a huge new voting bloc who will later vote for them, while bringing in millions more wage slaves for big business to exploit as cheap labour. Gee, it's almost like they planned it all from the start, and that all this crying and wailing, all this propaganda, all this fake imagery was just a ruse to emotionally manipulate everyone into supporting their real agenda. Surely they wouldn't do that, would they? Surely they wouldn't be that heartless. I mean, it's not like they expressed their desire to see the president's 12-year-old son put in a cage with pedos and raped, is it? This also broadcasts the message that any illegal alien wanting to cross into America just has to bring a kid with them. MS-13? ISIS? Come on in! Putting the kid at risk of death, rape, and sex trafficking.
We don't even know how many of these kids don't make it and may have been waylaid into sex trafficking or killed.
Because the left really cares about the children. At least Canada cares about the children. As Trudeau said, this is not the way we do things in Canada. Except that it is.
But Paul, there was a kid on tape crying. Rachel Maddow cried on TV.
Just
14 heartbreaking photos that will make you say, fuck having borders and law and shit. Here's the bottom line. Trump knows what's happening in Europe. He's seen the surge in violent crime, the murders, the rapes, the ghettoization, and he's standing up against an onslaught of faux outrage and contrived virtue signalling from a deluge of morons who would quite happily see America turn into a crime-ridden cesspit so long as it satiated their Trump derangement syndrome. Remember, the left wants America to fail. They want the plane to crash, even though they're on it.
I feel like the bottom has to fall out at some point, and by the way, I'm hoping for it, because I think one way you get rid of Trump is a crashing economy, so please, bring on the recession.
So no, the same people who say we should display humanity to MS-13 gang members who rape and kill children don't get to lecture us about humanity towards children. You can argue whether Trump's zero-tolerance policy was implemented badly or not. You can argue about what the real solution should be. But please, save me the sanctimonious moralizing about how much you care about the children. Because I'm not stupid, I wasn't born yesterday, and I'm not buying it. You don't care about the children, you care about power. Raw power, and nothing more. Please click the big red button to subscribe. It really helps me when you do that. And click the bell to allow notifications so you never miss a new video. You know all those concentration camps on the border AOC has been telling us about? Well, she's actually found one. Just look at the raw emotion, the pain, the anguish. Oh, the humanity!
I'll never forget this because it was the moment I saw with my own eyes that the America I love was becoming a nation that steals refugee children from their parents and cages them! I feel her emotions in every single picture, especially the last one. It's pure anger, and how can one not feel anger after seeing what she saw?
Really? So what did she see? Distraught children separated from their parents, Mexican minors left to suffer alone in metal cages, crying kids interned in barbaric concentration camps. Turns out, it was an empty parking lot. Oh, the humanity!
It's pure anger, and how can one not feel anger after seeing what she saw?
I mean, sometimes I get a bit peeved if I see a car parked slightly over the line when there's plenty of room, but pure anger? Not really. Why so serious? I mean, we know AOC is big on the environment. Maybe she was mad at the lack of trees.
I saw with my own eyes that the America I love was becoming a nation that steals refugee children from their parents and cages them.
Yeah, you saw with your own eyes a few bored cops and a few dozen hysterical sanctimonious idiots pretending to cry over nothing for a crass photo op. That's what you saw. Oh, the humanity. I'm just glad that Uncle Joe was there to comfort her. I'm just glad that she was able to visit a Planned Parenthood abortion mill afterwards to cheer herself up. Oh, the humanity. I'm just glad that this photographer and this photographer and this photographer all captured her authentic, in-the-moment, grief-ridden reaction to an empty parking lot in photos that were definitely not staged. This definitely wasn't a photo op attended by over a dozen virtue-signalling celebrities, and it's definitely not a little odd to show up to a protest in the middle of a desert dressed in a pristine white outfit wearing bright red lipstick and a luxury watch, because this definitely wasn't staged.
Oh my gosh, I am so upset. I'm just like, oh, I didn't even know there was gonna be a camera crew here today. You need to let those children go! Oh my gosh, I can't take it. I'm gonna faint. Let those children go!
Did you get that? Did you guys get a picture of that?
Guys, please make sure you get my $1,000 Gucci watch and my designer boots in every shot, okay?
When you're wanting Chick-fil-A really bad and you realise it's a Sunday, when you accidentally step on your dog's foot. After gorging herself on burritos and retried beans, AOC realised she had picked the wrong day to wear white. When you realise the electricity it takes to power waste disposal units means the world's gonna end in 11 years, not 12. When the bread line is too long. Alright, no more boomer memes, I promise. AOC's reaction in these photos is about as authentic as her fake black accent.
Looks like ain't nothing wrong with that.
Not authentic. It's about as authentic as her claim of growing up in the Bronx. When in reality she spent most of her childhood in Yorktown Heights, which is 90% 90% white, not authentic. It's about as authentic as her claim to care about the financial struggles of working-class New Yorkers, when she literally helped cancel a deal that would have brought 25,000 new jobs to New York. Not authentic. It's absolutely crucial for you to help me fight the war on free speech by supporting me via Subscribe Star, link in description, and also signing up for my free newsletter at summit.news/newsletter.
So let's talk about the border crisis in the United States. It begins with an activist organization called Pueblos Sin Fronteras, although the problem is not exclusively with them. They are a trans-border organization made up of human rights defenders of diverse nationality and immigration statuses that promotes accompaniment and humanitarian assistance, leadership development, recognition of human rights, and a coordination of knowing your rights training along migrant routes, as well as monitoring and raising awareness of human rights abuses against migrants and refugees in Mexico and the United States. Our accompaniment does not end at the border. It continues in the immigration detention centers of the United States and communities in Mexico and the US. That is such wonderful intersectional language to say that this is a group of people that help people illegally immigrate from Central America to the United States, against the will of the United States, and also against the will of Mexico, incidentally. They organize caravans. These caravans are things that, here's the 2018 information, refugee caravans. Now, these can have thousands of people on them. They're organized in Mexico and Central America. They are trafficked all the way up through the Americas until they reach the US border, where they are stopped because Donald Trump is not simply allowing them through. Now, as you can see, there are women, children, and families on there, and these journeys are probably not very safe. In fact, this has been brought to dramatic contrast in the last day or so, in fact yesterday I think, where, in fact today this appears to be, where a young father and his toddler daughter were found floating face down in a river. Pretty bad. It's a pretty bad journey. In fact, it's such a bad journey that something like 80% of the Central American women and girls who travel are raped on the journey, not necessarily on the caravans, but at some points in these journeys, because I'm sure that they're not just put on one bus and then sent. At some point, a lot of them are raped, and this has been known for many years. This article's from 2014, and in 2018, a website called Check Your Fact checked this, and they decided this had a verdict of true. This is something that the US, what was the department? I can't remember, the Department of Migration, whatever the US one is, and a White House press briefing, blah, blah, blah. The official information on it is definitely that that's the case. And it seems that everything else it seems that that's the case just generally. I have only seen one article contesting this, and that was from the Washington Post, and I actually don't pay them any money, so I can't see behind their paywall. So I haven't seen anything that's counter to this, and I don't see why I would doubt this, because this wasn't done by Donald Trump's administration. This was done by Fusion, that were a very left-wing organization. And a report from Amnesty International in 2014 said it was 60%. So it could be that it's up, or it could just be these are two different surveys or studies or whatever. And it's not like that there aren't lots of stories to suggest that the journey is very bad. This is an article from 2017. It's a really good investigation into what children, not just men, have to go through to get to the United States border. They call it the Beast, which is essentially riding freight trains. Obviously, this isn't safe in any way, shape, or form. And hundreds, if not thousands, die. But the thing is, we don't know how many are coming, so we don't know how many don't make it. And God only knows what happens to them on the journey. The journey itself is unbelievably difficult, and many people die. And they're not even allowed to be coming. This is illegal immigration. This is not legal. And they're not actually refugees from anywhere, because none of these countries are actually involved in a war. These are people who are coming for the opportunity of a better life, and unfortunately many of them die on the way. So when Donald Trump says that, look, this is a crisis on the US-Mexico border, because in 2018, in response to the Pueblos Sin Fronteras caravan of something like 6,000 people that was trafficked very quickly to this border as well. Again, it seems like the very left-wing activist organizations using intersectional language, intersectional framing, in order to get left-wing activists in the United States on their side, which has obviously worked. It seems that Donald Trump is not wrong when he says that this is a crisis. And we can look at the charts they provide here. Most of them come from Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. Now, these are generally fairly lawless places, but that's a problem with the country itself. There's no running away from it. You have to deal with those problems. You can't say that we're refugees, we're in a war, because you're not in a war. These are things that have to be solved and maybe need outside intervention. I mean, if your country is so lawless, and these are some of the most lawless places on earth, maybe it is worth having some kind of UN intervention in these places or something like that. But anyway, that's a story for another time. The point is, Trump's not wrong when he says that this is a crisis. He wasn't wrong when he started saying this. Of course, because it was Donald Trump saying it. Actually, Trump says there's a border crisis, but actually these immigration detention centres are nearly empty. Look, there's this one here that has 2,000 empty beds in 2 detention centres last week. There is no border crisis, blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm sorry, I don't agree. There is a border crisis, and it looks like Trump has actually got this solved once again. The Democrats should change the loopholes in asylum laws so lives will be saved at our southern border. They said it was not a crisis at the border, it was all just manufactured. Now they admit I was right, but they must do something about it. Fix the laws now. Well, 4D chess wins again, but I don't think there's no question of it that there is a crisis of this. There is 80% of people, women and girls raped. People dying crossing rivers. This is a crisis, and it is being encouraged by a left-wing activist organisation, presumably funded probably with Soares money, who knows? In fact, I'm sure that I've looked into this previously, and we found it was Soares funding it, but I won't worry about that for now. The problem, I think, is the left-wing activists who are encouraging this. Now, Donald Trump is not encouraging this. He is actually trying to get these people to stop taking such a risky journey, which is what his tariffs on Mexico were, which made them fold within like 2 days or something. So he didn't have to continue putting tariffs on Mexican goods. They decided to put 15,000 troops on the US border in order to actually prevent illegal immigrants trying to cross. Now, hopefully word of this gets back to Central America, and they realize that they can't just do that. Maybe, just maybe, we can actually do something for them in their home countries so they're not trying to flee their home countries, because we can't just allow the rest of the world to migrate to our countries where it is safe. It becomes dangerous because these gangs and cartels and all the other problems come with them. We have to solve these problems. You can't just run away from them. And again, the God Emperor wins. It's not just that we're going to build a wall and Mexico's going to pay for it. It's that Mexico will become the wall and they'll pay for it. So yeah, great on Donald Trump, to be honest. He's actually getting it all done. I can't get over it. He's getting the Democrats to admit there is a crisis. He's getting Mexico to patrol the border. And then Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez stomps on in with her socialist Gucci boots and is just like, oh my God. The fact that you keep these illegal immigrants on the border while they're being processed in what we will call detention facilities, which I think is most accurate, they're concentration camps. Alexandria, my dear, these are not concentration camps. Concentration camps are not something that people try to get into. But when people are trying to get into the US, when they're doing this long, arduous, grueling journey in which they're raped and beaten and maybe even nearly killed, some of them are killed, when they get to a detention center where they're given food and clothing and shelter and a bed, they are happy to be there, my love. They are very, very happy that that's what they have, because it's way better than what they had on the way. So you calling them concentration camps is stupid. It's just really, really stupid. And it speaks to your personal privilege. It speaks to the fact that you're not going through what they're going through. And so you wouldn't see going down to what they have as being some kind of privilege. But they do see it as a privilege because of the hardship they endured to get there. They want to get there. They're trying to get to those concentration camps, which makes them the opposite of what actual concentration camps are. You know, the actual concentration camps are actually a way of killing people, Alexandria. They're a way of genociding people or telling them to work serfs, which again is not what the detention centers are doing. They're actually saving lives. It's actually the total opposite point. While these people can be processed, no, they're, let in or sent home, whatever. But the problem, and even people like Andrew Cuomo, governor of New York, is laying into this. Like, listen, you can't just delegitimize the American state in this way. It's not a concentration camp. This is not Nazi Germany, no matter how much you wish it was. Even the sort of corporate centrist Democrats are going after her for this, because essentially you can't just delegitimize the United States as a country and say, well, hey, I want to be a representative in this country. By the way, this country's evil and should probably be abolished, which is really what she's going into there. This is going way too far. The United States is not an evil country for doing this, for maintaining its own border and actually providing some space and shelter for those people who have made the arduous journey, and whether legitimately or not, well, and to be honest, not. Obviously, the Republicans were saying, no, this is not the same as a concentration camp. And she used the term never again, which obviously is a shout out, an implication, and a way of addressing it as a comparison to the Holocaust, which it's obviously not. It's the total opposite of that. But she doesn't care, because she's like, well, I can just say these remarkably inflammatory things and we'll just accept it as true. Now, don't get me wrong, I do much the same thing. I say inflammatory things that the left wingers start shrieking about as well. So I'm not unsympathetic to her doing this as a tactic, but this is legitimately beyond the pale. I mean, this is just wild. This is nonsense. Not one of these people in these detention centers is going to say, oh, basically it feels like the Holocaust. If that was the case, why did you come? Why don't you just ask to be let go so you can go home? They're not prisoners in these camps. I'm sure they can leave them and go back if they want. Although maybe I should have checked that, because maybe they can't. And, of course, left-wing media like NBC News AOC was right to compare Trump's border internment camps to concentration camps. We're debating the description of forced extrajudicial detainment of a rhetorically demonized racial minority in harsh, punitive conditions. No, you're not. They are not rhetorically demonized racial minority. No one is saying that they are bad people for being from Central America. No one's saying that. No one is saying they haven't suffered on the journey, and they are not being given punitive conditions. The conditions are markedly better than the ones they left in every way. Even their homes in these countries, these conditions are better than them, apparently. So don't give me that. And extrajudicial detainment. There's nothing illegal about these internment centers. Like, Obama used these. And there was a previous law that meant that the children had to be split from the parents, because you couldn't leave the parents who had committed a crime with the kids with the parents. And all of this happened under the Democratic Watch. It's just because it was being done by Democrats, nobody cared. Nobody cared until now. Suddenly now they care. And of course, I mean, you've got people like Ilhan Omar. I don't know why her concentration camps comment is so controversial. Of course you don't. Of course you don't. But that's obvious, disingenuous nonsense, because she's an activist in much the same mold as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Then you've got the Holocaust Museum's response, which is, don't be silly. They said concentration camps assured a slave labour supply to help in Nazi war effort, even as the brutality of life in the camps helped assure the ultimate goal of extermination through labour. That is not, I repeat, that is not what is happening at the border internment centres, where people are being processed. They have to be kept somewhere where we figure out who these people are, who the children they've brought with them are, and what's going on with them. Are they criminals? Are they child traffickers? Are they drug traffickers? Who knows? Who knows until you figure out who they are and actually get them processed and into the system. They can't even make their application for asylum until that happens, right? You need to have some kind of bureaucracy involved, unfortunately, because of the risk of these people being, well, frankly, so nefarious, because of the sort of people who are going to take advantage of that. You know, it's so unreal that I have to say all of this. Yes, you have to be careful for the safety of the children that are there. I mean, what if these are all trafficked children? They're like, please, sir, please. I don't speak any English. I can only say this in Spanish, but please, this is not my dad, and he's raped me multiple times on this way. Can you please separate me from this person? But, oh, no, you know, we're separating kids at the border. You just don't know. You just don't know. But obviously, Vox, I'm a Jewish historian. Yes, we should call border detention centres concentration camps. It isn't just accurate, it's necessary. No, it's wild hyperbole. There is not going to be a genocide of Central Americans under Donald Trump. This is not a way of killing them off. This is a way of keeping them safe while we figure out what's going on with them. I say we, while the border agents and whoever is involved with it figure out what to do in line with the law and the process. For the love of God, obviously, the Atlantic as well. Well, AOC's critics are pretending not to know how language works. A lot of it's all based on metaphor. It's a metaphor, says John McWhorter at the Atlantic, a professor at Columbia University. No, she doubled down on this. No, this is just like concentration camps. I mean it. And then she goes and releases a photo set that was apparently taken a year ago of her at a border. And she's really upset. She's screaming, she's crying, she's breaking down. It was obviously staged. The most obviously confected photo op I've ever seen, right? Look at that. Oh, God, she's just there crying. Oh, the poor migrants who are actually glad to have finally arrived at the destination and been given safe harbour because it was really unsafe before then. But look at the tears. I mean, these are real tears, right? Look at this fence, this double-wide, line of reinforced fence. They can't get through. The cops are on the other side. Get out of here. Except, why can't she just walk round this? Like, what? This is just a photo from another angle. And you see the photographers taking photos of her. It's like, yeah. Like, this is obvious nonsense. And the question is, when were these, and the story behind it, this was a year ago these photos were taken, which was never released, when she was just, some aspiring nobody who nobody knew about. Well, okay, if that's the case, why are there multiple photographers taking these photos? How does she have an expensive watch? Why does she have, such nice clothes, nice shoes? What's going on here, right? Look at this face. It's so obviously put on. And like you say, behind, there's nothing in the background. There's not like a bunch of kids who are like, please save us from these evil border patrol guards who are beating us or something. No, this is a staged photo op that she just creates out of nothing. And I bet her followers on Twitter were lapping it up. Absolutely lapping it up. So, I mean, like, the whole thing is it's the Trump administration is doing the right thing. They're actually doing the right thing. They're trying to get Mexico to patrol the border so that people won't just travel using left-wing activist caravans that are being paid for by God knows who in order to undertake an unbelievably dangerous journey in which many of them get raped and killed, only to find they'll have to actually go through due process at the border, may not get entry, etc., because that's the law of the United States. And then you get people like this manipulating it, trying to make political capital off of it constantly in hysterical ways, and I mean genuine hysteria, as if this is real. But it's not. It's not that there are people that it's not like anything the equivalent to the Holocaust, which is what they've been actually saying. And it's just like, look, you must understand how this is just another example of the left getting more radical and appearing more radical. It's not something that's winning over new converts. It's just radicalizing the converts you already have. And it's making you lose the moderates who do not think that the United States is the equivalent to Nazi Germany.
Você conhece a gangue Mara Salvatrucha, conhecida também por MS-13?
Também conhecida como a gangue mais perigosa do mundo.
E o vídeo de hoje então vai ser sobre essa gangue, o que eles fazem, como eles atuam e por que eles são considerados a gangue mais perigosa do mundo.
Mas antes, já sabe, né? Desce a telinha pra baixo e clica no botãozinho vermelho pra se inscrever no canal, tá bom?
Vocês estão vendo que estão saindo vários vídeos, então eu acho que você não quer perder nenhum vídeo aqui do Você Sabia.
E se você é um fodinha, vai deixar logo o seu joinha.
E agora, puxa a vinheta.
A gangue mais perigosa do mundo.
matar, estuprar e controlar. Esse é o lema da gangue Mara Salvatrucha, ou também conhecida como MS-13.
A gangue mais perigosa do mundo foi formada nos anos 80, lá em Los Angeles, Estados Unidos.
O MS-13 é uma gangue formada por imigrantes salvadorenhos, lá de El Salvador, que buscaram refúgio nos Estados Unidos durante a Guerra Civil.
Eles são conhecidos por terríveis atos de violência, atuando em toda a América Central e até mesmo no norte da América.
Para matar e fazer os seus crimes, os membros dessa gangue preferem utilizar machados e facas, pois essas armas tornam a matança mais fria, mais cruel, e os caras dessa gangue preferem isso.
Dar um tiro assim, né?
Isso aí não tem nem graça. Né? Pô, mano, é arma.
O bagulho
é machadada.
Machadada tipo Kratos. Outra coisa muito marcante nos membros dessa gangue são as inúmeras tatuagens em seus rostos. Símbolos, marcas, até mesmo o próprio nome da facção tatuado na cara, tudo pra amedrontar, passar um medo, sabe? Pessoa estranha, medonha.
Sim, e também sinal de lealdade entre os membros da gangue, né? Pra marcar que eu realmente faço parte dessa parada aqui. E em pouco tempo em que essa gangue foi criada, ela já se tornou ameaça internacional.
Alerta vermelho. Como são os membros da gangue?
Como já falamos, os membros da gangue MS são totalmente tatuados.
As tatuagens contam histórias e crimes, e também servem como lealdade à gangue.
Existem vários tipos de tatuagem para provar a sua aliança com a gangue. Uma das mais populares é o chifre do diabo.
E outra coisa muito importante para eles é o número 13.
Que além de ser um número mágico para eles, também está presente em suas tatuagens. Ou em forma de número, ou por exemplo, número 6 e 7 que somado dá 13. Eles adoram coisas que remetem ao número 13.
Capaz de o cara ir lá e tatuar
13 linhas.
Foices, tá? 13 espada, tudo é 13, tá ligado?
Ou tatuar, sei lá, 6 animais e 7 outras coisas.
E mesmo eles sendo sanguinários e cruéis, o sinal da oração com as mãos tem um significado muito importante pra eles.
Perdoe-me, mãe, por minha vida louca.
Pelo menos, né, eles respeitam a mãe, né? Não dão facada nelas.
E a maioria das tatuagens feitas pelos membros dessa gangue são ligadas a símbolos religiosos, com uma mistura de imagens cristãs e satânicas, pra mostrar a luta entre o bem e o mal dentro de si mesmo. É coisa de louco, né, velho?
Para entrar na gangue não é fácil, e certamente não é para os fracos de coração. É só pra gente cruel e fria.
Para se tornar um homeboy, né, como eles chamam, antes de tudo você tem que matar um membro de uma gangue rival. Aí os membros mais fodões da MS vão votar pra ver se você entra ou não.
Caso você consiga os votos suficientes para entrar, vem a parte 2 do desafio.
Que seria apanhar dos membros da gangue que votaram a favor. E isso durante 13 segundos contados lentamente.
O cara apanha pra provar que o cara é casca grossa. Depois de se tornar um membro, você não pode quebrar nenhuma regra da gangue.
Pequenas violações como ficar bêbado ou sacar uma arma podem levar a surras e torturas graves. Então não é que você entrou no grupo que você pode sair bancando louco, não. Você tem que se comportar, rapaz.
E violações mais sérias, como não proteger as costas de um parceiro, podem levar até a morte do cara.
Ô, louco, então você tem que ficar mais preocupado ainda com a gangue, né, em si. Né?
Você não tem que ser valentão, tá ligado? Você tem que respeitar e
ajudar.
O lance de sacar a arma, né? Tipo, tem uma arma, sou foda, isso aqui. Não.
Você vai trazer perigo às vezes.
Não, você tem que usar a arma só quando você precisa, entendeu? Eles nem gostam de arma. Imagina, você quer dar facada, né?
E existem conspirações dizendo que a MS-13 está totalmente ligada com a Al-Qaeda.
São primos um pouco distantes, mas bem loucos, né?
Tem os mesmos princípios, sei lá.
O MS-13 glorifica a violência acima de tudo e fez de El Salvador a capital com mais assassinatos no mundo.
Mano, esses caras são sanguinários. Se alguém mexer com eles, arranca a cabeça, arranca membro, tá ligado? Tipo, essas coisas tortura. E pra piorar, se você for um membro e fizer uma coisa que eles não gostarem, eles pegam, abrem o cara e deixam aberto igual tapete, mano. Tá ligado? Só a cabeça e o couro. Pra poder servir de exemplo, pra você entrou nessa parada e, mano... Além de tudo que já falamos, a gangue ainda tem controle total de uma prisão em El Salvador. Como assim? Que uma gangue tem controle de uma prisão?
Muito dinheiro, né?
Aí deve mandar só quem eles querem, né, pra ir preso lá.
Senão,
não é uma prisão, tá ligado? É uma prisão que fica na mão de uma facção.
Exato, mas que lá dentro tem droga, tem arma, tem tudo, entendeu? É tipo suave.
Tem até polícia presa.
É, playground deles, entendeu? E essa prisão, galera, é tão pesada e tão temida que os guardas ficam do lado de fora.
Quem manda lá é o MS-13, né? Guarda não tem poder nenhum ali dentro. Prisão em El Salvador.
Essa prisão se chama de Ciudad Barrios, E como já falamos, é totalmente administrada pela gangue MS-13.
E como os guardas não podem entrar lá dentro, a única coisa que o governo faz é manter do lado de fora o exército salvadorenho.
Pra pelo menos, né, evitar que alguém fuja e tal.
Que aconteça a desgraça, né? Porque senão...
Mas lá deve ser a terra deles, né?
Não, lá dentro é eles que mandam, né?
Deles. A gangue comanda essa prisão por 2 motivos. Porque eles não poderiam ser presos junto com outras pessoas. Porque senão os caras do MS-13 matariam os outros.
É um perigo pros outros presos, né? E o segundo motivo é que essa gangue é muito fria, você já sabe disso. Então não seria nada legal ter policiais lá dentro. Porque senão a gangue iria matar todos os policiais. E aí então jogou a prisão pra mão da gangue, né? Vocês se viram, cuida dessa porra aí.
Fica aí dentro.
Fica aí dentro. Não mata outros presidiários, não mata também a polícia e...
Vivem aí.
Fica aí, vai.
É, mó vida lá dentro.
Melhor do que... Oxe, o coração já saiu da sua testa.
Oxe, como?
Ué?
Eu não passei mão, nada.
Se você que salvar o mundo, eu te dou a parte de trás.
Essa prisão foi construída com a capacidade máxima de caber 800 pessoas, só.
Mas desde 2015 a prisão já passou dos 3.000 membros. E aí o bagulho pega fogo, né? Tipo uma cidade, velho. Cidade caótica.
E o engraçado é que lá dentro não é uma prisão comum. É igual aqui fora, entendeu? Lá eles vivem livres lá dentro, vamos dizer assim. Não é aquelas celas, não é...
É como eu falei, né? É uma cidade caótica. Lá tem padeiro, carpinteiro, enfermeiro. E é claro que muitos desses profissionais não são formados, mas mesmo assim... tem.
E às vezes são os próprios criminosos, né, que acabam indo pra lá e viram outra coisa. O cara vira o cara do mercadinho, do contrabando, do cigarro. O outro
cada
cara...
um vai atuar no que sabe fazer de melhor,
ligado?
né?
Mó brisa louca, mano. Nunca quero ir pra esse lugar, cê é louco. Outro grande negócio do MS-13, galera, é o tráfico humano.
Os membros costumam recrutar jovens imigrantes da América Central. Geralmente recrutam mulheres fugitivas e forçam elas a se prostituírem.
E eles também montam casas de prostituição infantil. E já 9 dessas casas foram descobertas. Mas o número de casas que ainda pode existir pode ser muito mais.
E isso tudo é feito pois gera um dinheiro muito fácil para a gangue poder movimentar os seus crimes.
A gangue vai atrás de todo o dinheiro fácil. Seja sequestrando pessoas para a prostituição, seja sequestrando pessoas para vendê-las, seja roubando coisas para vender, seja traficando droga, seja traficando arma. Tudo que é fácil para eles, eles estão dentro.
Vai lá numa gangue rival pequena e mata todo mundo.
Leva tudo embora.
Pega tudo dos caras, E não existe um real líder dessa gangue. Como ela atua internacionalmente, tendo pequenos polos em vários lugares do mundo, em cada canto tem algum criminoso fodão dominando aquela área. Alguns caras já foram presos, mas a gangue continua fortemente. Recentemente nos Estados Unidos, um membro do MS-13 foi acusado de matar um cara brutalmente na rua.
Isso aconteceu lá em Washington, perto de um parque. O homem do MS-13 pegou um cara, esfaqueou ele 100 vezes, arrancou a cabeça dele...
E arrancou o coração também, velho.
Isso tudo, mano, não assim, qualquer dia comum.
Não, ele podia ter matado o cara, mas ele quis fazer desse jeito. E pra piorar, esse membro aí que a gente tá falando, que cometeu esse crime, tinha apenas 19 anos. 19 anos, mas já tinha muita maldade no coração, né, mano?
Devia estar fazendo pra poder entrar, né?
Pra provar, né? Olha aí, começou ruim. Você é louco, sai fora.
Deus me livre.
E o grupo não é formado só de homens, também tem mulheres. Bem pouco, mas tem.
E assim como os homens para entrar na gangue, a mulher tem que fazer vários testes pra poder entrar. E entre um deles é transar com todos os irmãos da gangue.
Nossa, mano, deixa pra lá, velho. Se eu fosse menina, eu não ia querer entrar nessa fita não, sai fora. E caso você entrou e queira sair, mano, desiste. Esquece, velho.
Você fez merda a entrar.
Já era agora.
Você vai virar tapete. Opa.
Vai virar tapete.
A maioria das pessoas que entram na gangue e querem sair, elas saem mortas. Basicamente.
Então, ou você entra, se decidiu entrar, mano... Não, eu acho que você que tá assistindo esse vídeo não vai querer entrar nessa parada, né? Então tá bom, tá tudo
ótimo.
certo.
Só pra saber mesmo dessa gangue.
E hoje em dia, essa gangue já possui mais de 70 mil membros. 70 mil cara louco, tatuado, que mata todo mundo. E aí, mano, o que você tá fazendo? Tira a máscara, velho, você tá mó feio. Ah não, coloca a máscara. Bota de volta.
É o Masca e pondo máscara.
Você é membro da gangue, Mascarinha? Na hora que eu tô falando, você apareceu aqui?
Eu tentei entrar.
Tu aceita mexicanos, latinos, salvadorenhos.
E você não aceitaram você?
Não.
Você tentou entrar?
E a tatuagem, você fez que nem nós?
Eu fiz a do... aqui, ó.
Do chupacu?
Essa daqui é
um pantera negra. Tem 13 caveiras aqui, mano.
É morte. Então, é morte. E assim, então, galera, foi um pouco da gangue mais perigosa do mundo. Se é a gangue mais perigosa do mundo, vocês sabem que tem muita coisa pra ser falado, tem documentário, tem, mano, enfim, é muita coisa. Mas a gente resolveu aqui trazer um pouquinho pra vocês conhecerem e entenderem. E também, se você gosta desse assunto de gangues, dá pra gente fazer um vídeo sobre as 5 ou 10 gangues mais perigosas do mundo.
Espero que tenham gostado então desse vídeo. Se você gostou, deixa o seu like, tá bom?
Deixa o like.
Inscreva-se aqui embaixo se você não é inscrito no canal.
Eu acho que você já deixou o like, né? Você tá vindo o vídeo até o final, não é possível que você já não clicou antes. Mas se você não clicou ainda, deixa agora e segue a gente também nas nossas redes sociais, estão aqui na tela, Lucas Marques, Dani Molo, Você Sabia. Entra lá no meu e comenta Tapete Humano.
Entra lá no meu e comenta 13.
Então é isso, galera. Ficamos por aqui, te vejo amanhã. Isso tudo, pessoal. É nóis. Valeu!
These are the latest deportees arriving back from the US.
Allá está el caballero, ahí le va su maleta.
Many of them are young adult males with no criminal background, picked up straight from manual labor jobs they once worked for minimal wages. But some, like 32-year-old Jose, are gang members.
So what do you think of the Trump policy now? He's deporting Salvadorans. He's really going after MS-13.
Karma's a bitch, and that's coming back, you know? We have done a lot of, I'm not gonna say me personally, but a lot of people in general, you know, have done a lot of hurtful shit to innocent people. And I think that people got tired of it, you know?
Jose joined MS-13 in the US at just 13 years old. He was deported back directly from a US prison. But since he's not wanted for crimes in El Salvador, he's being treated like any other deportee, released back into the streets.
Pase por acá.
He's convinced he'll be killed any day by police or rival gangs, and he thinks his best chance to protect himself is getting straight back into the game.
Once the police find out where I live at, they're gonna come and snatch me, and they're gonna kill me. My friend got sent back 6 months ago, they killed him already. So you putting me in a position that I don't wanna die for no reason, man. So between me and you, who you think gonna go first? You, because I'm gonna pull the trigger, you know?
Jose has good reason to worry, because while the US wants MS-13 gone, the Salvadoran government wants them dead. Inside neighborhoods like this, the police and military are ramping up their hunt for gang members. These patrol units search anyone they find for tattoos or evidence of gang activity.
In which areas do you have gang activity in? Do you also have MS-13 in rural areas too?
Aquí son MS, bien accidentado el terreno, lo que les da a ellos una ventaja en cuanto a poderse esconder de la autoridad.
¡Abra la puerta, pues!
Vale, vamos.
Under the cover of darkness, these joint operations involving hundreds of armed police and elite military units raid the homes of suspected gang members while they're asleep.
¡No lo atrape!
Color en la casa.
¿Cómo es su nombre?
So this is the third suspect that they arrested this evening. It's just the beginning of the night. The police have a list of more than 100 names. That's number 3.
This investigation took 2 months to put together. Local law enforcement was struggling to contain the gang even before the new wave of deportations. MS-13 didn't start in El Salvador. The gang was formed on the streets of Los Angeles in the 1980s by refugees fleeing civil war at home. In the 1990s, many of those gang members were deported back here, where they quickly exploited the power vacuum and took over entire cities and towns like these. Back at the local police headquarters, officers lined up suspected gang members. By daybreak, law enforcement said they'd arrested just over 40 suspects, confiscating a few guns, one vehicle, and a couple $1,000s in cash.
What problems does it create for you when they are shipping back MS-13 members from the USA back to El Salvador?
Sí, se nos complica más porque estos pandilleros vienen a esconderse en diversas ciudades, zonas urbanas, zonas rurales, y vienen ya quizás con un adiestramiento, con unas técnicas diferentes, y podría ser, sí representa un problema, ¿verdad?
The government is fighting back the only way it knows how, locking up suspected gang members in huge numbers and packing them into a prison system already well over capacity. This one outside the country's capital holds hundreds of MS-13 gang members.
Why do you think Donald Trump is targeting MS-13? Why is that happening?
Porque es la que está causando más estragos mundialmente.
Más sanguinaria.
Más que todo. Es la que tiene más, o sea, no piensa si va a dejar en orfandad niños, si va a dejar mujeres viudas, o sea que no piensa nada de eso, ellos solo piensan en destruir nada más.
These guys say they're trying to leave the gang. Some even have an X they've tattooed over their letters to show they're serious.
What happens when you get out? I mean, if you get out and MS guys see that you've crossed out and left the gang, is that a problem?
Pues tratan de hacernos muchas cosas de diferentes maneras, pues, tanto como la familia de uno, como a uno, pero las consecuencias sí son graves, dejarnos de una pandilla, como la muerte.
Outside prison, some former MS-13 members are getting their tattoos removed altogether.
This is MS-13?
El logotipo de la pandilla es una garra. Esto es la seña que se hace la pandilla. Aquí dice Mara, Salvatrucha.
Junior served 14 years inside Zacatraz maximum security prison. Between them, he and his friend Nicole have been shot more than 13 times. They're now living in a halfway house for ex-gang members, and they say that gang members are on the defensive here in El Salvador and back in the United States.
Contacto estoy con un primo que pertenece a la pandilla MS allá en Estados Unidos, y él lo que me dice es de que él tarde o temprano lo van a deportar, o tarde o temprano lo pueden asesinar allá mismo también, porque dice de que ya siente la mayoría de personas allá, los pandilleros andan con temor ya de que el gobierno los ha tirado un plan de como le quisiera, super mano dura también, de que va a endurecer las leyes en contra de ellos. Ya hablan de estar aquí.
Junior and Nicole now go as far as to wear concealer to hide their face tattoos when they leave their home. They're hoping it helps them avoid detection.
Why is deportation not a solution for this problem?
Porque cuando están en el aeropuerto, allí mismo ellos, hay uno de repente a los 4 o 3 días amanecen muertos. Entonces, y lo que está generando así, desestabilizando más el país.
Now, with MS-13 on the run, they're hiding out in rural areas outside cities.
Aquí puro mar, aquí puro estrés, y aquí para allá donde comenzamos nosotros a operarnos.
What would happen if I was going to come in here by myself without even talking to you?
Si viene solo, o lo pueden coronar.
These guys are feeling the crackdown. They're on high alert for police.
Entonces, MS-13 a morir aquí como 13. MS a morir.
These MS-13 gang members go by the names Smiley and Crazy One. They may seem young, but they're deadly.
Puta, miraba, hombre, cuando tuviéramos siempre que matamos, tuviéramos ondas de esas, grabáramos bien recio.
They say the rhetoric from the White House has struck a nerve and warn that the death toll will rise.
Donald Trump right now he's going hard against MS-13. Do you think this is going to work? I mean, sending people back here to El Salvador from the USA, it's going to make the gang weaker?
Hombre, casaca, hombre. Nunca lo va a lograr, ese viejo maricón es casaca. El presidente está arriba de la verga, pues, ¿me entiendes? El maestro está verga, pues. El maestro no sabe con el monstruo que se enfrenta. Porque si él manda 5 para abajo, van 15 para arriba.
How does MS control a neighborhood and you can't even see them?
La onda está que la policía, ¿me entiendes? Así como está organizada, también las pandillas sí están organizadas, ¿me entiendes? Creen que con su inteligencia a nosotros los van a debilitar y lo que están haciendo es dándoles fuerzas para seguir adelante. Porque nosotros poco a poco les vamos viendo sus puntos, donde les podemos caer, donde les podemos...
That's big talk from gang members who have seemingly gone underground. But the fallout of the government's anti-gang crackdown has led to deadly results on the streets. Scenes like these occur nightly. Some of the victims are police, some gang members. Often it's civilians caught in the crossfire. With MS-13 now hunted by the government and rival gangs, there are few places for them to hide. We met back up with Jose at one of the only places he feels safe, a local cemetery near the town where he now lives with his aunt.
So you've been back now, what?
3 days.
What's your biggest fear right now?
My family's safety.
But what's going to happen to them?
Like they hovering in a fugitive, you know. Imagine they go there looking for me and they don't see nothing. They don't see me there. They're gonna take against my family. My friends have just destroyed a lot of people, you know, sometimes innocent people too, so.
And you? Have you done that too? Have you
not
killed
innocent people.
But you've killed people?
I'm not gonna tell you that, but not innocent people, you know. It's me or them, you know. It's kind of when you go to the military, you know, when you tell your commander you don't want to be drafted again, you know. You already have enough wounds, you know.
It's hard to get out.
Impossible.
Hey everybody, it's Ben Molyneux, hope you're doing well. Happy Valentine's Day, February the 14th, 2019. Going to jump straight in to what is going on in American politics at the moment. You really need to keep track of this one. So the Senate, Thursday afternoon, this very afternoon, approved a border security package to try to avert another government shutdown. As you remember, there was one December, January. And the White House is saying that President Trump will lean towards signing it, but he's going to declare a national emergency in order to get the funding that he needs for the wall that he promised, of course, during the campaign on the US-Mexico border. So the timing is this. Until 11:59 p.m. on Friday, lawmakers can get the agreement through both houses of Congress and signed by Trump. Now, if they don't, several cabinet-level departments are going to shut down, and again, hundreds of thousands of federal, let's use the term despite the fact that it probably doesn't match, workers are furloughed, and this could be the second partial government shutdown this year, and it's only mid-February. So Senate Leader Mitch McConnell said, yeah, it's fine for Trump to declare a national emergency to fund the border wall, and this is something that Trump has been hinting at for quite some time. The Democrats of Congress are shocked, outraged, and appalled that Trump might do this. Delaware Senator Chris Coons told Fox News, "It's a terrible idea. We will all live to regret this one." House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, quite a steel-hearted grandma, the Democrat, of course, from California, told reporters the Democrats, quote, "are reviewing our options." So let's put the pause on the panic button and just point out that national emergencies, not wars or natural disasters, but other things that threaten the Republic. The first order was in 1979, national emergencies, and American presidents have declared 58 national emergencies since then. 31 of the 58 are still in effect. And so the country has been basically in various states of emergency for almost 4 decades. Is one more really going to be the end of the world? Well, it will be, of course, for the demographic replacement of existing voters that the Democrats want. Now, George W. Bush declared 13 national emergencies, and Barack Obama declared 12, and most of even Barack Obama's are still in effect. So the idea that this is some sort of dictatorial horror show is ridiculous, because this didn't happen every single time Barack Obama declared a national emergency. So I think finally the actual text of the legislation has been delivered, well over 1,000 pages. And as of yesterday, the House of Representatives still hadn't received the text of the legislation. Republican Maryland Representative Andy Harris told the Daily Caller, "No one has seen the final wording of a long and complicated bill we'll be expected to vote on tomorrow evening. That's no way to run a legislature." Well, it kind of is, if you want to sneak a bunch of crap in there that's going to be buried and unreviewed before the time comes for the vote, right? Republican Study Chairman Mike Johnson also confirmed that, quote, "As of lunch on Wednesday, members of the RSC, and to our knowledge, even members of the conference committee, had not seen the text." He went on to say, "It has been reported that House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer has said, if the bill is dropped today, we will consider it tomorrow. This is reminiscent of the 'you must pass it to find out what is in it' Obamacare debacle. The bill is expected," he said, "to be well over 1,000 pages, and we will potentially have less than 24 hours to digest it." This is absurd. Can you imagine? Imagine you get to university, you're taking an English degree or taking a literature degree, and somebody hands you a copy of the Brothers Karamazov or Atlas Shrugged and says, "The test is tomorrow." You'd be like, what are you, insane? It's far less complicated than these kinds of bills. Now, the Homeland Security Funding Conference Committee said last week that they're getting close to a final border security deal that could be voted on before the February 15th funding deadline. But the Democrats are demanding a lowering of the limit as to how many criminals Immigration and Customs Enforcement should be allowed to detain. So that's not great. Now, of course, Trump initially said Mexico was going to pay for the wall. And then he said it was $25 billion. Now, Mexico, of course, is not paying for the wall. And he said $25 billion. And then it went down to $5.7 billion. And now this agreement is $1.375 billion for 55 miles of new bollard fencing along the U.S.-Mexico border. Now, I'm not sure exactly what bollard fencing is, but I'm pretty positive that it's not the giant Game of Thrones wall that was initially suggested. Fairly sure about that. In fact, in the bill, they use fencing, they use barriers. They don't actually use the word wall. It seems kind of important. So yeah, the White House says that Trump will sign this spending bill to avoid the shutdown, but he's going to declare a border emergency, this sort of emergency decree. Now, the president's approval is required to avoid another government shutdown. He says he's not happy with the compromise, but will probably sign it. We'll see. And Pelosi didn't rule out legal action to block the move of him declaring a national emergency to build a wall. And, here's the number, 1,159-page bill. Dense legalese. And of course, you have to not just know what's in this bill, you have to know every piece of legislation or regulation that this bill affects or replaces or changes. So, I mean, it would take at least a year of heavy study to even get a clue what was going on, and they have 24 hours or so. Now, Nancy Pelosi said that if Trump was going to declare a national emergency, then what's going to happen? She says, well, that would be an end run around the will of the people. You got to admire someone like that. Now, you know what's really an end run, Nancy, around the will of the people? Is importing massive numbers of people who are going to vote for the left and saying that there's no such thing as voter fraud and so on. That's really an end run around the will of the people, but that's not how they're going to frame it for themselves. So Pelosi said, I know the Republicans have some unease about it, no matter what they say, because if the president can declare an emergency on something that he has created as an emergency, an illusion that he wants to convey, just think of what a president with different values can present to the American people. You want to talk about a national emergency? Let's talk about today, the one-year anniversary of another manifestation of the epidemic of gun violence in America. That's a national emergency. Why don't you declare that emergency, Mr. President? I wish you would. But a Democratic president can do that. A Democratic president can declare emergencies as well. So, I mean, that's a good old crinkle-faced mafia threat, which is if you declare this emergency to build the wall, the next Democrat president is going to declare an emergency and impose gun control. Now, I'm no lawyer, but my understanding goes something like this. The access to guns is protected by the Second Amendment in the Constitution. Illegal aliens are not protected by any aspect of the Constitution. In fact, they're supposed to be thrown in jail or ejected from the country. So I don't think it's a real equivalency, and perhaps to the... but it's a great move. It's a great move. Oh, you can get your wall, but we're going to take your guns. Pelosi, so she blasted Trump for making this end run around Congress. End run around Congress. Isn't that terrible? She said the power of the purse, the power to declare war, and of course the responsibility to have oversight. That's really, really important. You know how America never ever goes to war unless Congress declares it. Wait, wasn't the last time 1941 or something like that? So yeah, I mean, it's all a bunch of nonsense, but it's convincing nonsense to the uneducated. Now, Charles Schumer, Senate Minority Leader of New York, blasted the move really harshly. He said declaring a national emergency would be a lawless act, a gross abuse of the power of the presidency, and a desperate attempt to distract from the fact that President Trump broke his core promise to have Mexico pay for the wall. I just think, I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh because it is end of the empire stuff, but nonetheless, a gross abuse of the power of the presidency, unlike, of course, Obama taking over 1/7 of the entire U.S. economy through Obamacare, which appears to be unconstitutional if I remember the last couple of rulings. So, yeah, that's it. A wall, really not such a big deal, taking over 1/7 of the American economy by legislative fiat and lying about it too. Oh, it's going to reduce premiums. Of course, it wasn't ever designed to reduce premiums. So he says, Chuck Schumer says, for the president to declare an emergency now would be an unprecedented subversion of Congress's constitutional prerogative, unlike forcing people to buy things they don't want to under Obamacare. That's totally fine. He said President Trump couldn't convince Mexico, he couldn't convince the American people, he couldn't convince their elected representatives to pay for his ineffective and expensive wall. So now he's trying an end run around Congress in a desperate attempt to put taxpayers on the hook for it. Now, interestingly enough, Charles Schumer has not, to my knowledge, criticized Israel for putting up a wall. America, I believe, funded a wall in Jordan. The EU has funded walls in other places. So, you know, Charles Schumer, I guess, cares quite a bit about Israel, but he's not got round to saying to Israel, well, walls don't work, so why are you building all these walls? Well, we all know the walls do work. Of course they work. It's ridiculous. What do you think keeps your roof up? White House Press Secretary Sarah Sanders said President Trump will sign the government funding bill, and as he has stated before, he will also take other executive action, including a national emergency, to ensure we stop the national security and humanitarian crisis at the border. The president is once again delivering on his promise to build the wall, protect the border, and secure our great country. Well, of course, it is a humanitarian and security crisis at the border. It's completely porous. People are pouring in to the country. 17+% of California's budget is being drained by illegal aliens. I mean, it is a complete catastrophe. 80% of the women are raped along the border crossing. It is a complete catastrophe and the greatest single threat to American security. So, you know, there's trillions of dollars to go and violate national borders in the Middle East, just not any particular money to secure America. So it shows you the priorities, right? So the great tragedy is that some months back, a bipartisan Senate bill offered $1.6 billion for border security. And Trump wanted 200 plus miles, and now he's getting less than $1.4 billion, so it's actually less than what he spurned months before, so that's not really out of the deal magic, right? I mean, the 4D chess is beginning to look a little too 4D and not enough actual 3D. So, yeah, it's rough. I mean, there was this horrible 35-day government shutdown, partial federal shutdown, and it was wretched. And he did, right, January 25th, he backed down, he folded. Public opinion turns against him and the congressional Republicans. He didn't get a penny of the $5.7 billion that he wanted for the wall, and all that happened was a bunch of federal, quote, workers missed paychecks. And Nancy Pelosi came out looking like a champ. So, oh, sorry, it's even worse. So there's legislation and explanatory materials. I bet you they don't explain much. So you put it all together, it's 1,768 pages. But, you know, maybe the margins are very small, maybe the font is very big, but it's a lot. So instead of Mexico paying for the wall or the barriers or the, I don't know what they're doing, like leaning up some tiddlywinks, maybe it's just a row of dominoes at this point, I don't know. But instead of Mexico paying for the wall, the money seems to be coming from funding for immigration and customs enforcement. So that's not what was promised. We'll give you 55 miles of barriers and take the budget from ICE would not have been a very winning campaign slogan. So they say, well, there's improved surveillance equipment, more customs agents, and humanitarian aid for detained immigrants. And the bill, here's the thing too, is that the bill also provides $330 billion to pay for dozens of federal programs for the rest of the year. And what that means, of course, is that the only way to keep the border in public view and so on was to have these shutdowns, to have these crises. And now that the government is funded basically till the end of the year, well, at least 1/4 of the federal agency budgets are funded, then there's not going to be this slowdown, this stop down, and this crisis which brings the border and security and everything, and illegal alien swarming to the forefront. So basically it, right? So, under the committee's proposals, the Democrats and the Republicans have agreed to give enough money for ICE to house 40,520 detainees by the end of the fiscal year, September 30th, I think. Now, the administration requested that ICE have enough money to house 52,000 people, and currently it's 49,057. So they wanted a very small increase from the existing 49,057, which they can fund right now, and instead it's going down 17.4%. Almost the same number as the percentage of California's budget consumed by illegal aliens. So, yeah, ICE is going to come down considerably. I don't know what to say. It's a 20% drop from what they wanted. That's terrible. So in return for cutting funds to ICE, what does Trump get? You get 55 miles of non-concrete fencing in the Rio Grande Valley in eastern Texas. So I'll get some of this from Daniel Horowitz, who should really check. Yep. So it's, I mean, genuinely, it's a complete caving and catastrophe. Now, the deal was not negotiated by Trump, right? I mean, there's a committee that's been negotiating this deal, and the Republicans had Senators Shelby, Capito, Blunt, and Hoeven negotiating on their behalf. And the last three of those have always been fairly staunch supporters of amnesty. Hoeven was the lead sponsor of the 2013 Gang of Eight amnesty bill, the final Senate version. So the Democrats want amnesty. These Republicans seem to be pro-amnesty, or at least significantly pro-amnesty. And so what happens? What's the disagreement? The Democrats want the votes and the welfare dependency, and a lot of the Republicans want cheap voters. In fact, there's also an increase in H-1B visas here, which is a catastrophe for the American worker. Boy, you know, I remember when I was younger, I guess at this point I could say young. When I was younger, oh, you got to be a computer programmer, man. That's, learn to code. That is the path to riches. And then, of course, they just swarm in everyone from the third world, and you get displaced. Oh, also, you know, there's going to be a lot of boomers retiring in the world of academia, so you should really pursue a PhD. And then what happens, of course, is you are a white male, so diversity hires pass you over, and you don't get there, right? So I mean, again, I'm no lawyer. I don't really understand the executive order, right? The national emergency stuff. Why do you need to have a deal tied to it? You could have done that anytime. Well, the big question, of course, is why not get the wall over the first 2 years? Well, Paul Ryan, I don't think, wanted the wall, and did they actually have the 60 votes? I don't know. But if you're going to do this national emergency thing, you could have done that at any particular time. So, I mean, there's lots of other things. This is Daniel Horowitz has some suggestions. Trump should announce through the proper use of the Administrative Procedure Act that he intends to terminate DACA within 90 days. He should designate the Mexican cartels as terror groups and use the DOD assets that his designation frees up to start threatening them. Everybody.
Other ill-mannered comments on my original review. I fixed it now, though, so don't you worry your puffy little nips. But yeah, a big fucking game needed a big fucking world. And in this case, it is the world of Endiness, which, according to Wikipedia, is a geographically diverse land, with each climate zone being home to a different nation. And as someone who has indeed played the game, I can confirm this to be true. You see, there's like this war going on because the nation of Serdio kinda has this asshole emperor who's using the power of dragons to take over the world, and at the same time, our hero Dart is on his way home from a failed revenge quest to kill the black monster who murder-killed his parents that one time. Being quite fond of surprises though, said evil emperor casually destroys Dart's hometown and kidnaps his love interest, and thusly Dart and his friends get ass deep into this war to such a degree that they're actually in way over their heads. I mean, somewhere along the line they uncover that they've inherited some ancient dragoon warrior transforming powers, and that their little story will soon grow to be much bigger than just this stupid war that's going on. Basically, they end up opening a few cans of worms that they maybe shouldn't have opened, especially considering that they're already in as deep. Jokes. Now, despite what it might seem like, the story actually strays pretty fucking far from the box standard JRPG. I am the underdog and I'm going to kill God bullshit you might be used to. I mean, it does use character archetypes, and there's certainly no mistaking that this is a JRPG made in the mid-90s, but it's the amount of shit going on at the same time that makes this story stand out from the crowd. And sure, it's not like it's standing on stilts or anything, but at least Dart's spiky hair raises a few millimeters above your average yobbo. There's just a lot going on, as there's plot twists aplenty, and also because this Legend of the D is bloody rich with lore, which it doesn't cock up by not explaining things properly. Thing is that Dart is certainly not the brightest boy, so everything more or less has to be laid out in front of him as the game continues. And while the writing is about as solid as what you might expect from a game from this era, being that it's a bit hit or miss, at the very least, no one are sick. As far as JRPGs go though, this is a pretty standard one from a gameplay standpoint. So once again, I'll skip the basics and only comment on what the game does to set itself apart. Like, I'm sure everyone would know what I'm talking about when I say that the game is random encounters, turn-based combat, and that there's a world map about which you can walk around and explore freely like it's none of your bit. What? Okay, so
they wanted. That's terrible. So in return for cutting funds to ICE, what does Trump get? You get 55 miles of non-concrete fencing in the Rio Grande Valley in eastern Texas. So I'll get some of this from Daniel Horowitz, who should really check. Yep. So it's, genuinely, it's a complete caving and catastrophe. Now, the deal was not negotiated by Trump, right? There's a committee that's been negotiating this deal, and the Republicans had Senators Shelby, Capito, Blunt, and Hoeven negotiating on their behalf. And the last three of those have always been fairly staunch supporters of amnesty. Hoeven was the lead sponsor of the 2013 Gang of Eight amnesty bill, the final Senate version. So the Democrats want amnesty. These Republicans seem to be pro-amnesty, or at least significantly pro-amnesty. And so what happens? What's the disagreement? The Democrats want the votes and the welfare dependency, and a lot of the Republicans want cheap voters. In fact, there's also an increase in H-1B visas here, which is a catastrophe for the American worker. Boy, I remember when I was younger, I guess at this point I could say young. When I was younger, you got to be a computer programmer, man. That's, learn to code. That is the path to riches. And then, of course, they just swarm in everyone from the third world, and you get displaced. Also, there's going to be a lot of boomers retiring in the world of academia, so you should really pursue a PhD. And then what happens, of course, is you are a white male, so diversity hires pass you over, and you don't get there, right? So, again, I'm no lawyer. I don't really understand the executive order, right? The national emergency stuff. Why do you need to have a deal tied to it? You could have done that anytime. Well, the big question, of course, is why not get the wall over the first 2 years? Well, Paul Ryan, I don't think, wanted the wall, and did they actually have the 60 votes? I don't know. But if you're going to do this national emergency thing, you could have done that at any particular time. So, there's lots of other things. Daniel Horowitz has some suggestions. Trump should announce through the proper use of the Administrative Procedure Act that he intends to terminate DACA within 90 days. He should designate the Mexican cartels as terror groups and use the DOD assets that his designation frees up to start threatening them. Everybody wants all these problems to go away, and they always hope that there's not going to be some horrible confrontation, and at this point, that's really the best that can be hoped for. Now, there's another aspect of this that is particularly problematic, which is that if MS-13 gang members arrive in the U.S. as unaccompanied alien children, well, that's a problem, because this bill that's currently being offered provides a de facto amnesty road for the illegal alien household members of these MS-13 gang members who arrive in the U.S. as unaccompanied alien children. And that is a huge issue. So I'll just read this out. This is from Breitbart. As part of a bipartisan compromise spending package, lawmakers included provisions that prevent federal immigration officials from deporting anyone who has close contact with unaccompanied alien children who are readily resettled throughout the U.S. with so-called sponsors after being trafficked across the southern border. These sponsors are oftentimes illegal alien relatives, in many cases parents of these unaccompanied alien children, or UACs. Federal officials have repeatedly noted how the UAC program has been widely used by the MS-13 gang to import more gang members into the country. Section 224A says that ICE may not remove any sponsor or potential sponsor or member of a household of a UAC. That's de facto sanctuary for anyone near a UAC. It's ridiculous. 30 to 40% of MS-13 arrests have been unaccompanied alien children. The bill is tantamount to an illegal immigration stimulus, de facto amnesty to any sponsor, family member, or potential sponsor of an unaccompanied minor. It's terrible, terrible stuff. So, it does not look like the wall is going to happen, and the only thing I can imagine is either it's, treacherous 30 pieces of socialist silver from the Republican side, or they have certain knowledge that assets are in place, or significant knowledge that assets are in place, that will foment some sort of civil revolt or disobedience, perhaps even revolution, should the war commence. In which case, well, they've just given up, and they've said, well, the Democrats have too much power. So there's not going to be a wall, or at the very best, there's going to be some terrible, rotten wall-ish thing, right? Like some flimsy barriers and something, and then people will just bypass. And then they'll say, we told you the wall was ineffective, and then it'll be tough to resurrect the idea. It's really quite brilliant. Now, the reality is, of course, that the Democrats do have what they want. I really hate inheriting these problems that started long before I was born. 1965 Immigration Act that switched immigration from white Europeans to third worlders who regularly and genuinely and feverishly vote for socialism. And the Democrats have what they want. Everything's in place. They've done the long walk through the institutions. They've taken over the media. They've taken over academia. They have defended their Antifa shock troops to be used to silence anyone. They have infiltrated social media companies. They've just done what they've needed to do. And this is what happens when the great evil that we have to fight is not open immorality. It's not open evil. You can see that, you can fight it. It camouflages or cloaks itself in sentimentality. Don't you care about the poor? Don't you care about the single moms? Don't you care about the children? Right? Now, of course, the left doesn't care about any of these things. They regularly ignore or bypass or cover up the 100 million plus dead killed under communism in the 20th century. So, they don't care about life, but they know other people do care about life, so they wave these pictures of children looking sad and that woman crying on the Time magazine cover up at Trump. And the only way to fight sentimentality is with principles, is with ethics, is with universal morality. The welfare state, yes, it gives money to some poor people, and those poor people are happy, but it is a violation of thou shalt not steal. It's a violation of property rights. And so this is life without morality. It's just power. You say, the Democrats, if they get what they want, they're going to destroy the country. Well, yes. And people who are rational see that and oppose it and wish to stop it. But they're addicted to power, right? They hate Christians. They seem to hate whites these days. And they love power. So they'll just say whatever just to get power. What words do I need to say? What syllables are going to pick the locks of your heart and open you up to remote control? In a movie I just watched last night called A Beautiful Boy, the father, when facing his drug addict, manipulative, horrible son across a diner table, correctly identifies that his son is using emotional terrorism. Emotional terrorism, that's what addicts do. You build a wall, we're going to take your guns. You want to set that precedent. They just lust for power, lust for control. And yeah, it's going to destroy, but addicts destroy things. Addicts break everything. They break people's hearts. They steal, they lie, they manipulate, they cheat, and they know how to play on people's sentimentality. That's what enables addicts. And it's only when the father, watch the movie. I won't say that. So yeah, this is life without morality. This is life without ethics. This is life without the Ten Commandments. This is what it is. It's a Nietzschean will of manipulation, control, brutality, sentimentality. There's no standards. It's just power, just resource acquisition, no matter what, or by any means necessary. Is what the left continually says. Now, the Democrats are no longer representing Americans. They're certainly not representing the 90-10 split historically between whites and blacks in America. They guaranteed the black vote, and Candace Owens is trying to deal with this with hashtag Blexit, BLEXIT, which is really worth checking out. She's doing amazing work on that. But they're not representing the blacks because illegal aliens, particularly Hispanics, of course, as most of them are from the border, are constantly pushing out blacks from their own communities. There's lots of violence between black gangs and Hispanic gangs. And this illegal immigration is continually driving down the wages of the blacks because they're often competing for the same issues. When Eisenhower, I think it was more than 100,000 sort of scooped up and deported in the 1950s illegal aliens, the wages went up for the poorest workers. So they're not the party of whites and blacks. They're not the party of the Republic. They are the party of foreign lawbreakers, right? They're the party of foreigners who are generally criminals because they come into the country illegally. So, they're in search of a dream, you know. Hey, everyone's in search of a dream. I'm in search of a dream called waking up from this nightmare these days. Everyone's in search of well, you see, I don't want to, someone could say, well, I didn't want to pay my tax bill. You see, because I have a dream to open a restaurant. So someone could say, I'm going to rob a bank because I have a dream of starting a daycare and I need my seed money. You can have a dream. How about you don't break the law to pursue your dream? Well, I don't care, right? So the Democrats, it's like an occupying party. They represent foreign lawbreakers. And because that's their avenue of path to power. And this is the thing, too. Like, I mean, I'm sure you're feeling this way, too. Like, I put a lot of energy into elections recently. I put a lot of energy into Brexit. What's happening? Well, I mean, Trump's done some good stuff. Don't get me wrong. I mean, a lot of conservative judges been put into power, which is countering the activist judges of the left. There have been some tax cuts, which I'm sort of half and half about, because if you stimulate the economy without having a border and you have a welfare state, it's like more honey spread around the anthill, right? Just draw more ants, right? I mean, it's having a supercharged economy when you have a porous border and a welfare state is kind of a recipe for disaster. So I'm half and half about all of that. But it's kind of exhausting. It's like that line from The Wall. After all, it's not easy beating your heart against some mad bugger's wall. I mean, you're trying to remote control the government with rhetoric and tweets and articles and speeches. Trying to control the uncontrollable gets kind of exhausting. The government, it seems, is just going to do what it wants. It's not going to do what the people want. I mean, the vast majority of people in the United States and the West as a whole, for decades, have wanted less immigration to no immigration. And what do you get? More and more and more and more and more and more and more. I mean, it literally is like the cows in a farmer's livestock field petitioning the farmer. All the farmer hears is, "Mrr." So, yeah, I'm not feeling particularly positive this Valentine's Day. It's not looking good, my friends. My sense, my instinct, we're not going to make it. Not going to make it this time. Not this cycle of history. We have this incredible opportunity of social media, of this form of communication. And if it hadn't been for computers, the system would have crashed decades ago. But I really don't think we're going to make it. I feel the urge to thank everyone who fought with me on this. But I fear, and we'll find out in the next day or two, but at the moment I fear that all that's left is to document the decline. Well, thank you so much for enjoying this latest Free Domain show on philosophy. And I'm going to be frank and ask you for your help, your support, your encouragement, and your resources. Please like, subscribe, and share, and all of that good stuff to get philosophy out into the world. And also, equally importantly, go to freedomain.com/donate to help out the show, to give me the resources that I need to bring more and better philosophy to an increasingly desperate world. So thank you so much for your support, my friends. freedomain.com/donate.
I feel like I'm at like Six Flags going down a roller coaster. It's that steep, and I don't know how they did it. I don't know how they got that concrete up there and poured it nice so it doesn't slope down, and the wall itself, I mean, doing that on that, and with zero safety incidents. Not one person got injured, not any incidents. And I mean, that's a feat of the construction
way it was done,
crew.
and by the way, it was done overnight. We did it 24 hours a day when it actually started to be built. You saw the cats, and we'll show some of the video as we go on. I mean, you worked almost virtually 24 hours a day at night, had the Klieg lights. It was quite amazing. Let's go back to the process. You get very upset. Brian Kolfage is the founder of We Build the Wall. This is Stephen K. Bannon. I'm fortunate enough to be the chairman of the advisory committee. Been working with Brian now for about 6 months. One of the reasons we came together is when you first started, it turned out that the money you raise, if you had to write a check to the Treasury, it just goes into a general fund. You can't designate, unless it's a national park, you can't designate the money. The money can go to the Washington Monument or others, but if it's for a general issue, you can't say, hey, I want to buy a couple of tanks for the government. So Brian was in a quandary, and he came, and I said, hey, I got an idea. Why don't you just form a company and you put together and you build a wall? And you took to it like that, so it was a great idea. We went back to the GoFundMe people. I thought the GoFundMe people had a reasonable thing that you had to go back to the people to put the money in first. I think we were able to contact, 70% of the people who re-upped with the money. We were able to raise additional money. And then it was pulling the team together. How did you do that?
It was pretty easy because we had we assembled a team that was really motivated and cared about it. They were passionate about it. And it's a team where everyone had their own specialty, and they were experts in their own career field, from legal to political, just media people. Everyone was experts in their own field, and it made everything easy because we all fit into our own role. We all did our own role without needing oversight, and we all were in our own channels, working a parallel path to get this built. And we were a perfect team, and we couldn't have had a better team to get this done. And I couldn't have done this by myself ever. It's impossible to do by myself.
Well, you're a team leader and you're a motivator. I think not just that, you've got a purpose. This purpose, look, building the wall, and particularly, we're kind of like the special forces. You've got big army, you've got the Army Corps of Engineers with the government. Look, all the roadblocks President Trump has had, he's got the Congress fighting him, he's got the media fighting him, he's had the courts fighting him. He's gone. You saw the video the other day. They're out building. It's like the Transcontinental Railroad. They're building now, I think, in Yuma, out in Yuma, Arizona, which is one of the toughest spots out there where people are coming through. So they're building the wall. We're kind of a specialty. We're kind of a specialty operation. We go to places where, quite frankly, it's private land. It's not government land. And the Army Corps of Engineers, for whatever reason, has kind of passed on it. But there's a number of these gnarly spots throughout the southern border that have to be done. And when they tell us it can't be done, that's when we really get determined that it can. How did you come upon this site?
It's just good old-fashioned hard work, boots on the ground, and that's what we were doing. Our whole mission was to get down here, meet with the citizens, meet with Border Patrol, and just network. And old-fashioned networking, going out to dinner with Border Patrol, going out to dinner with citizens, hearing their stories, hearing where the issues were.
When you talk to the citizens, when you hear those stories, what are you hearing?
They're sick of the crime down here. The ones who actually live on the border, not the ones who live close, the ones who live on the border. On the border, Mexico's right there. Those are the people who came to us and said, we have a problem, and we're sick of it. They're sick of leaving their houses open because they have to leave them open because they don't want their windows kicked in or their doors kicked in. It's cheaper to leave their homes unlocked than having to replace a door or replace a window. Landowner here, George, last year bought a barbecue at Home Depot for $400. Within 24 hours, that barbecue was stolen from right over there on this property.
You're going to hear from George later. George was actually building a sustainable energy business and had so many of the parts stolen, etc. He had not had a fence or a wall here. He finally determined that he absolutely needed it. One of the things I think has changed on the border and changed dramatically, and it's really dramatically impacted the people in Mexico, the citizens of that country, are the cartels. I mean, we're talking about a totally different situation. I think that we're more at war, or as much at war with the cartels in northern Mexico as we are with the Taliban in Afghanistan. And Brian served in Iraq. My daughter's a West Point grad. She served in Iraq. I was a naval officer, 40 years ago in the and the Persian Gulf and the North Arabian Sea. So we've been to the Middle East, right? We know the Middle East is a bad neighborhood, got a lot of bad hombres, as they say. But the cartels have totally changed the dynamic here. The horrible crime, and we'll talk in the next couple of days, give you stories of the Border Patrol and other people that are going to be here, and particularly the angel moms and dads that we're bringing in. It's just not the crime. It's you see the rape rooms. You see what they've done to the women that they bring across here. You see the drugs that are coming across. I mean, the United States has got to wake up. These cartels are terrorizing the people in Mexico. They're quite frankly terrorizing the citizens now that are coming up from Central America, and that kind of biblical tragedy that's happening in Central America. They're terrorizing those people. These cartels, this wall is not the final solution, but this wall is the beginning of a solution, right? And the solution is to break the cartels.
I think a good analogy is what I keep hearing is, when you have a leaky hose, you can squeeze one hole off, and the other one's going to leak. But just because that hose is leaking, it doesn't mean you don't fix it. It doesn't mean you don't start somewhere, and this is a start. We're patching that first hole. It's a start. It's a half mile, but this half mile cut off 19 smuggling routes.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the smuggling routes up here. We're going to show some video in the next couple of days, but let's talk about this hill leading up to Mount Cristo Rey. Talk about those crossings of the cartel.
Well, let's start with this. When we first came here, the security teams, they discovered active cartel members armed with AK-47s.
Armed with AK-47s.
Right up this hill on George's property as scouts. Camped out. They could have been here for years, camped out, just running an operation. These guys were above the mountain, or above Border Patrol, looking down at Border Patrol. So they had the advantage on our Border Patrol. And whenever our Border Patrol would leave this area, those scouts up top would signal over to the guys in Mexico, and they would run people right across George's property. And it was like clockwork, they said, the security teams. The security teams went up there with guns. These are ex-military guys. They chased the cartel guys back into Mexico. They held their positions. They didn't give the cartels guys the ability to come back into the U.S. and take over that spot. And they kept them out there. They kept them in Mexico. And then we started building the wall a couple days later.
When you talk to the Border Patrol, how big an issue did they say the cartels have become recently?
Massively. Like, it's out of control. It's exploded exponentially since the human smuggling issue has come into play. They're making just as much money on drugs as they are now human smuggling, or as human smuggling as they are with drugs. And primarily, some of these cartels now, their main focus is on human smuggling because it is so profitable.
Human smuggling and sex trafficking is actually more profitable to the cartels than drug smuggling. And drug smuggling is enormously profitable. These cartels have gotten very powerful. I'd like to tell a story you heard in the opening. In Chicago, the first time since 1929, I think it was, the Chicago Crime Commission named an individual public enemy number one. He was the head of the cartel that controlled this area, the Sinaloa cartel. And the reason was the drug wars in Chicago led to so much murder, so much depravity, so much destroying of families in Chicago, in inner city Chicago, is because of the cartels bringing drugs up I-35, through Texas, I-35, crossing the border, up through I-35, and into Chicago. Okay, here's what we're going to do. By the way, you're here at the Wallathon. The whole purpose of the next couple of days is to get you involved in what we're trying to accomplish. Through social media, through our broadcast, through call-ins. We're trying to make you a part of this. Listen, this is the very beginning. This wall you see and what we're going to talk about is not the final solution for the immigration problem in the United States of America. Everybody knows that. But it's the beginning of a solution. No longer can we just have open borders. You can't do it. And one of the reasons you can't do it, we've got a very dedicated and focused enemy across the border, and that's these cartels. And these cartels, human life means nothing to them. Lives in the United States, lives of the Mexican people, lives of the people in Central America mean nothing to them. You got to break the cartels. The way you break the cartels, step one, build a wall. Shut them down. Make them, force them to try to come in through other methods. Let's go. We got a tote board that keeps a running tote. I'd like to go to Fog City Midge. Fog City Midge is one of the influencers we're going to introduce you to over the next couple of days. We got Fog City Midge, I think, is at the tote board. We're going to toss it to her momentarily. Hey, Midge. Hey, how you doing?
I'm fantastic.
Thank you for. By the way, Fog City Midge, are you from the Bay Area?
I am. I'm from San Francisco, California.
What's this? How's this heat? How are you hanging out with this heat?
I'm not handling it well, but I'm so glad to be here that it doesn't even matter.
What is it? 102 today? Or is it 100? Somebody told me it was 105. How hot?
Gosh, don't tell me that.
I think it's about 100. So.
About 100
More than
today.
that.
It's a dry heat, though. It's a dry heat.
It is. So I'm surviving, but we'll see. We'll see how I am by the end of the day.
So-
this hair might be done.
So how we doing on our tote board?
So I just got an update. This is not yet 100% updated, but so far we've got 87,500, I believe, is the most recent total that I was just handed. And yeah, we're hoping that we get some more donations coming in here soon. We're gonna have this up live, so we're gonna basically be shouting people out, getting excited about what people can donate and how they can contribute to this amazing project.
Okay, remember, all the money you give goes to building the wall, goes to situations like this, and we're going to get more into the construction of what you actually paid for. And we want to make sure all those left-wing journalists that were on Brian Colfax for not building anything, we cordially invite you to come out here to Sunland Park, New Mexico, and we'll actually we'll give you an honorary walk up the 33% grade up to the top of the Mount Cristo Rey. Fog City Midge, thank you very much. We'll toss back to you in a little while.
I'm excited. I feel like we should also take Jim Acosta out here and show him just how peaceful it is,
Wow.
by the wall. That there's no problems, right? You walk around this wall, it's crazy. Like, oh my gosh, there's nothing bad happening here. It's so tranquil because we have a wall, and it's right behind us.
Thank you, Fog City Midge. She's one of the influencers we got here. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
In from San Francisco. Okay, we've got a very special announcement. One of President Trump's earliest donors, one of his biggest supporters, an individual from Florida, has requested to keep his name anonymous. Has been a big supporter of ours from the beginning. He's announced that he's putting out, giving us $100,000 once added to the tote board. He wanted to be the first donor. $100,000 he's donating for the next phase of Build the Wall. And he understands how important this wall is, not just to President Trump, but to the entire country. This wall is absolutely essential for the safety and security, not just of citizens of the United States of America, but the citizens of Mexico and Central America. And so that's why we're so honored to do it. So Midge, you can add $100,000 there from one of the President Trump's earliest donors.
We got $100,000 just now. This is incredible. I mean, this is amazing. If we can keep this up, you guys, we can all go home by the end of the day, but we're going to be here for 3 days anyways. But that's amazing.
It's pretty good.
We got a $100,000 donation. I want to see a few more of those coming in. That's incredible.
Okay, that's Fog City Midge. Brian Colfax is the founder of We Build the Wall. Stephen K. Bannon, I'm the chairman of the advisory committee. We're going to take a short commercial break. We return. Shali Kumar, he is the head of the Hindu Republican Coalition, just had a huge event in Chicago over the weekend about American manufacturing. Shali Kumar joins us live on set next here at We Build the Wall, the Wallathon.
Foreman Mike, We Build the Wall. Construction, Sunland Park, New Mexico. Great state of Texas and Rio Grande River off to our east. We've got a brilliant solution to stop this tragedy at the nation's border with Mexico. We've stopped human trafficking. We've stopped drug trafficking. We've stopped rapes. We have stopped murders. We have shut down 19 cartel footpaths, contributing $100,000 to $200,000 worth of damage to the American public a day. We've increased border activity from 800 people a day to nothing. You know why? Because we built the wall. We built the wall. It's safe, effective, it works. We got to get donations coming in. We need your support. We need to get the base fired up. We got a lot more miles. We gotta get money. We have to keep going. Sponsorships. You can sponsor yourself for a lifetime with a complete bollard pail for $5,000. $5,000. You're going to be engraved your name, your family, your corporation, your division for a lifetime. You'll be gone. It'll still be here. Bollard tubes. Bollard tubes, $1,000. Your imprint forever. American patriotism. If you can't help with that, we can go with the bricks. $100. Put your family's name, your wife, your children, your friends, anybody you want. It's gonna last forever. Go to webuildthewall.us. We gotta have
it. Welcome back to the We Build the Wall Wallathon. Donate now online at www.webuildthewall.us. We need your support to fund our next wall projects and secure our border, because every mile matters. And now, here are your hosts, Stephen K. Bannon.
Hey guys, it is Midge, and I'm here for the Build the Wall Wallathon. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. You guys can go make donations at webuildthewall.us, and we are so excited because we have already raised, this group has already raised $24 million, and today we just raised another close to $200,000. This is pretty incredible. And you guys can also be making donations online. We're going to be having these come in all day. And you guys can be making donations of all sizes. So if you guys want to donate $5, $1, $10, $20, amazing. Anything you guys can contribute, it's great. It's all good. Oh, I just got an update. So the amount we've raised today is $187,000. Now that's on top of the $24 million that we've already raised that has helped to contribute to us building the wall down here. I'm also going to tell you guys a little bit more about other things you can do, you know, like, well, by the way, I just want to say, it is so hot out here, you guys. It is insane. We got, oh my gosh, did we just get another $100,000 donation? It was, is this happening? Wait, we got another $100,000 donation, I believe. This is incredible. I'm sorry, my producers are throwing this at me. This is amazing, you guys. So far today, we have raised close to $300,000. I mean, my mind is blown. My mind is blown on so many levels. Like, this is amazing that all these people have come out here today. I can't believe I'm even thrown in here and I'm doing this, but this is amazing. So we've raised $300,000. And I mean, this is amazing. We've already got $300,000, and you guys at home can contribute as well. We've got, if you guys want to just donate $100, you can get a personalized paver. That's a brick that you put down on the ground. If you guys want to donate $1,000, you get a bollard plaque. So these big American steel poles that we have here are called bollards, and you can personalize those as well as the climbing plates, which are on the top of our wall, and those are $5,000, and those can also be personalized. If you guys want to add your family name, or your pet's name, your kids, your company, anything you guys want to put on them. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything, I don't know, there might be some restrictions, but if you guys want to personalize those, it's a way for you to contribute and to help us make history and help us build this wall. So I recommend everybody who's watching online right now to donate something, whatever you guys can contribute. I mean, this is an amazing cause, and I think it's just incredible that they've already done it. You know, we've already raised $24 million towards this incredible effort, and today we've already raised another $300,000. If we can keep this up, you guys, we can build this wall.
It's Fog City Midge. We really appreciate you bearing with the heat since you come from the Bay Area. That's why we want to make sure there's so much money raised in the first hour that would make it worth your while. Stephen K. Bannon, chairman of the advisory committee. Brian Kofage is the founder and visionary of We Build the Wall. I want to say one thing about the anonymous donation that I forgot to say. The climbing plates are $5,000 a climbing plate. The anonymous donor donated 20 climbing plates in honor of 20 families of angel moms and dads. And so we will be allocating those out. But it's 20 the climbing plates You want to describe the climbing plates about what they actually are?
Yeah, the climbing plates are actually a 5 foot tall piece of steel. So if someone tries to climb up that bollard, they're going to reach that point where they can't climb no more, because a reach of 5 foot, no one has a 5 foot reach with a single arm. So they can't reach up and climb and pull themselves up over. They're just going to be like scratching at it, and they have to go back down.
So these climbing plates are actually put into the the top of the wall. Our anonymous donor from Florida, one of the earliest supporters of President Trump and a big supporter of his wall, has donated 20 climbing plates in honor of Angel Moms and Dads. We're going to have Angel Moms and Dads join us here before this hour is over. But now I want to turn to a very special guest, Shali Kumar. Shali is, people know him in the Trump movement. He's the head of the Hindu Republican Coalition. We had an amazing event in Chicago all day Saturday where the Committee on the Present Danger China did an all-day manufacturing seminar about how the Chinese Communist Party is taking manufacturing jobs from hardworking entrepreneurs and workers. I think we had 1,400 Hindu Americans joined us. Shali, thank you very much for coming for us. And I noticed, Shali, as I've talked to you about Brian and what we've been doing on We Build the Wall, you told us many stories about India, but before we get there, I just want to say that your son, Vikram Kumar, who's the CEO of your companies, right? You've stepped down, because you've stepped down to serve your country.
Actually, I'm the founder of Republican Hindu Coalition, founder of AVG, and founder of NIAPI, and but I'm really retired at this time.
He's retired, but he works 24 hours a day and sleeps. And I have to tell you, it's 102 degrees. And Shali came out. Shali's been with us since early yesterday afternoon. Shali came in honor of President Trump. You got the full President Trump regalia on, the dark blue, beautiful suit, the white shirt, the red tie. He was out here yesterday in 105 degree weather, so thank you. But Shali's son, Vikram, he's the CEO of the companies
now.
That's
right. He's the CEO
in his name,
also.
he's donating $100,000 to build the wall.
That's correct.
Shali, we can't thank you. And I know one of the reasons you wanted to do it, Brian, can you believe this?
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
But a lot of times they say the wall's racist, that this thing's a racist thing, that it's xenophobic, it's nativist. You represent so many Hindu Americans in this country, particularly in your coalition. We had 1,400 on Saturday. But you told me so many stories over the weeks. As I told you, I've been involved in this. You said, hey, my country, India, where I was born, I'm an American now, but where I was born was very affected by walls. You want to tell us those stories?
Yeah. You see, India has natural barriers. Himalayas on one side, and the two seas on the other side. If you look at the map of India, that's you'll see. Only one place in the Himalayas, there is a hole. It's called the Khyber Pass. One hole in the barriers or in the wall, whatever you want to call it. So because of that one hole, Mongol invaders came into the country, and it was a Hindu nation, and it got invaded, and the Hindu nation suffered 700 years of slavery because of that little hole in the wall. So, people, I don't even understand when people say that we should not have the wall or the barriers, whatever you want to call it. All countries are entitled to have border protection. Only those people who are coming through the legal process, they should be allowed in. Here in the history-wise, there was, when it was a Hindu nation, it was different. Then comes Ghazni, then comes Alauddin Khilji, then comes Gauri, then comes all these rulers, and they're brutal. They're brutal to the Hindu Sikh population. The last one of the kings was Aurangzeb. He took pride in burying Hindus and Sikhs in, build a little wall, their own little wall, and bury them in the wall. There was that brutal, killed millions of people there. And then another fact, in terms of barriers, in terms of wall. India got its independence in 1947. So it split into two parts, India and Pakistan. If some of you might have watched the movie Gandhi, you see a line on the border one coming to India, the other one going to Pakistan. Just imagine if there was a barrier. You know how many people died, were massacred because there was no border? 3 million.
Wow.
3 million people died.
I know you're a supporter of President Modi, and President Modi just won a landslide victory. You had a celebration for him on Saturday. Isn't there an issue now between India and Bangladesh on illegal immigration from Bangladesh? The world's media is not really covering it, but isn't something going on?
Big issue. Again, Bangladesh was part of India, so there was no border. There is no, let's say, a wall or a barrier of any kind. So, in the last 10 years, Bangladeshis, 20 million of them, have crossed that border and come
how
into
many?
20 million.
20 million.
20 million have come into.
You're saying illegally?
Illegally cross the border and come in, and that's a huge burden on the Indian government. And in fact, the latest re-elected Home Minister, Amit Shah, he has made a statement. He says, we are not like a dharamshala. Dharamshala means, like an inn where anybody could just come in and whatever they want. So that's ridiculous. And that's a big problem from India as well.
Look, I met you on the campaign in 2016. You're one of President Trump's earliest, most vocal supporters. And you brought in, they say, oh, President Trump just plays to the white working class. You brought in an entire coalition of Hindus that were some of his biggest supporters. I think it's the first time the Hindu population actually voted for a Republican candidate over the Democrat because of what you and the coalition did. But one of the things I remember early on, you were most supportive of his immigration policies and most supportive of building the wall. Why was that?
You see, ability to live in the greatest land, greatest country on this planet and raise a family, it's a privilege granted to you by the citizens of the country. Okay? That is what people forget. We just don't have the right to barge in somebody's home. United States, when collectively, is a home. So you can't have people just barging into somebody's home. That's just immoral. That's wrong. We can't be teaching even the citizens of this world, future citizens of this world, like the kids that come across, the border from Mexico or Guatemala or wherever. We're teaching them, hey, it's good, it's a right thing to do, it's moral thing to do, it's a good thing to do. Just barge into anybody's home, just barge into anybody's country. That's just wrong. We are teaching our kids the wrong things. Kids, not our kids, the kids of the world. All they are human beings. Human values are human values. You cannot teach humans wrong values. And, I came into the country and I had to demonstrate the ability to contribute to the nation. It took me 6 years of being an engineer and an entrepreneur and proving that I can create jobs. Then I get my green card. Another 5 years later, I get my citizenship. That's the most, I think I showed it to you, that's the most prized possession of my life. And then Chicago gave me another big, in a way, surprise, the most outstanding citizen of Chicago. I celebrated, our whole community celebrated this gift, and not a right from the United States.
Shali's very humble. He's done very well. He's one of the one of the most successful entrepreneurs, very wealthy, has done a great job, created value with so many different companies. One of the things people don't know about you is that people who love McDonald's French fries, you're actually one of the original inventors with a team of the French fry computer.
That's right, yeah. So, I'm an engineer, an inventor. This country, United States, my country, gave me the opportunity to invent and invent and invent and invent. So I invented a lot of products, including the French fry computer, then PLS, programmable limit switch, and that changed the way automobiles are manufactured. I hold 20 plus patents So, I love the fact that I invented.
And you came over here virtually with nothing as an engineering student.
Absolutely. Actually, minus $5,000. The story is minus $5,000. I came to the country.
It's one of the great success stories. You saw the entrepreneurs we had on Saturday. We've talked a lot, Shali, about the rule of law. That one of the reasons you were able to do what you've done is patent protection, intellectual property protection, but really the United States represents rule of law to people in third world countries. And one of the reasons you told me that you're so impassioned about the wall is about the rule of law. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. When I say that, you just can't walk into anybody's home. I mean, you just can't possess, not in Hindu culture, not in Christian culture, this is just not a good value to just walk in and take over. I mean, that's just wrong. And it is breaking the law. My proposition, I'm not gonna go that far with you right now, is to have some kind of a mechanism so that the people stay away from the border. They don't come inside the country, because we are so generous people that once you are inside in the country, then another rule applies.
This is the marker that starts. This is mile 1 marker right there. And we'll show that later in our video. All the way, that mile 1 marker, all the way from there, all the way to San Diego. Do you propose that we actually build a wall? Because there's mountain ranges and there's different things. What would you propose?
What I would say, I'm not going to say definitely that I haven't studied the whole thing with respect to the wall, but there definitely should be barriers. That we should have mechanisms that people can't even come close to that wall. Because once again, I say we are such a generous country that once they are on this side, then our Constitution gives too much protection to those people, and they can take you to court and they could claim all kinds of things. And I mean, this is just wrong.
Shali, we're going to ask, if you're around tomorrow, we're going to ask you to rejoin our broadcast tomorrow. We were greatly honored and thankful for the 100,000. Before we lose you, though, 2 things. You're an engineer.
Yes.
And you got here, I know you were blown away about, this was done in 72 hours.
That blows me away. That just blows me away. I want to know really how we did it. 72 hours, God.
72 hours
that's
built
tough. You said there were 200 volunteers.
I think it was 200-man crew. We're going to have construction here.
That?
Well, I think they were, actually, I don't know if they were volunteers.
They were employees.
These were hardcore construction workers.
I see. Okay. Yeah. But they donated their time, and I don't know when it was done. It was pretty hot here.
Oh yeah. It was definitely hot.
If you got, before you
a couple weeks ago.
Before you take off, if you could talk to entrepreneurs out there, of why do you think that they ought to help us in this effort to build the wall, what would you tell the nation?
My plea to the entrepreneurs of the country, all the businessmen, particularly small and medium-sized companies, that we have to have a rule of law. That's just one major thing. We have to have a rule of law, and also this will encourage local employment. That is the employment job creation for American citizens. And we, just as morality, just as an act of morality, we should allow only those people who come here on merit-based. There are lots of categories. There's lots of categories, guys. There is EB1, EB2, EB3, EB4, EB5, and there's all kinds of procedures. Use those procedures. You will get really the talent which you need, not only from the U.S. citizens here, but from the outside. But that process needs to be a legal process, not just barge in.
Shali Kumar is the founder of the Hindu Republican Coalition. He's one of the great entrepreneurs, great inventors in this country, and a terrific guy. He's just donated, his son has, the CEO of his country, Vikram, has just donated $100,000 to build the wall. He's here. He's going to join us tomorrow if we can talk him into staying and make another discussion and a plea to the entrepreneurs of the country to help us out here. This is the We Build the Wall Wallathon. The founder, visionary Brian Kolfage, myself, Stephen K. Bannon. I'm the chairman of the advisory committee. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we've got the owner of the property, the company owns the property. We've got Angel Moms and Dads. We have Tommy Fisher, the head of the construction company that built it. Got Foreman Mike, got John Moran from our board, a whole slate of guests coming up. on the Wallathon as we continue after this short commercial break. Shali, thank you so much for joining us, brother. Really
Thank you for having me here, and it's an honor to meet you.
Thank you.
And
thank you for your donation.
you're running a great initiative. It's a great initiative.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate
Be back in a moment.
Patriots, don't go away. We'll be right back with more from our Wallathon as the tote board totals keep climbing to fund new border wall projects. Donate now, because every mile matters.
Foreman Mike, We Build the Wall Construction. They are real. You've done a great job setting a benchmark. We have to get more donations in. It's really simple. We have 10 more spots to put in place. We've got the people that want to donate the land. We need your help. We need to get donations in. We want to start. You can buy a bollard panel. Put your name on it for eternity because you're not going to last forever. $5,000. Get that credit card out. Go to We Build the Wall US. Get on the phone and call in your order. If you can't do that, buy yourself a bollard tube for $1,000. Put your name, your division, your ship, your friends, your family on there. And if you can't do that, get yourself a brick. It lasts forever as well with your name, your family, your girlfriend, whatever you want to put on it. You need to donate today. You need to donate now. Let's get on the game. America needs you. Get off the couch and let's win.
Hi, I'm Angel Dad Steve Ronnebeck. I'm here in Texas with Angel Mom Marianne Mendoza, and we'd like to let everybody know that this is an amazing thing that's happening. We are going to build the wall. It's amazing what's going on here. I'm excited. I think this is going to be one of the best things that's ever happened to our country. It's going to protect American citizens. Marianne?
I'm so proud to be a part of this team that Brian's been able to pull together. It's people with many talents, people who know what they're doing. And we are going to do what the politicians in D.C. have failed to do, and that's to protect American people. So go, donate, do everything you need to do to become a part of this incredible movement.
This wall is going to happen. We are going to build the wall.
Welcome back to the We Build the Wall Wallathon. Donate now online at www.webuildthewall.us. we need your support to fund our next wall projects and secure our border, because every mile matters. And now,
we are back with the Build the Wall Wallathon, and you guys can donate at webuildthewall.us. And we are here, we've got, I believe we've broken $301,000, which is incredible because we have been here for less than an hour fundraising to raise money so that we can build this wall. This is amazing, you guys. So I think we've got some live updates. I don't really know what's going on entirely. Let me remind you guys though, if you're watching at home, you guys can make a donation. You can donate any amount that you want, that you feel so inclined. We had several people already donate $100,000. This is incredible. But even if you can't, make a huge donation, you guys can be donating $5, $10, $20. $100 will get you a personalized paper, a brick that you can write things on. Oh, we've got some live updates here. We've got $20 from Joanna Huffstuffler, some anonymous donations. If you guys check, your name, we're gonna call you out and give you a shout out if we see it. $100 from Rita Martin. Thank you, Rita, so much for your generous donation. Got another $100 from Anonymous. $100 from James Corbin. $100 from Deb Ode. $50 from Vicky Bostic. So yeah, we have already reached, this is amazing. These are a lot of numbers here for us. We've got 24,160,000. Now, does this include today's numbers as well? No, it doesn't. So this isn't even updating live, but we know that we have already raised over $300,000. And I'm gonna remind everyone that you guys can donate, any amount that you want, as well as, we've got the pavers that are $100 if you want those personalized. You can donate $1,000 to personalize one of these steel bollocks behind me. You can have a family name put on there, your kid's name, cat's name, whatever you want. And also we have the climbing plates. Those are $5,000 and they can be inscribed with the company logo, again, your family name, any message that you want to put on those. And this is a great way to contribute to this project and also leave, a part of a legacy to this wall. So this is really incredible. I don't know where else we are here. I'm just gonna keep talking. But I'm here. You guys might not know this, but this is my first time doing this. And we actually have a guest, so come on up and join me. Hi, who am I speaking with?
Shelly Kumar.
Amazing, nice to meet you. I'm Midge. So can you tell us a little bit about what you do and your sort of what your organization does?
Okay. I am an engineer, inventor, CEO, businessman, but retired. So I'm founder of AVG group of companies. I'm founder of Republican Hindu Coalition, and I'm founder of NAYAPI. So I founded a lot of companies, started a lot of companies, and now they have been turned over to my son, Vikram. His name is Vikram Aditya Kumar, out of Chicago, headquartered in Chicago. We take pride in the fact that we manufacture everything in the United States. We are in an electronics business, and despite the fact that most companies have moved out to China to save costs, and with the Chinese invasion of our manufacturing industry. So, they came into the country in 5 years, they destroyed practically all of the electronics manufacturing industry. But we did not give in, and we stayed on, and we still manufacture. We're just one of the 10 companies left in the United States that manufacture all electronics in the United States.
That is amazing, and I'm so excited to hear that. I want to see more things made in the USA, and it's incredible that you guys are manufacturing electronics. That's not an easy feat.
That's right. So, we are, RSC is a big supporter. The Republican Hindu Coalition that I founded is a big supporter of President Trump. And so in 2016, I ended up heading Trump's Hindu and Indian American campaign. So I headed that campaign. There are roughly 5 million Hindu Americans in the country, out of which about 2.5 million are voters, registered voters. Another 500,000 can be registered because they are qualified to be. And we did a lot. We did a lot in converting those people who just take it for granted that they are going to vote for Democrats, but we made them look at the candidates. What are the qualifications for those candidates? And then on the basis of that, they changed their votes. And we ended up switching over 1 million Hindu American votes in the country from Democrat to Republican.
That is amazing. Oh my gosh. I need to talk to you about how we can do this more ahead of 2020. I want to talk to this guy. Oh my goodness. That's incredible. So thank you so much for doing that. And I also want to know, can I wrap up? Okay, I just wanted to say, I believe that you made a sizable donation. Or
well, I'm not in a position to be able to make the contribution, but my son, Vikramaditya, because, I've sort of retired, so I'm not into the finance or anything like this anymore. So I had to divest and put it in blind trusts and all that in kind of a different position. So it's my son, Vikram, who is also a big supporter of this whole project of having border security. I'm not going to say necessarily the wall, but it's a border security. We believe that...
I got to go back to Steve, but I don't want to...
Okay, all right.
I just want to say thank you so much, Vikram. It's incredible for your donation, and we're going, I believe...
I don't know whether you're going back there or not.
Where I'm going. I'm new to this. All right, we're going back to Steve. Thank you, guys.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fogg City Midge. We appreciate it. Stephen K. Bannon, Chairman of the Advisory Board of We Build the Wall. We're here at the Wallathon. Our visionary and our founder, Brian Kolfage, is to my right. And we've got a very special guest, Brian. I feel like I'm double teamed by Air Force guys right now.
That's right. Slow down. So with me today is George Cudahy. George is the landowner who we first met when we came down here, and he is the president of American Eagle Brick Company. And we couldn't have done this without George, so George, thank you. Fellow airman, thank you for everything. And we're glad we could protect you and your family and get this wall built for you.
Right. If you don't mind, I would like to introduce my wife. I'd like to introduce my wife of 58 years, Birgit, and she went through much of this difficulty as I did, so I think we all owe her a thing.
Right, come up.
And then, okay. Everyone, this is Birgit. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
She's the one that said yes. That's why she's a special guest.
Yeah. Thank you, Birgit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Then I'd like to introduce Jeff Allen, the plant manager. If Jeff is here somewhere.
Jeff, do we have you?
Where's Jeff Allen?
Since George is acting like a typical Air Force colonel, he's taking charge. He's running.
No, well, just a moment. Anyway, then I'll quit. Jeff Allen.
Jeff, are you here? We need Jeff Allen up here.
Happen as the rest of us. Thank you, Jeff Allen.
Look, one thing I want to make sure that George is just not the president and CEO of the American Eagle Brick that was good enough to make a deal with us so that we could actually build the wall here on this property. He will tell you about what went on and about why it was necessary to actually build a wall here. In addition, you're a combat fighter pilot from the Air Force. You have over 100 combat missions in Vietnam and Laos. How many?
186.
186. And you're actually a graduate of the Naval Academy, correct?
Right.
And you're also, I believe, in the Wisconsin Air Hall of Fame.
Yes, Aviation Hall of Fame. Yes.
So George, how does somebody that's a Air Force, Naval Academy grad, fighter pilot, 186 combat missions, Wisconsin Air Hall of Fame, how do you end up in the brick business on the border down here? Not that Sunland Park is not a paradise, but how do you end up And you know, it's only 102 degrees here today, folks. How do you end up owning a brick plant with no wall here on the border of Mexico and New Mexico?
Well, to tell you the truth, I often ask myself that question. All right? I'm not a brick man, I'm an aerospace scientist. And what happened, when I had my last job in England, I came back here to New Mexico because I loved it. And it just happened that I had a friend up in Las Cruces, Al Mayfield, the cousin of the late Bob Mayfield, who owned part of the brick company. He had pledged 1.5 times his interest to guarantee the loan, a massive loan, and he was going to lose his home, his cars, he was going to lose everything, because New Mexico barely had a homestead law. So he asked me to come and look at it. I did. Long story short, I saw it could be a success. We actually acquired the assets in 1990, and it turned out to be a great investment. We paid off all the debt. We bought our partners out. We modernized the plant, and it was going gangbusters, a great profit place, until the market collapsed in 2010. The market collapsed here in El Paso. We were using Houston and Dallas, and we were competing well there. But then the market collapsed, and after a while they decided I'm going to do something else. So we decided to do something much more interesting and fun than making brick.
But why was it now, after all those years having a brick company, when Brian Colfage and Chris Kobach and others approached you, why did you find it necessary today that you thought it was necessary to actually have a wall on your property?
Well, I'd like to give you all a little background. The Department of Homeland Security built a fence wall from the other side of the river from us, 30 miles east of El Paso. And we used to get about maybe 20, 25 people a day on average across our property, fairly mild people. And then to tell you how effective walls are, when they finished the wall west of Mount Cristo Rey here, they focused all these people. We got 100 to 150 people average a day, sometimes up to 400, very nasty people. It got so bad, we were working on a project to convert municipal waste, cow manure, paper, and everything into biodiesel, and we were almost complete. But it got so bad that we had to shut it down. It's somewhat dangerous when we run this thing. We were pretty successful, but we had to shut it down because these people coming over were interfering, and it was very dangerous. So we shut it down, and Jeff and I had to make a decision. Were we going to leave to save for our own security, or we're going to come back and have no plant, or were we going to stay and guard it? We did. Serendipity. We shut it down. All we could do is guard the place, and all of a sudden, we build the wall show up. And I have no idea how that happened, but it did. And just remember in life, opportunities show themselves, grab them. You want me to go on from there?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. When you met Brian, you're a pretty hard-nosed businessman. You're an aerospace engineer. You're a guy that deals in facts. You first met our team. Did you ever envision that this would be built at the quality, and did the team fulfill everything and every obligation they talked to you about?
Well, let me tell you how the decision was made. First of all, we'd been talking to the Department of Homeland Security. This was a high priority, but they said it would never be done. Army Corps of Engineers said they couldn't go up that mountain, etc.
The Army Corps of Engineers told you they couldn't go up this mountain?
They couldn't go up that mountain. So even though it's the highest priority except for South Rio Grande, they didn't think it was going to get done. So these guys come along. I was quite skeptical, as you might imagine. And Brian and sitting over there. And so then they brought in Tommy Fisher. Tommy Fisher came in and told me what he was going to do. I think he became a little more skeptical. But I asked Tommy one question only. Do you know What is this?
Job. Mr. Job?
Job Concrete. Stanley Job. Did he know Stanley Job? Stanley Job has been a friend of mine for 30 years. Stanley Job is the gold standard of good business ethics. He said yes, he did. So I called Stanley Job, talked to Stanley, and Stanley gave Tommy really high marks. So the next thing I did, I got on the phone with Tommy, and I said, Tommy, Stanley gave you good marks. Let's do this job. That was the decision moment to start rebuild the wall.
Has this wall made a difference in the couple of weeks that it's been up?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think a lot of other people are going to tell you all the details of the wall. I'll tell you, it changed. You know, they counted the paths. We had 19 paths coming across our property from Mexico. We had, at the top path, according to the Border Patrol, $100,000 to $200,000 worth of drugs came across onto our property a day. I won't take the time right now to tell you all the terrible things that happened to us, attempting to kill our dog, attempting to get Jeff. I'm 85. It's really sad when we're in America and I have a factory that I cannot walk around my property without being fearful, without being armed. I've had to be armed ever since that invasion started. It became an absolute crisis for us. Now we can talk about a crisis for the nation, and we support all that, but for American Eagle Brick Company, it became a crisis. We could not continue functioning over here 24 hours a day with all this invasion.
Well, I like to point out too, this is someone who's defended our freedom. You know, as a kid, you know, even before I was born, like, you know, you were fighting in Vietnam. You set the path for my generation to have the freedoms today. And you know, I joined the military and the Air Force, and this is a way for us to pay you back for everything you've done for our nation. It's just a small token, but I mean, how can any American not support what's going on down here, what's not going on your property? You shouldn't have to live in fear. No American should have to live in fear, especially not a veteran who's defended so much and put his life on the line for this country. And that just made me mad when I heard your story when we first visited with you and you told me what was going on your property. That's what really kicked me in the butt, and I was like, we got to get this guy a wall. We have to get protection down here because it's your story, and the people of Sunland Park should be rallying around you for protecting not only yourself but protecting the community. I mean, this protects Sunland Park, and I feel Sunland Park, you know, some of these people may have neglected you, and the government may have neglected you over the past decades, but this is a starting point for the American people to start protecting our people again, and we're thankful that it started with you, so thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to say one thing more about the people that did this job. There are 3 people that made this job happen. I'm talking about actually completed the job. Of course, we built the wall, and we built the wall as of now, absolutely completed everything they dedicated to us. That's very important. So if somebody else wants to do this, they can call me and I can tell them how they perform. The other is Tommy Fisher. I've given Tommy Fisher a nickname. I don't know if he'll let me to give it, but Tommy Fisher can do things faster than any of his competition. Tommy Fisher can do things that his competition can't do, and the Army Corps of Engineers said could not be done. Tommy Fisher does this at a higher quality than anybody else. All this steel is American steel, and a special steel that is corrosion resistant. It's good on the Pacific coast probably for 75 years, probably more than 100 years here. And then he does things at a lesser price than anybody can do. So he's a unique individual. He doesn't have competition as far as I'm concerned. He's just fantastic. Then there's Stanley Job of Job Concrete. Stanley Job delivered those 800 trucks at 8 yards a truck on time, all the time, and he got this stuff done. So those 3 people, by the way, Stanley Job, as I told you before, I hold in very high esteem. Now Tommy Fisher fits there, and the people that We Build the Wall fits there. So I thank you all very much.
George, I want to say something as the chairman of the advisory committee, and Brian, I know backs me up on this. We have your back 100%. Any more hassle you have from local state government, we're here from you. You're an American hero. I got to tell you, this country, we owe you, right, for what you did for this country. This is the first start, but anybody tries to hassle you, anybody tries to come after you, any of these liberal lawyer organizations or anything, We'll Build the Wall's got your back.
Well, thank you. I could just tell you they have. And I still don't know what the Sunland Park wants to do with me, but I'm trying to teach them there's a difference between a corporate officer and a corporation and a private individual. They still don't know that. Well, thank you very much.
Colonel George Cudahy, one of the great American heroes, the CEO and president of American Eagle Brick, the property, the company that owns the property here that we built on. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we get back, the one and only Tommy Fisher is going to join us and talk to us about how he led the effort to actually build this wall here. Thank you.
Hold on a second.
Because every mile matters.
Foreman Mike, We Build the Wall Construction. They are real. You've done a great job setting a benchmark. We have to get more donations in. It's really simple. We have 10 more spots to put in place. We've got the people that want to donate the land. We need your help. We need to get donations in. We want to start. You can buy a bollard panel. Put your name on it for eternity because you're not going to last forever. $5,000. Get that credit card out. Go to We Build the Wall US. Get on the phone and call in your order. If you can't do that, buy yourself a bollard tube for $1,000. Put your name, your division, your ship, your friends, your family on there. And if you can't do that, get yourself a brick. It lasts forever as well with your name, your family, your girlfriend, whatever you want to put on it. You need to donate today. You need to donate now. Let's get on the game. America needs you. Get off the couch and let's win.
Hi, I'm Angel Dad Steve Ronnebeck. I'm here in Texas with Angel Mom Mary Ann Mendoza, and we'd like to let everybody know that this is an amazing thing that's happening. We are going to build the wall. It's amazing what's going on here. I'm excited. I think this is going to be one of the best things that's ever happened to our country. It's going to protect American citizens. Mary Ann?
I'm so proud to be a part of this team that Brian's been able to pull together. It's people with many talents, people who know what they're doing, and we are going to do what the politicians in DC have failed to do, and that's to protect American people. So go, donate, do everything you need to do to become a part of this incredible movement.
This wall is going to happen. We are going to build the wall.
Welcome back to the We Build the Wall Wallathon. Donate now online at www.webuildthewall.us. We need your support to fund our next wall projects and secure our border, because every mile matters. And now, here are your hosts, Stephen K. Bannon.
Yeah. Welcome back to We Build the Wall, a Wallathon. We're live in Sunland Park, New Mexico, at the foot of one of, I think, the great engineering projects of recent times. We just heard the Army Corps of Engineers, and I love the Army Corps of Engineers. My daughter is a West Point grad. She's an Army officer. Love the Army Corps of Engineers. But we did hear the owner or the CEO and president said the Army Corps for years said it couldn't be built. I'm here with my my wingman, is the founder, the visionary of We Build the Wall. That would be the one and only Brian Colfage. Brian, did you ever think when you started this 6 months ago that we'd be sitting here today in a telethon, a wall-a-thon, to raise additional money to build more wall? You already completed your first.
I didn't think it was going to happen this fast. And if you would have asked me 7 months ago if we were going to build a wall here, I would have told you you're crazy. And here we are today with this magnificent piece of engineering, and it's all credit to Tommy Fisher and Fisher Industries, what they did.
Look, we just had George Cudahy. Colonel Cudahy is the CEO president of American Eagle Brick. They're the owner of the property, and he told us that the Army Corps of Engineers had told him, DHS had told him that they couldn't build here. We were very fortunate. We've got, as Brian said earlier, we pulled together a team. John Morais, one of the great industrialists from the state of Pennsylvania. John's the head of our construction committee, sat through everything. We got the one and only Tommy Fisher. You probably heard the president talking about him, everybody else talking about him. Tommy, you're getting a lot of shout outs today. When you get a shout out from a guy as tough as John Moran that says, he can't believe how this guy built this and how he built it so quickly. That's a heck of a compliment.
Hey, I really appreciate it, but again, I want to pass it on to just Fisher Industries, the 1,500 guys that work for us, and it's a total team, victory. I've heard my name a lot, and it's really fun to be a coach and that. But when you have a great team and a lot of talented people, it just really came together. And the vertical integration that I've always been telling people is when you sort of do everything yourself somewhat, you sort of can set the standard. Sometimes if you're a GC and you got to sub a lot of stuff, then you're sort of at the mercy of somewhat of the subs. And here we put a great team together where we had, like Job Concrete, which was a valuable supplier, and Nucor, who gave us the bollards in 2 weeks. It's really, in the 25 years I've run Fisher, not just because we're sitting here today, this is probably the greatest project that we've done in the shortest amount of period of time, and we've built $500 million projects. And so, you know what I'm saying, just for the feat that happened. So it's been a pleasure knowing you guys and to get to be part of this, and hopefully we can build a bunch more for you.
But here's you were actually involved in the government process and the bidding process, and you
still are,
and your bid didn't win for the big overall contract. That's kind of one of the ways we got to know you. How did you get this built? I think the question people have, and television doesn't do it justice. It's a 33% rise. That's Mount Cristo Rey, or the beginning of the foothills of Mount Cristo Rey.
Yep.
We literally go from the Rio Grande River, right, the start of the mile marker,
yep.
And this is where the Rio Grande, up until this point, is the border from the Gulf of Mexico to El Paso, Texas. From right here all the way to the Pacific Ocean, you either got to have a wall or some barrier, right? Right here, they said, the Army Corps said, either can't build or no need to build it because it's straight up a mountain of Mount Cristo Rey, which is really the beginning of the Rocky Mountains on the other side of Mount Franklin. How did you, and it was at 72 hours, how long from the Friday you came in till you completed it, how long did it take you, and how did you do it so quickly?
Well, first of all, we came out here, on the 17th after we did our demonstration, and I climbed the mountain with my youngest son myself, so I could look at the grades, and that's one of the talents that we've always had, is moving dirt and visualizing what it looks like, is to take something that's maybe very steep and visualize what it's going to look like. And then our engineers put it together relatively quick, and I got that back to Brian and his team, and we put that together about May 1st. We finally commenced, hey, let's go forward. But that's just one piece, because now you got to grade it. But the other part is we need the steel. And the steel, you can get carbon steel off the shelf. All weathering steel has to come from basically the mills and stuff. So
and why is, for our audience, why is all weathering steel? Why is the steel that's in this wall so important?
Well, I think the biggest thing is if you use carbon steel, even if you're in the desert, when it does rain, water and moisture gets to it, the rust process starts. And why would you spend the American taxpayers' money or donation money on something that you know will rust out in 15 or 20 years? This has been one of my biggest sort of advocates to the Corps, say, come on guys, we're here to protect our country, let's spend a few more cents up front to have the longevity of 70, 80 years. So like all the bridges you'll see, Steve or Brian or John, that are built across America, none of them are built with carbon steel. They're all weathered because, you know, they want them to last.
Right.
You know, the railroad that you see on these tracks here that have been up since 1886, all weathering. You know, it's just a different alloy. Steel's still the same, and then we went one step farther, is instead of making these bollards out of 3/16 thickness, we went to a 1/4 inch to get you 10 more years. So my thing is anytime Fisher builds something, we want to build what we feel the best is and get the most value for your money. So by those guys stepping up and giving us steel in 2 weeks, we started the grading process. So you got the grading out for
Well, I want to talk about the grading process because when John headed up the committee, when I first saw your plan, I said the concept this guy has is really Masada. I mean, it was like that's where the Zionists, you know, the stronghold is. The Romans have got a build, and what they've decided to do is actually you can't build it right to the cliff. You got to grade all the way up. Is that the concept you had, that we got to start at the beginning and we got to bring graders in here for what, a week or 8 days to actually grade this?
Yeah, and just talking to a couple of the agents too when we were all here that first day, they said their biggest problem is they had two decisions to make. You either wait and if someone comes, they got to almost come to you, or you got to try to meet them on foot, which isn't very effective. And so I said, well, if we can grade and build you the road, how much more effective can you be? And they said, very. So when I left here that day, I was hell-bent that we're going to build you the project all the way up and really make this the poster project of what real border security should look like. You know, everyone, there's a lot of different experts, right? There's engineers that are great experts at engineering, but if you don't construct and engineer, how do you know if the engineering works? And that's one thing with Fisher, we do a little bit of both, so we want it to work on both sides and ultimately work for the end customer, which is ultimately our border protection officers that are protecting each and every one of us.
What you talked about, Brian, you might want to mention, there's going to be additional add-ons. We're going to do some cameras. Talk about this is kind of security in depth. That was your concept at the beginning. You want to talk about, it's just not a steel wall. What else are we talking about?
Yeah, so as you can see, you have the concrete access road that comes with it. What you don't see is the fiber optic cables that are buried in the ground that can detect tunnels up to 30 to 40 feet deep, maybe even 50. I'm not going to really say exactly how far.
So hold it, there's fiber optic cable underneath this that can detect if there's any tunneling underneath.
Yep, and it actually can detect our movement as we're sitting here, and it gives the signals, and that's sitting at mid-level, you know, on this project. But the main thing is it can connect up to 10 miles. So one of the biggest things that I saw is a lot of agents spend their time grading the sand, and then the gravel washes out on the dirt roads basically, or the gravel roads. And then if there's ruts and stuff, the agents are less likely to basically patrol, because if you're driving a highway or a dirt road, you'd much rather drive on a highway. No different, they'd rather patrol. But the other part is when you hook the cameras with the electrical to it, I said the days of you dragging the roads looking for footprints are over. We live in the 21st century here. You get active shots just like we're live streaming today. Yeah. The cameras right up there are watching us on this video, and they can see we build the wall right on your shirt, Brian. And so my point being is, if it's proactive, that we can give any potential threats, they can, you know, react in a proactive way and see, and then you got a date stamp. I mean, if you're looking for footprints and wondering if 4 people came or 5 people, why not just have the camera feed? And not only you know it was 1 person or 0 people, like no one's crossed since we built this, and you can see, and the cameras prove it.
Yeah, I think it's also a deterrent. The cartels know it's there. They're 100% avoiding this area. They don't want to be caught on camera, and it's effective.
I agree wholeheartedly, and that's why we really appreciated Build the Wall in setting the standard, because now we've seen in a couple of the recent core jobs, they've copied what you guys have done. Yeah. For the first time, we've saw request for proposal with fiber optic. You know, and what I've tried to preach is let's do it all at once. If you're going to do construction, don't just build the fence and then tear it back up to build the road and tear it back up to do it. Put it all in, have someone who will stand behind it all and get it done.
Right. That's kind of what those rallies did. You know, it's a complete package, multi-tiered system. You can't just have one layer without the other layer. You have to have multiple layers, because ultimately one can be breached, but if you start having these other ones, they're going to deter people. If they're going to slow them down, and eventually they're not even going to want to come because they know they're going to get caught, and that's what we have here.
Okay, I got to ask you two guys, because this was the visionary that got this guy, the chairman of the construction committee, and he's one of the great industrialists in the country, in particular Pennsylvania, and you're chairman of the advisory committee. When you guys came and we had the concept that, hey, we're going to move quick, and here's how quick we're going to move. Tommy's going to come in and do the grading, but on Friday at 5 o'clock, roughly, a Memorial Day weekend, Tommy's going to start bringing in the wall and put it up. And by Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock, we're going to be finished.
Yeah,
we just said this cannot possibly happen. Walk us through how you thought that through and how you actually achieved it. Give or take, I know it took a couple of days because we had some incidents about our permits, but basically you were ready. How did you guys envision that, and how did it happen?
Where do you want to go? You want
Either one.
Well,
First of all, there was such a bold move.
It was very bold, and I think we were all like, can this really be done? You know, can it really be done? We're going to do this. And Tommy set the bar real high, but, you know, when we vetted out what Fisher Industries done, and when we saw their YouTube videos, and Chris went down there and saw everything they had in their factory, and it made sense that they had not only the ability to do it, but they had the willpower. And they believed in what this wall meant. They weren't just slapping up a wall because, yeah, it's a job. They believed in it. And so we realized that, you know, this is obviously going to get done. We knew it was a huge undertaking. And when they deployed in here, it was like a dang army. It's like
no, that's what I'm saying. The cats. We'll show some of the videos later, but this is like a ski slope on the Olympics. When you did it, it was over 72 hours or 90 hours. You were working at night with the Klieg lights, no safety violations, nobody hurt. How did you do that? Because normally these walls are not built at night, and they're not built in a continual process.
Well, one thing Dad taught me from way back is gravity always works. You've got to respect gravity of what you're doing. So in the design, we designed a lot of the material coming downhill, and then understanding how the benches work. So as you went up...
What do you mean by that?
So even though you're going up a 31% grade, like this...
For the audience, how steep is a 31% grade? Enough that the Army Corps said it couldn't be done?
Correct.
How many steel walls are built up 31% grades?
They'll put them in. It takes a very, very long time. I mean, the jobs that we've watched took months, if not years, on it. But the difference is because we can hang 5 panels at a time with one excavator. Every time that we maneuver, we're setting 40 feet at a time. And once we're on a flat bench, correct, in the stripping time, and that's one of the things with our patents that we came up with, no different if we were ever to build a concrete wall for you guys, like maybe on the Rio Grande, and we got some tricks up our sleeve. Hopefully when you raise enough money, we're going to show them how to build in Texas
that
as
when
well.
We raise more money, we got some ideas. Some ideas for Texas.
Correct, and I think it's just beneficial both ways. But once you're on that level pad, is the excavator knows no different if it's hanging on flat ground, or it's hanging on an angle, or it's hanging off a cliff, or it's hanging over solid rock. So by doing that, we were able to do that safely and efficiently. But the other part is we did make a bold move. When Brian called and Chris called and they said, we need to make a bold move and show it, and we had that opportunity. It's like we've been a thoroughbred in the cage for a long time, and now we got a chance to run on the track and show what we can do. And we're ever so grateful that We Build the Wall gave us that opportunity. So then we use that motivation too with our 1,500 employees, that a lot of people said this couldn't be done. What do you think about it? And when I got input from the 60 people that came out from the Fisher Industries family that came out, we came out with one purpose: to build the highest quality, safest, and fastest constructed project in the history of border wall construction. And I feel that we did it. I feel we learned some things too, that on our next project, we've got a couple small wrinkles that we want to work out, because anytime you're in construction, you always want to be like, if you went on a mission, Brian, right? And you left 2 or 3 things on the table, you want to fix that going into the next game so we get better. And I think you'll even see that. So we've made some upgrade designs in our machines, how we attach the bollards to set quicker, our mesh with the rebar and the mesh going into the footing. We've got a little better design in how that worked. But you learn, and that's the funnest part of construction. is once you go, this was a great job to show, but we also learned from it too, and we're going to take those lessons learned and move on to the next one.
You know, this project was started because Brian Kolfage was inspired. What he was inspired about was how much resistance to President Trump and President Trump's efforts to really protect the nation. Not just protect the citizens of the nation, but protect the citizens of Mexico against this scourge of the cartels, which are destroying northern Mexico and destroying the United States. And the wall is the beginning. It's not the total solution, the beginning solution. Brian was inspired in seeing that President Trump was being thwarted in every effort, and so he started this private effort to augment what President Trump and the Army Corps of Engineers is doing, as they now are starting on the 800 miles of wall that they're building. I think it's down in Yuma. We kind of consider ourselves the special forces that go into the gnarly spots. And we got a guy like Tommy Fisher. I mean, Tommy, as we saw from Colonel Cudahy, who's the CEO and president of American Eagle Brick, which is the owners of the property. It was your reputation. They talked to some of the local construction guys that really got us over the top for our credentials. And then when you've delivered everything, I mean, people couldn't be happier here. I want to turn briefly to our head of construction, John Morais. And I remember John, particularly when Brian and Kobach were out here, I didn't know if they'd been in the sun too much. But when they came back and they were talking about, I think we're ready to pull the trigger and Tommy's ready to go. We're going to pre-stage this stuff, and we're going to start actually with the grading done over, I think, a week or 8 days. We're going to start on the wall at 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon on Memorial Day weekend, and by Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock, he's going to build this wall all the way up to the Cristo Rey Mountains. And Moran and I go, we're two pretty crazy Irishmen. We said, man, the heat must have gotten to these brothers out there, because there's no way. It'll take you 6 months to build that wall.
You know, it's amazing to think about. You know, I first met Brian in early January after you had raised the initial 20 million. And I met you at Steve's house in Washington. And we sat there and we thought about how the heck are we going to build this thing? Yeah. And then the reality of it, was pretty daunting, right? Yeah. And then if you think about a project of this magnitude, in most situations you would see like at least a year of planning before they would even get to the point of even thinking about sticking a shovel or dirt in. But our little ragtag group, we just said, hey, we're not gonna wait. We're gonna do the best we can, and we're gonna get this thing built immediately because of the importance of it. Right. And when I sat there with you and I looked at you that day, I was so inspired. I thought this is a man that gave everything to this country, and no one really knows what God's plan is for all of us. But I thought to myself, God's plan, Brian, was for you to build this wall. And and I immediately wanted to be part of that, and I wanted to help you any way I could. And to come down here today and see this wall finished, it's just amazing, and it's a testament to you and your can-do spirit. And I just wanted to say thank you for that.
For the people watching, I mean, Brian started in I think mid to late December, when the Congress basically tried to shut down President Trump, and President Trump had to start looking for other alternatives. Look for a moment, he wasn't going to have alternatives as the Congress and the courts and everything. So Brian started this private foundation to augment what the president's trying to do to protect the American people. That was in December. I think the first time we met was in January. You came back, we said, hey, why don't you flip this, because you don't want to write a check to the Treasury. Why don't you flip it? You're a leader, you're inspirational, put together, we can introduce you to guys, put together. That was in January. I think it was in February we went to McAllen, Texas for the first kind of meeting. We had the Israeli consultants fly in. We had just heard about Tommy Fisher as kind of a guy that we should be talking about. In McAllen, Texas, we spent 3 days with Eric Prince, with John Moran, with General Spalding, who's the 5G expert. He's some of the top, most hard-nosed guys I know. And even then, we didn't have land. We had a bunch of possibilities. The thing from the very standing start, when you were in your home in Destin, Florida, getting upset about how President Trump was being thwarted by all the forces against building a wall on the southern border. 6 months later, it's providential, not just to build a wall, to meet guys like Tommy Fisher, the cutting edge of innovation, but to actually do it and to get this space that's at the mile mark, the mile one. This is the starting point of where you got to build a physical barrier. Right. And it just turned out that the United States government, for a host of reasons, had built a wall through El Paso, built a wall on the other side, but kind of had a funnel which they thought was too tough and too brutal for people to get through. What they hadn't figured on was the cartels. The cartels saw this as a major business opportunity, and that's when guys like John Moran, an industrialist, General Spaulding, one of the great thinkers who was in the White House, is now in private practice. Eric Prince has built things all over the world. And when you guys came out and did this, I got to tell you, Eric Prince is a tough guy to impress. And I remember in McAllen, we're sitting there going, how in the hell are we going to do this? Eric came out when you guys were just finishing the thing, and he said, Steve, he called me and said, I've never seen anything like this in my life. These guys have absolutely blown me away about how they've done it in such a short period of time, such high quality, something that will last, and with a safety record that's unparalleled. So Tommy, I got to tell you,
people would never believe this. I mean, if they, like you say a couple times, the cameras don't do it justice, but when you stand here and you see the scale of this and the scope of this and how quick it happened, it's pretty amazing.
This is going to stand as a monument. You know, I think people are going to be coming out here. I think we'll do conferences later to talk about all border security. And what they'll see is what American ingenuity, American grit, and really the generosity of the American people. Look, American people, we understand. Working class people, hardworking people out there, you pay enough in taxes. We understand that. We wouldn't be doing this if we didn't think we could do something of quality. But quite frankly, I am even blown away by the level of quality and the difficulty it was done, and kind of the providential nature that we're actually doing it at mile zero to kind of start the whole thing. So Tommy, I don't think people can thank you enough of what you've done and what you've accomplished. And you and Brian, the bold move to build it in one weekend, 72 hours.
And especially Memorial Day weekend.
Memorial Day weekend.
That was the best.
is absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
What we'd like to have is that over the next couple of days, Tommy, you're going to be with us the whole time.
Yes.
I'd like to even get, if we can get a scale or something like that and some charts. I want to show people maybe tomorrow in depth what we're talking about when you've got to build a wall. You know, there's been a lot of controversy. You know, is a wall a concrete wall? Can you have slats in it? What do you have to have as the guards up top? You know, what you're actually talking about when you build a wall that you want to be a barrier to kind of keep folks out. And not let the cartels get people in. So we'd love to be able to come back to you.
You know, Tommy, one of the greatest things I think you came up with too is, you know, pouring these tubes and putting rebar down the middle of it. You know, it's not something that you're going to take a cutting torch to or a cutoff saw very easily.
What does that mean for the audience? Tell us what that means.
Well, when you grout the tubes and you put rebar, it's just more deterrent to try to cut. But the number one deterrent is when we give these agents a concrete road, you have live agents right next to the fence.
Right.
When the fence is by itself and you think a dirt road's going to work and there's nobody out there doing it, that
You're saying psychologically.
Psychologically, I can cut here. They're not going to see me there. No one's going to cut when that agent, when they know that you could be 2 miles away and within 1 minute you're right on top of them.
Right.
Just like no different in San Diego.
Yeah. And it's also a huge added benefit to our agents. I mean, they're you know, driving on safe concrete roads compared to, you know, roads that they can only travel in some cases 2 and 3 miles an hour if they're lucky.
Correct. And environmentally too, you burn less fuel when you drive on concrete. You make less emissions. The cars last longer. Right. It's just a win-win for DHS. They should have been doing it a long time ago. They've always been reluctant to do it because they wanted to check for footprints. Again, we live in the 21st century. Cameras, there's live footage. They know when you're there, how they're there, you know, and we turn it into proactive approach, and the agents can see it now. But before, when the agents never had that opportunity to see it, you know, it's hard to believe it. You know, no different. You were in the Air Force, right? And they told you a plane could lift off and then take off with the jet. It sounds great,
yeah.
But once you see it, they're like, oh my goodness, it's true. And so that's the same thing that we want to show in construction. And like I said, if given the chance, we'll build everything that we build the wall wants. And then hopefully we get the call from the government when they said they're ready. And what you can see here is we can easily build a mile a day, mile and a half a day when we're on flat ground. And, you know, I'm not saying nothing bad, but 45 miles in 3 years doesn't cut it in Fisher's land. You know, that's about a month and a half's worth of work.
Well, we've got about 10 opportunities that are all pretty gnarly. So
like
hopefully, I don't think Fisher will be on flat land for a while. We got some hills and hollows to take on.
They all need closing.
We did just get one for 24 miles potentially to build.
Nice.
So 24 miles. be a big project. So we got that one on the back burner.
Well, we have enough machines, people, so if you donate, I can tell you right now, if We Build the Wall hires us and it's 24 miles with the machines, we'll be at a half a mile within 3 days.
We're going to be showing you a lot of the videos of the construction went on. Got a lot of footage and people I haven't seen it haven't been cut in. Before we go to commercial break, I want to turn to John. You've given so much to this. I want to talk a little bit about, Morais Industries. Your reason I reached out to you. You've been a huge supporter of President Trump, a huge supporter of the wall from day one. I know you've been very frustrated about why a wall being built. You texted me and said, hey, you heard about this guy, this veteran that's down there? I said, not just heard about him, I've talked to him. You wanted to be involved. You've been so supportive, your time and effort. I know you want to talk about not just the company, what you guys do, but also how you want to make a contribution to us.
Well, thanks, Steve. I appreciate that. I'm president of Morais Industries. Morais Industries is a family company that was started about 40 years ago by my parents, and I took it over in the 1980s and grew the company from there. We're involved in many different industries, natural gas production in Pennsylvania, logistics in Pennsylvania, and then also we are in the aerospace business. This country has given our family so much, and we're a family of immigrants. My grandmother came from Ireland on a boat by herself when she was 14 years old. And she's one of those tough Irish that came here to help build this country. And a lot of times I think, people will say about this wall that it's racist or it's the wrong thing to do. And I know in my heart that's absolutely not true. It's the right thing to do because it's allowing for people to come into our country legally so that they can get the right start instead of being dependent upon our government on the wrong way to come in, and also not be immediately someone that breaks the law from the first step they bring into our country. That's the first act they do. So today, I would like to just say that I would like to add $25,000 to the cause.
Awesome. Thank you.
I hope that it builds some more walls, and I'm looking forward to adding more in the future. And I'm just really thrilled to be part of it, to know guys like Brian and Steve and Tommy and to make a difference here. So
thank you, brother. You've added so much.
Thank you.
Now you know the next time that Brian presents the plan with Tommy Fisher's name on it, we won't sit there going, who is this madman? Right? Who is this? We done teamed up with a nut. Anyway, thank you, John. You've been so helpful. Look, we're going to go to commercial break. One thing I want to say to follow up on John, it's this wall is not the solution. This wall is the beginning of a solution. And here's what this wall is going to protect. With Tommy Fisher and Foreman Mike and the hardworking people at the construction company you're going to get to meet over the next 3 days, this wall is not simply to protect citizens of the United States of America. This wall is to protect the citizens of Mexico and Central America that are being sent up here by cartels for profit. This wall is the beginning to break the backs of the cartels. We're in a war in Afghanistan. Brian, Kofaj almost gave his life in Iraq. My daughter served in Iraq. I was up in the Persian Gulf and the North Arabian Sea. There's tons of American veterans that have served in the Middle East, and I think every one of them would say that these cartels are just as bad, just as evil as ISIS and the Taliban and what we've had to face in the Middle East. And it's right on our doorstep. It's not only destroyed northern Mexico, it's destroyed Juarez, it's taken Juarez from a great little border town, it's taken Juarez now to one of the most dangerous, murderous places on the face of the earth. This wall is the beginning of stopping that. And that's why Brian Kofaj was inspired to augment what President Trump and the American government, DHS, and the Army Corps of Engineers is doing. We're so proud that Tommy Fisher partnered with us. John Morais is the chairman of our committee. We're going to go to a short commercial break. When we return, we're going to have what this wall is all about. We're going to have an angel mom and an angel dad to talk to you about if you don't have a wall, what can happen to you and your family. Thank you. We'll be back in a moment.
Every mile matters.
Foreman Mike, we build the wall. You built a beautiful wall. You have set a benchmark for the United States of America and to protect the sovereignty. We have to go further. We have to go now. Be a patriot. Get more donations coming in. You can buy an entire bollard panel. Put any name on it you want. Your company, your wife, your family, your friends, your division, your ship. $5,000. Go to webuildthewall.us. If you can't do that, you can buy a bollard tube. Same thing. It lasts forever because you won't. $1,000. Put your name. Put whatever you want on your wife, your girlfriend, your sister, your family. $1,000. You can't beat it. Webuildthewall.us. If you can't do that, buy a brick. $100. It lasts forever. You're an American patriot. We got to stop the drugs. We got to stop the cartels. We got to stop this madness. Be a patriot. Donate today. We build the wall construction team. We've got to hold our evening update until tomorrow morning. We've got some pressing issues. But while we're here, I just happened to find our little turtle friend who's looking for water because the Rio Grande is not open yet. So we're going to move him up and get him into some water. Little guy. As you can see, the Rio Grande is filling up. They're getting ready to open up the dock. All the water. We're going to let our little friend down here. We can't get down in there. I'm going to turn him loose. Hopefully he'll find the water. The Rio's come up about 5 feet in the last 36 hours. The floodgates to the Texas fields are open for the summer. For planting. The water open to New Mexican people. The border crossing the dam will open tomorrow or by Friday. Thank you.
Believe that the wall isn't necessary and that it's racist in a way, and I want to know how to tell them that it's really not, and I want to know how to figure out how to tell them without seeming like I'm prying in, because a lot of our teachers, not a lot, but one in specific, is very democratic and they're kind of poisoning us, and I want to know how I can kind of tell them the right truth. That there are people who are losing their jobs and all of their money, their tax money is going to these people who haven't worked for us. And they're saying that they will, but they don't. And they're lying to us. And every time that they come in here illegally, they could kill someone and they don't get the repercussions that someone who was actually a citizen would get. I don't care if you're white, black, blue, purple, it doesn't really matter at this point, because if you're entering into a country that you don't belong in and that you're not a citizen in, no matter who you are, no matter what your status is, in your country, you're still illegal.
Hold on. That bravery right there is the future of this country, ladies and gentlemen.
As Democrats bury their heads in the sand, close their eyes, and pretend that America's borders are totally safe and secure. They are not.
A river of humanity is surging northward tonight.
And President Trump has had just about enough.
We have the dumbest immigration laws in the world.
He just signed his first veto.
Is the only man who's going to save our country.
35,000 violations of the law, including 4,000 homicides.
33 people actually called 911. Their calls captured right here.
911, what is your emergency?
He was killed by that wrong-way driver. He was just 32 years old.
She knew her son had a dangerous job,
And yet he was killed off the clock.
there's somebody driving on the wrong side of the road.
Leaders rallied with angel moms to show their support.
Calling for an end to broken border policies.
We have pleaded with these politicians to do something to protect American citizens, and they're stepping over dead American bodies in their rush to protect illegal alien criminals. Brandon was an incredible human being. He just lit up a room when he would walk in. Everybody loved him. It was May 12th, 2014. He was driving home from work. He was on and off ramp. This man was coming the wrong way on that same ramp and hit my son head on. The minute we drove up and I saw all the police cars, I knew it wasn't good. And probably about 5 or 10 minutes after me arriving there, my son passed away. I started Googling this man's name who killed my son and started finding out more about him. Because the media really doesn't cover when they're illegals. That really wasn't a topic of the articles or newscasts or anything, really.
15 DPS officers working to track down this wrong-way driver.
He was 3 times the legal limit drunk. He was high on meth. So I started researching it and found out that he had been convicted of crimes in 1994 up in Colorado. And they dismissed assault, burglary, leaving the scene of an accident, but he spent no jail time whatsoever, was just released to go back out and do it again.
If we had an effective barrier across the southern border, a huge number could have been prevented because these illegal aliens are coming in, they're just walking in freely with nothing stopping them.
What will happen if the wall isn't built? We're already spending $136 billion a year supporting illegal aliens in our country, and that number is going to continue growing and be a burden on American taxpayers until the wall is built.
We have a president that's willing to make that message across this nation and have that fight.
Angel parents, very important people to me.
Angel families come forward to tell their stories, not because we've created a manufactured crisis, but because we want to tell the American people and share with you our heartache and let you know what is happening on our doorsteps, what's happening to your neighbors, what's happening to your fellow Americans. There is a way to prevent this, and it's not by continually lying to you and telling you that there isn't a problem. There is a problem. It's a national emergency, and thank you.
Thank you.
I want to help. I want to be a force in all of this, to know that I've made a difference in our country for us. And I'm doing this for his honor, because he would have done this for somebody else had it happened to them.
Let's make some noise so the people at home can hear you.
700,000 illegals came into the country illegally.
The most significant, the most important public policy decision we can deal with.
Over 4,000 a year are killed by illegal aliens. We are heading from our wonderful town hall that we had last night for We Build the Wall, and we are heading to Detroit, and we're going to have another town hall tomorrow night, and really looking forward to it. I mean, I think the American people are very excited to hear what we have to say and how we, the American people, are going to make something happen at our border that our politicians are failing to do. It was an honor to be asked to join the advisory board with We Build the Wall and be in their presence and fight alongside them. Let my son still have a voice and protect the people of America.
My daughter, Tiffany, my only daughter, was my best friend. Right on the corner waiting for her were the Mexican drugs and the fentanyl that killed her. We lose 70,000 people a year. That's just to the illegal drugs. These aren't throwaway people. These are people's children, their brothers, their sisters, their mothers.
The fact that there was another angel mom told us about her daughter dying from an opioid overdose, which it resonates with me. I know what that the mother is going through, losing a child, but just the energy that was there and the thirst for knowledge that these people had. It's an amazing team that we have put together. People are really starting to realize this is a national emergency, our president is telling us, and with each town hall that we do, I think it's going to be gaining more and more momentum. I'm so proud to be a part of this team that Brian's been able to pull together. It's people with many talents, people who know what they're doing, and we are going to do what the politicians in D.C. have failed to do, and that's to protect American people. So go, donate, do everything you need to do to become a part of this incredible movement.
Foreman Mike, We Build the Wall Construction, Sunland Park, New Mexico. Great state of Texas and Rio Grande River off to our east. We've got a brilliant solution to stop this tragedy at the nation's border with Mexico. We've stopped human trafficking. We've stopped drug trafficking. We've stopped rapes. We have stopped murders. We have shut down 19 cartel footpaths, contributing $100,000 to $200,000 worth of damage to the American public a day. We've decreased border activity from 800 people a day to nothing. You know why? Because we built the wall. We built the wall. It's safe, effective, it works. We got to get donations coming in. We need your support. We need to get the base fired up. We got a lot more miles. We got to get money. We have to keep going. Sponsorships. You can sponsor yourself for a lifetime with a complete baller panel for $5,000. $5,000. You're going to be engraved your name, your family, your corporation, your division for a lifetime. You'll be gone. It'll still be here. Baller tubes. Baller tubes, $1,000. Your imprint forever. American patriotism. If you can't help with that, we go with the bricks. $100. Put your family's name, your wife, your children, your friends, anybody you want. It's gonna last forever. Go to webuildthewall.us. We gotta have it.
Welcome back to the We Build the Wall Wallathon. Donate now online at www.webuildthewall.us. We need your support to fund our next wall projects and secure our border, because every mile matters. And now, here are your hosts, Stephen K. Bannon and Brian Colfage.
Welcome back. This is Stephen K. Bannon. We're off the coast of Saint-Tropez in southern France in the Mediterranean. We're on the $1 million yacht of Brian Colfage. And Brian Colfage, he took all that money from Build the Wall. No, we're actually in Sunland Park, New Mexico, at mile marker 1 in the Build the Wall project. We're at the American Eagle Brick Company's yard, and right in back of you is what Brian Colfage and his team at We Build the Wall built over the last 30 days. I like all the left-wing journalists at BuzzFeed and Daily Beast, all you hotshots, to come on out here to Sunland Park, and we're going to walk you up. We're going to march you right up that hill, all the way to the top of the Cristo Rey Mountain, so you can see where Brian Colfage spent the money in building the wall. And by the way, we understand we've raised like $23 million. We only spent like, I think, 8 or so here to build this impossible engineering project. The Army Corps of Engineers said couldn't be done. We did it over a weekend, okay? And for all those folks who thought you're going to shut us down, guess what? We got a wall, and this wall's here protecting the citizens of Mexico and Central America from the cartels, and protecting the good citizens of the United States. Brian, I couldn't be prouder to be part of this, and particularly the way you pulled it off. And I got to tell you, all the abuse you took, you know, I thought we were going to be on a yacht in Saint-Tropez. I kept reading that Colfage stolen all the money and he's out somewhere. You know, for everything you've been through in your life, I know, because people have to understand, this wall just didn't appear. This was really months and months of planning, and the engineering and the architecture and everything, as we'll talk about, and we'll talk about more in the next couple of days, the fiber optic cables, the ability to stop the cartels from tunneling underneath, all the sophisticated electronics we're going to putting in right now for cameras, to give, as the Israeli consultants, the guys that built the wall in the Sinai told us, you know, defense in depth, right? This is the state of the art, as Tommy Fisher just told you. But during that entire time, you had to hear every day how Brian Colfage has run off with the money. Brian Colfage has $1 million yachts. Brian Colfage doing this. Yeah. How did you put up with it?
Well, I think I just look at everything I went through being blown up, and that being, you know, losing my legs and going through that. They can throw whatever they want at me, and it doesn't compare. Nothing can compare to what happened to me here in Iraq, and I let it roll off my shoulders. And you know, this was the goal. This was the end game, and I knew what we were doing behind the scenes and doing it for like the angel families, and I wasn't gonna fall into that trap. I was gonna let them have their moment, because I knew when it was all said and done, we were gonna slap them in the face with this wall. That's what we did.
We're at the Wallathon. We're in Sunland Park, New Mexico. We'll be here for the next 3 days. Got an incredible team. I see Sheriff Clark's joined us. You're going to hear all kind of folks. I want to toss now to Fog City Midge. Fog City's in from the Bay Area, which is a little cool of Fog City. Thank you for Midge for hanging out with us today. We want to go to the tote board. How are we doing?
We're doing pretty well. I believe our last update is $308,200, and that's in just the past few hours since we started this telethon. We've already raised $24 million, and we're hoping that we can keep these numbers up. So I want everyone at home to go to our website and to make a donation. Anything helps, and the donation site is webuildthewall.us, and anything helps. You guys can donate $20, $50, for $100 or more. You can get personal. It's fun to get personal. With a brick or a paver, and you can personalize that with your name, your kid's name, your family name, anything you want. For $5,000, you can get a climbing plate or a large bollard plaque, and that is at the top of the wall that you'll see. And you could have a company logo put on there, anything you want, and a single bollard, that's the steel beams that you see behind us. Those are $1,000 to have inscribed. But anything helps, and we are just so excited about all these donations that we have coming in. I just heard that we've already had 42,000 paver bricks donated today, so that's $100 donations. We've had 42,000 of them today. That is amazing. I just wanted to read off some of the live updates that I'm getting here. We had Paul in Olathe, Kansas make a $1,000 donation. Thank you so much, Paul, for your generous contribution to helping make this wall happen. We've got, who else we got here? Wayne and Marie from Oklahoma donated $2,000. Thank you guys for your donation. James in Union, New Jersey. Thank you, James, for your $1,000 donation. Other notables also donated $1,000 apiece. Harold and Kate from Washington in the United States. But you guys could be donating from anywhere in the world. You don't have to be U.S. citizens. I think we can have people from anywhere donating. I think it's just funny that I said United States. But yeah, so another big supporter is here with me, and I'm excited to get to interview him right now. So I'm going to bring on John. John, come join me. Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm really hot, but I'm hanging in there.
I know, it's brutal here. I'm from Pennsylvania. We've been having a really cool, wet summer, and coming down here today was quite a shock with this hot heat here.
Oh, yeah, it's dry. It is hot. I am not used to this being from San Francisco, but I'm pumped to be here.
Me too.
So, John, tell me, you're a CEO of, remind me your job.
I'm CEO of Morais Industries. We're a multifaceted family-owned business from Pennsylvania. We're based in Watsontown, Pennsylvania. It's a small rural town in the heart of PA.
Well, I'm so glad you could join us, and I've been told that you're a longtime supporter of this project. How did you kind of get interested in this, and sort of, I guess, what involved you?
Well, you know, I've been thinking about the wall in general for quite a long time. Matter of fact, I was thinking about the borders for many, many years, why our government allows them to be open. It struck me one day when I was watching an article on South Korea and North Korea, and they said that there was over 30,000 U.S. troops based there from almost 70 years. And I thought to myself, boy, we have 30,000 U.S. troops geared up, ready to kill or be killed for someone else's sovereignty. And our border has been left wide open all these years so that millions of people can invade our sovereignty every day. People that we have no idea who's coming into this country, people that maybe want to hurt us. So I just felt, I gave it a lot of thought. And then one day I got a text from Steve, and he said to me, John, I want you to meet a fella that is just raised $20 million for a border wall, private border wall. So I came down to the Breitbart Embassy, and I met Brian for the first time, and I was completely impressed with Brian, the sacrifice that he had given to our country. And I thought to myself, if he can do this, I can do anything to help him. I will try my best to do so. So I spent the weekend before in anticipation of the meeting, just thinking about how you would practically go about building a wall.
Well, we are doing it, and I am so excited that you could be here. I just wanted to sort of tell everyone that you have made a substantial donation.
I have. I just, when I was up with Steve earlier, I just donated $25,000 to the wall project. I couldn't spend the money better anywhere or any way possible.
Wow. Well, John, thank you so much for your generous donation. We are so grateful to you, and thank you for taking a moment to let me interview you.
It's my pleasure, and
All
I just
right.
want to thank everyone for everything that they've done and all the money that they've given, and I just want to assure them that their dollars are being well spent here on the wall. Thank you.
They really are. Thank you so much, John. And thank you, guys, and we're going to go back to our host.
Thank you, Fog City Midge. Fog City is one of the top influencers. She's been great enough to volunteer her time, like so many people, to come out here to Sunland Park in New Mexico. We're at one of the most historic parts of the country, where the Gadsden Purchase, one of the corners of that, right on the banks of the Rio Grande River, where the Rio Grande right here at mile marker 1 starts that long haul, a couple of thousand miles to San Diego, where the wall's got to be built, some sort of barrier's got to be built, and we started providentially. We got this space and started here. Brian, now we've got two folks that have been with us from the beginning. Really the reason I think the wall's got to be built, and that's the angel moms and dads. We've got Marianne Mendoza and Stephen Runneback, two of the best have been with us, been out all the town halls, have been with us from the very beginning. Want to thank you two folks, and could you ever believe in such a quick period of time Brian and the team could pull this off?
You know, we believed in it, but it was just amazing to see. I mean, I got here the Sunday morning when they laid the first panels, and I mean, by nighttime they were here at the corner, and they were still going. It was amazing to watch it. It was just a feat. I still can't believe it.
What's this wall mean to you and your family?
You know, it's what we've been fighting for, that we don't want this to happen to another American family. It means that it's a start to the end of this invasion of criminals and drugs and sex trafficking. It's helping stop not only the victimization of the American citizens, but the victimization of these illegal aliens that are making the trek up here. It means an end to that victimization as well. You know, a lot of the people don't understand. We're not just doing this for us and for America. We're doing it for the 1 in 3 women that gets raped on their travel up here. We're doing it for the children that are getting trafficked for sex. We're trying to stop that as well. We're trying to stop the heroin that 70,000 of our Americans are overdosing on every year. It means all of that to me.
Do you want to explain just the story of like what you had to go through, like as a father, what that brought you into this thing as being an angel family? And there's a lot of people who know your story, but I think there's a lot who don't now. And I think it's important for them to know the story behind it, so why you're supporting what this wall and why you believe we need border security.
January 22nd, 2015, Grant was working the overnight shift at a Quick Trip in Mesa. An illegal alien came in and wanted to buy cigarettes. He dumped a jar of change out on the counter. Grant started to count the change. This man said, "What, you're not going to give me my cigarettes?" And Grant said, "Hey, I got to count your change." This man pulled a gun, pointed it at Grant. Grant did everything he was supposed to do. He went ahead and handed over the cigarettes. At that moment, this man shot Grant point blank in the face, walked around the counter, grabbed a couple more packs of cigarettes, walked back over Grant, stopped, turned. Him and his wife and another man who did a home invasion 2.5 years prior to killing Grant. And he actually held this woman captive naked for 10 days, filled her full of heroin, made her so scared she became an unreliable witness. And because he had children born in this country, and because he was a dreamer, he was able to plead those charges down to felony burglary.
Wow.
He never did a day in prison for his original crimes, not a day. He was able to walk free. And we see this all the time. There's a lot of these illegal aliens that, because they're DACA recipients, because they have children born in this country, they're able to plead down their cases so that they don't spend any time in jail, or they're skirting deportation. It's a never-ending cycle.
Yeah, it's a complete systematic breakdown of our immigration policies and our laws, and they're being completely abused. And I think your story is very powerful because it's one of many, and there's so many angel families out there. And how many are there today, roughly, you think?
Oh, Marianne and I have used a figure before. The last count that Marianne and I had, and I'll give you two figures. CBP came out a few years ago Sheriff's Association came out with a figure of an average of 24 a day.
Wow.
Okay? 24 citizens a day lose their life to an illegal alien. Now, the figure that I've used is that over 63,000 American citizens have died at the hands of an illegal alien since 9/11.
How many?
Over 63,000. Now, in the Vietnam War, we only lost a little over 58,000 of our soldiers. So that means we've lost more American citizens to illegal aliens than we did in the Vietnam War. It's a staggering number.
It is. Yeah.
It's staggering.
Marianne, what does this wall mean for you?
When it started up and I saw what the American people were doing and donating to this, I knew it was going to be successful, because this was a moment in history when the American people decided to take the power back into their own hands and basically slap it in the face of our congressional leaders who do nothing. They have done absolutely nothing for decades. The money was earmarked back in the Reagan days?
Yep.
And there's been nothing that they've done proactive to protect Americans. They've watched this grow every single year, and they just keep putting this off and putting it on the shelf and not dealing with it. And unfortunately, my son became collateral damage in this whole thing.
Tell us about this young man.
My son was a Mesa, Arizona police sergeant, and he was on his way home from work May 12, 2014, and a drunk, repeat illegal alien criminal who was also high on meth slammed head-on into my son, killing him. He was allowed to stay in our country after committing crimes. The judge showed him leniency, and that's what catapulted me into this fight, is our judicial system is showing such leniency to illegal alien criminals in our country. Something that you or I would be punished for, they're getting 50% of the sentence or just a slap on the wrist and they're released back into our country. And then we even provide sanctuary cities for them to run to, where they're even doubly protected. And the liberal politicians try and make us believe, I don't, but people who believe this rhetoric, that sanctuary cities actually provide more protection and it's safer and these people are going to live there and they're not a danger to you. It's absolutely 100% wrong. Our law enforcement officers have proven that over and over and over with statistics. We've had over 8,500 children raped by illegal alien criminals in North Carolina since 2015. You go to ncfire.info. All this information is available to people. We talked to a North Carolina congressman who was completely unaware of these staggering statistics in his own home state. And this is what troubles me about politicians. They don't know the things that Steve and I and other angel families can easily get on the internet and investigate and look at and find out and get a hold of the right people who can tell us, yes, this is true. We have politicians who don't care about us. And I'm very proud to be a part of this. And I'm urging everybody who's watching, look, give up a movie this month, because become a part of this pivotal moment in history that the American people are showing our politicians, we don't need you. We can do this on our own. If you're going to do nothing in Congress, we will take it upon ourselves to do it ourselves. So give up that movie, give up that dinner out, and join us in this huge movement of showing our politicians that we care about each other enough to do this.
It was interesting, the very first people that reached out to Brian were the angel moms and dads, and the reason was that they had given the ultimate sacrifice, their children. And I thought it was very powerful. One of the reasons I was so excited about getting involved with Brian, we had known the angel moms and dads for a number of years at Breitbart. They were one of the foundational members of the Trump movement. But here's the thing, this criminal class, and particularly and particularly the cartels and the other criminal class, prey on the Mexican people, prey on the immigrant community just as much as they prey on United States citizens. This has nothing to do with nativism, xenophobia. This is about people coming together to break the backs of these criminals. And the way you start, this is Brian Kofage and the angel moms and dads have never said, and President Trump's never said, that this is a total solution. But this is the beginning of the end for the criminal class. You build the wall, you're going to get some control of your southern border. You get some control of your southern border, then you can put other methodologies in to deal with it. But you have to start somewhere. And here's where we started under Brian Kofage and his leadership. We started at mile marker 1 here in Sunland Park, New Mexico, on the banks of the Rio Grande. We built three-quarters of a mile up to Mount Cristo Rey in one weekend, right? Much to the shock of the ACLU and all you other liberal lawyers. Let me tell you something. We're coming. We're going to build as much of this wall as we can raise money for. We're going to raise money and build this wall from here all the way to every gnarly spot between here and San Diego, California. This is Stephen K. Bannon. I want to thank the angel moms and dads. They're going to be here with us for the next 3 days. Brian Kofage is going to continue the coverage here. We're going to have Ed Woodson and Deanna Lorraine are going to join him as co-hosts. We've got a whole ton of people, Sheriff Clark, Tom Tancredo, a whole bunch of other folks, Chris Kobach coming in Skype, lots of other people, other influencers, other angel moms and dads. 3 days of coverage here from Sunland Park, the beginning of the border wall. Stephen K. Bannon, thank you. You've been great, Brian. Thanks, brother. I'll see you later tonight. Don't get too baked up in this sun. Marianne, thank you. Thanks. Steve, thank you very much, brother. See ya. We're going to take a short commercial break, and we'll be back in a moment.
We'd like to let everybody know that this is an amazing thing that's happening. We are going to build the wall. It's amazing what's going on here. I'm excited. I think this is going to be one of the best things that's ever happened to our country. It's going to protect American citizens. Marianne?
I'm so proud to be a part of this team that Brian's been able to pull together. It's people with many talents, people who know what they're doing. And we are going to do what the politicians in D.C. have failed to do, and that's to protect American people. So go, donate, do everything you need to do to become a part of this incredible movement.
This wall is going to happen. We are going to build the wall.
We're in Juarez, Mexico right now. And if you look at here, there's nothing stopping anybody. It's Juarez, then it's New Mexico, and then Texas right there. It's so easy that I have a wheelchair and I can cross back and forth. There's no border patrol, there's no one here stopping me. There's no physical barriers to stop anybody. Anyone can get across. Hundreds of people possibly cross here every day that they catch. It's one of the hottest areas, and they're sick of their crap being stolen, batteries on their property. They have to walk around armed 24/7. They fear for their lives, and they shouldn't have to live this way. This is the United States, and it's ridiculous that the government won't protect them. They won't give them what they need, and that's where we build the wall comes into place, because we're going to give these people the chance to have security and just help our fellow citizens out. It's ridiculous.
I joined the Air Force February of 2001. My very first day after all my training was 9/11. I went into their initial invasion, 1st Air Force Unit on the ground in Iraq. Kids who are now my kids' age running up to us begging for water, begging for food, and they didn't have it, and these kids are just out in the middle of the desert. I mean, talk about reality check, being 18, 19-year-old. They needed a 13-man security team to go up to Balad, Iraq, which is just north of Baghdad. And 2 weeks later, 9/11/04, and that's when a rocket landed right next to me and instantly blew off my legs. Like, they were just gone instantly. I am the most severely wounded airman to survive my injuries. Well, it's not really the title I expected or wanted to have for any means, but for all the people I had friends I lost in the Air Force who died in combat, and it'd be a disservice to them if I didn't live my life life to the fullest. Living in Tucson for 10 years after I got injured, I saw the impact of the border wall issues. I saw the deaths, all the stories of everything going on. And when I saw the way the politicians were treating this again, it didn't seem are not going to accept this money for the border wall. Now we have this $20 million now. What do we do with it? What do we do with this money to live up to our promise? And it's such a large amount of sum. I consulted with the nation's leading experts in national security, politics, finance, and we all came to the conclusion that with this money we were better equipped to build the wall ourselves than to give it to the government. And we're going to build it on private property, on landowners who want the wall. We don't need to consult with anyone. We don't need to get approval from the Democrats. We get approval from the landowners, and that's it. When we rolled out the new plan from going from we fund the wall to we build the wall, everyone needs to opt in. And it's just, they click the button that says opt in. And what that does is allow their donation to go towards this new project since the mission has changed. It's as simple as that. You just click the button, and that will ensure the donation goes towards directly funding this border wall. If they don't opt in, their donation will be refunded. People who support it on both sides of the aisle, and they're going to be able to have a direct impact on the wall, whether they want to help build, they want to donate, trucking companies can help out, labor companies, we're going to be giving people jobs. Everyone can get involved, and that's the beauty of this thing, is it's we the people, and the we the people are funding it, we the people are building it now, and we're protecting our nation.
Foreman Mike, we build the wall construction, Sunland Park, New Mexico. Great state of Texas and Rio Grande River off to our east. We've got a brilliant solution to stop this tragedy at the nation's border with Mexico. We've stopped human trafficking. We've stopped drug trafficking. We've stopped rapes. We have stopped murders. We have shut down 19 cartel footpaths, contributing $100,000 to $200,000 worth of damage to the American public a day. We've decreased border activity from 800 people a day to nothing. You know why? Because we built the wall. We built the wall. It's safe, effective, it works. We got to get donations coming in. We need your support. We need to get the base fired up. We got a lot more miles. We got to get money. We have to keep going. Sponsorships. You can sponsor yourself for a lifetime with a complete bollard panel for $5,000. $5,000. You're going to be engraved your name, your family, your corporation, your division for a lifetime. You'll be gone. It'll still be here. Bollard tubes. Bollard tubes, $1,000. Your imprint forever. American patriotism. If you can't help with that, we go with the bricks. $100. Put your family's name, your wife, your children, your friends, anybody you want. It's going to last forever. Go to webuildthewall.us. We got to have it. Foreman Mike, we build the wall. You built a beautiful wall. You have set a benchmark for the United States of America and to protect the sovereignty. We have to go further. We have to go now. Be a patriot. Get more donations coming in. You can buy an entire bollard panel. Put any name on it you want. Your company, your wife, your family, your friends, your division, your ship. $5,000. Go to webuildthewall.us. If you can't do that, you can buy a bollard tube. Same thing. It lasts forever because you won't. $1,000. Put your name, put whatever you want on your wife, your girlfriend, your sister, your family. $1,000. You can't beat it. webuildthewall.us. You can't do that. Buy a brick, $100. It lasts forever. You're an American patriot. We got to stop the drugs. We got to stop the cartels. We got to stop this madness. Be a patriot. Donate today.
It's through here that cartel gangs oversee the illegal smuggling of people to the United States.
This border emergency is nothing more than a manufactured crisis.
Stop manufacturing a crisis.
A new report is highlighting the horrors undocumented women are facing at America's southern border.
This is a manufactured crisis. There is not a crisis at the border.
There's not a crisis.
The president said there's a humanitarian crisis at the border. Is there?
Absolutely not.
Trae un galoncito. Si lo venía cuidando por traguito. Me acabó.
All of this whole mess is manufactured. It's a manufactured crisis. A non-crisis at the border that's really not fooling anybody.
How does Ebola sound to you?
En ese camino, el más hombre llora. Se lo digo de corazón.
We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked.
There is definitely a broken immigration system that needs to be fixed, that needs to be addressed. This is something we tried to do in the Obama administration.
It made sense to change the purpose. Instead of giving a check to the federal government, let's use the money to build a privately built wall on private land. And so we've built the wall in an area they said couldn't be built, and we're building it in an area that's extremely important in terms of stopping migrant smuggling and drug smuggling.
No matter what the fake news says, we got the job done, and we're going to build more wall just like this.
Live on the U.S.-Mexico border in El Paso, Texas. It's the We Build the Wall Wallathon, because every mile matters. And now, here are your hosts, Stephen K. Bannon and Brian Kolfage.
That's really loud.
What is?
This? Like blasting.
Welcome to the Wallathon. I'm your host, Edward Woodson, and I'm joined by the lovely Dina Lorraine, my co-host. Dina, how are you today?
I am great. Thank you. How about you?
How awesome is this?
Yes.
I mean, the energy here is amazing. The people we have here are just amazing. It's just the ingenuity. This really just shows the American spirit and what we're all capable of doing. That's why we're here for the Wallathon. I'm going to really quickly, I want to go to Fog City Midge. Give us a tally. What do we have going on right now?
Oh, I don't want to give you the wrong number, but we are at, the last update I just got is we have $358,800 donated today.
Awesome. $358,000 just from today, from the past 3 hours.
Yep.
That is amazing. And we're going to keep on rolling in. You guys, it is hot here in El Paso. It is dusty, but we need your help to build this wall. Yes, we are patriots taking matters into our own hands, and we're going to get this wall built one way or the other, rain or shine.
Really, it's amazing, Deanna, because, I look around here. You people really can't see it, but the wall here, it just shows the amazing American ingenuity. We're not depending on the government here. You actually got people that have decided that they are going to take matters into their own hands.
Well, we can't depend on the government anymore.
Exactly.
We can't depend on the government. The government isn't going to help us. Democrats are certainly not going to help us, and they're going to block President Trump every step of the way. So guess what? This is the most amazing thing that we've ever seen in history. This is epic, where we have taken matters into our own hands. We are raising money, and we've actually physically built the wall. On Memorial Day weekend, the wall went up in 2 days?
Yeah, I think he built this whole stretch of the wall 10 days.
10 days? I thought it was just over Memorial Day weekend.
Well, the whole thing. I'm talking about the whole thing.
Oh my God.
The whole stretch right now.
A mile and a half.
That they've done. It's just
23 feet high, right?
23 feet high.
23 feet high. Hey, no one's climbing this wall unless they're pretty crazy. But at the very least, it's going to significantly drop down illegal immigration, drug trafficking, sex trafficking, so many things that we do not want in our country.
And why wouldn't we have a wall?
Yeah.
This is what I don't understand. This whole issue, you talk a lot about, I hear comprehensive immigration reform,
Yes.
right? It's one of those code words that you hear about, comprehensive immigration reform.
Right.
Well, what exactly does that mean?
Well, comprehensive.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what it means, but it means that we need to keep the bad out, and we need to keep America, the America that we know. We have to ask ourselves a very important question. Are we or are we not a sovereign nation? And if we are a sovereign nation, which I'm pretty sure we are we going to stay a sovereign nation? And do we get to determine our own destiny?
And more importantly, I think it's about our own security.
Yes.
Right? I mean,
Yes.
it's not like, here's the thing about immigration. Nobody likes someone who cuts in front of them in the line.
Yes.
Right? And I think that you boil it down to this. You know, you talk about all these issues about immigration, but it really comes down to, you know, cutting in line.
Yeah.
And it's like, I always say this to people, if I'm at the movie theater, imagine you're at the movie theater and somebody just cuts in front of you.
Yes.
And then you're like, hey, dude, there's a line here.
I hate cutters.
And then everybody would be like, well, what are you doing?
Yes. No.
But imagine if you're at the theater, somebody cuts in front of you in the line,
No.
and everybody starts, and you point it out, and everybody starts saying to you, oh no,
No.
what are you doing?
Yeah. No.
What do you mean? They're allowed to cut in front of you.
I cannot take cutters.
It's insane. Nobody likes that.
No, and the thing is, legal immigrants of the U.S. should be the most furious about this, and they are, thankfully. So many legal immigrants are standing up, and they're saying, no, I came here the right way. I paid my dues. I paid my tens of thousands of dollars. I came in here the right way. I waited in the lines, and guess what? You're going to just come in front and climb a wall and get in? No, not going to happen.
Well, Deanna, to your point, I have to tell you, just this is kind of anecdotal about my life. A lot of people know this, but maybe you people don't know this. I'm actually a half Hispanic. My mother was an immigrant from Ecuador. I was raised by a single mom. And I spoke to my aunt about this. My aunt is now 95 years old, my Aunt Marina. And, you know, she says to me that it's not fair. And that she came over legally. And, you know, why would we allow people to come here illegally? And more importantly, if your first act is an illegal act, as you come to America, if that's your first act, I'm sorry. That's just, I'm not cool with that.
Right, you're much more likely to commit other illegal acts, as we've seen over and over and over again. And people say, well, what's wrong with illegal immigrants if they're docile, if they're not committing any crimes? Well, you've already committed a crime getting through the border, right? You committed the crime, so you got to do the time.
And also, and I have to say this too, Deanna, who brings their kid over?
That's the thing.
You're looking, you know, it's really, to me, real being here.
Yes.
Because when you're here, you can actually see the landscape and the harsh reality that is the border here.
Yes.
And I couldn't imagine, even myself, and I'm in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine scaling this. It's literally a mountain range. People don't realize that. And to bring your children, I think it's child abuse, frankly. And we know for a fact that the coyotes are bringing over children. They're renting them out.
Yes.
They're charging thousands of dollars. They're basically renting out these kids.
Yeah.
They're bringing them here, and they're basically using these children.
And so many people, the Democrats say it's heartless to have a wall. It's immoral. It's not compassionate to have a wall. It's compassionate to rip apart children from their families. Well, it is immoral and it is not compassionate to bring your child through this dangerous and treacherous journey when you know there's a huge chance that you guys are going to get separated. What kind of a child abusing parent does that, like you just said?
Right. I mean, I don't understand why you would do that.
Now, you guys, we need your help. Remember, it's 855-855-WALL to donate to the wall. That's 855-855-WALL to donate to the wall today. Every bit counts. Every bit counts. We can get the rest of the border wall built. And 1.5 miles went up in just a couple of days. Imagine what more we can get with a few more millions of dollars.
I also want to mention also the website. The website is webuildthewall.us. Webuildthewall.us. Everybody go check that out. And if you want to, you can also, this is a pretty cool thing that they have. we have a way for everyone to benefit, to give money, and you're going to get something out of it, right?
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about what they're going to get.
Let's talk about
Goodies.
that. So one of the easiest things to do is to, we've got this personalized paver.
Yes.
Now, it's
a brick.
$100. It's $100. And you're going to have these, I think, wait, is it 42,000 bricks that are going to go all along the wall.
Look at that cool plaque.
And they're going to have your name on it.
Yeah.
And it's $100.
It's $100. Your name, your family name,
Nothing.
your business name, right?
Right. And then we've got these bollard plaques. Now, the bollard, I just found out, is this slab of steel that goes up.
Right
That's basically impossible. If you've seen the pictures of the new walls, the steel walls, that's a bollard. Now, you can get a plaque on that, okay, which is $1,000. Your personal name or anyone you want, that's a single donation for that is $1,000, and then you get a personalized plate on one of the bollards. And then there's this thing called well, they call it a climbing plate, but you and I,
we're going to call it
an anti-climbing plate.
Because we're like, why should anyone call this a climbing plate? We don't want people climbing up this, and no one can climb
exactly.
up it.
At the top of the wall, you now have this, I'm going to call it the anti-climbing plate.
Yes.
And that is a $5,000 donation.
Yeah.
And you've got, and it becomes personalized as well.
Yeah.
You can put your name on there, anybody you want on there, and you get that for $1,000.
How cool is that?
Call in right now, 855-855-WALL. You can call in right now, and we'd love to have your donations because we really need it.
You guys, guess what? If 63 million Trump supporters that voted for Trump donated just $80, we could get the whole wall built. Do you know that's $5 billion? $5 billion. If 63 million of the Trump supporters that voted for Trump donated $80, what is that, like 5 lattes right now?
I don't know, I'm really bad at math.
$80, you guys, you can do that right now. I know you feel like it's never a good time to donate, it's never a good time to give away $100. This is a good time because we can see the physical proof of your donations and what they did. We did this 1.5 miles of wall, and it's all because of we built the wall. And it's patriots like you, Americans, that are taking the power back into your own hands and protecting the sanctity of our country. This is not only for the safety of our country, you guys, this is to cherish our American dream. This is so that we have a say over our American destiny. Who comes in the country, who goes out of the country. We get to say what our country is gonna look like and what our values are, and we wanna cherish those values. I'll be damned if our American values go out the window because we don't have border security.
And what's really amazing to me is, you know, you go back, it was just the 4-year anniversary of President Trump, now President Trump, at the time he was candidate Trump, coming down the escalator. It was just the 4-year anniversary. And I remember that, I remember seeing that, and I said on my show the next day, I thought he was going to win and he was going to be the president. I mean, I literally came out and I said he's going to be the president.
Me too.
But what was amazing to me is if we go back, for instance, to the
first rally.
Well, no. Let's go back to the GOP and the autopsy.
Oh,
remember the GOP autopsy, where we were told by the GOP that, and by Mitt Romney and his those of his ilk, that we couldn't talk about immigration.
Yep.
That was something that we couldn't talk about, and that we wouldn't get Hispanics, and that the GOP really needed to bring in, black and brown people, and that we were never going to win another election again because the demographics were stacked against the GOP and the president. And pretty much, you think about it, he comes down that escalator and he just blew that apart.
Oh my gosh.
He blew that apart because the first thing he talked about, and I give Stephen K. Bannon a lot of credit for this, for articulating the wall and the border and border security like no other candidate had ever done, because everyone was afraid to talk about that. And everyone,
it wasn't politically correct.
It wasn't politically correct, and it was considered political suicide if you talked about immigration.
It was so hush-hush.
And one of the great things was that the president brought that out. And say what you will about President Trump, but I thought that was really genius that he articulated that, and that really became the driving force for him winning the election. And just today I saw that there was a poll. I think it was a Gallup poll, if I'm not mistaken, came out today that majority of Americans right now, they register the highest for support for reducing immigration, at least illegal immigration. And so I think that's really significant because that's an issue that really resonates. And going forward in the 2020 campaign, you're really going to see that as a winning issue. I really do believe that. There's no question about it. You're seeing that now.
And Democrats thought that he would lose the illegal vote. He would lose the Hispanic vote when he's talking about the wall, this whole border crisis. They thought for sure he would lose that vote, and they thought all of their race baiting would work. They think, oh, this is going to work when they say that the wall is racist. But guess what? The Hispanic vote has skyrocketed in the last couple of months, and they have actually, the approval rating of Trump has skyrocketed. They never would have predicted that, as usual.
Well, it's funny you say that because I talked about it a lot because, again, I'm Hispanic.
Yes.
So I knew that that was going to be the case because if you think about it, Hispanics are traditionally, they're Catholic, they're conservative, they're very family oriented.
Yes.
So
they typically are pro-life as well.
They're typically pro-life as well. So in general, that's why I never really kind of understood how, the media kind of lumped, all Hispanics into this little basket when, Hispanics are very diverse. And I see that, look, I live in South Florida, and you've got different communities, you got Nicaraguans and Guatemalans and Cubans, and everyone, they're not homogeneous at all.
No.
And depending on when you got here, or how you got here, or what your background is, it is how you think about the wall. But I think by and large, and this is the canard of the media, because I think by and large that I think most Hispanics, whether they're here, that they're legal immigrants and they're citizens, they're against illegal immigration.
Yeah.
They're against that. And please, can we stop calling them migrants?
Or undocumented immigrants? The thing is that they came from this country. They came from their countries to escape the violence. They came from their countries to escape the conditions and the poverty. They came to America to have a new opportunity, a new hope, to have more safety, to have a better job and better well-being. And then all of a sudden, the same MS-13 that were attacking their homes are now going to be flooding around in the U.S. The same kind of violence? No, it doesn't work that way. This American dream is the American dream because we have to preserve it. We have to work to preserve it. But if they come in and shatter that, and anyone can just come in, and we don't have a merit-based system, we have this catch and release system that we've been having, no, it's not going to work. We're never going to have that same safe, brilliant America with the American dream again. And the drugs that are pouring in. I mean, the opioid crisis right now is something that is so underestimated, and nobody talks